All right, Joker, do you have the data from Rio in here somewhere?
Yeah, look, it's all there.
Ah, okay. So when it comes to the future, hey, Joker?
Yeah, sorry, yeah, go ahead.
As I was saying, we have to look at what's ahead of us now and not worry too much about the past.
Did you see that?
What? No. No, I don't see anything. Besides, we're supposed to be the only people here right now. Hello? Anybody out there? Yeah, this time I hear that. We need to go. Right now.
Wait, what is this doing here?
It's not a big deal. I mean, someone's just playing games with us. Like, this doesn't belong here. Whoa, look at this.
What?
Come over here.
Wait.
Come over here. This is awesome. Now, I love this.
This is a privilege to be here. They are the best of the best.
I wonder what it's like to be so good at your name, your jersey up on this wall. I mean, you gotta be the GOAT.
You have to be, but we should get back to work.
Whoa, what the hell is going on?
Guys, we need to go.
Jess, what are you doing here?
We need to go now.
Where?
Look sharp, the emotion is here. Jess, Doc is gone. We have to go back.
There's no time. There's really no time.
Guys, wait. Can't take this anymore. I'm tired.
Damn it, Jess. He's our head coach. I have to go save him.
Okay, Pengu, stop.
I have
We
to
can't
go.
save him anymore. Pengu! Oh.
You're already dead.
There's no escaping now.
Hello and welcome to another day of the Europe Meta League broadcast. We're almost at the halfway point of our group stage, and today is another shot for our teams to pick up some points. My name is Anne, I'll be your host for today, and joining me, Alfama and Fresh. And I want to enlighten the viewers of something funny that happened here, because the synergy on this desk with you guys is so good that you both showed up in the exact same outfit today.
Yes, initially. Then I decided that I was not going to look like a British man, and I was actually care about fashion and wear something different. And I'm already triggered that we had almost the same t-shirt.
We had the same idea for an outfit today. We looked identical, like we were twinning, Leo.
That tells
and then you're
so
gonna
much.
you're gonna go in on my fashion choices?
Yeah, no, that tells so much about how I've dropped my standards.
Yeah, terrible.
Right,
I think you're still half asleep when you turned up today.
If my desk doesn't have this energy, then I don't want it. I mean, we're looking for another day of Siege here. Obviously, you're familiar with the fact that we do look back at the last day, and we look at the top 3 players from that specific play day as well. Starting off with the number 3 and the number 2 from last week, it's starting to look a little bit more like we're used to seeing from these players.
Yeah, we're not surprised to see Pasha and Joom, right, in this form. What's surprising is to see Pasha on 21 kills. I mean, we know how good he is, but 21 kills is just beyond what we see from him usually.
Yep.
I think he's one of the biggest instigator of that aggressive playstyle. We're starting to see more of VP. And then Joom. Joom is back after a terrible reload performance. He's back at the top of the standings and best rated player on Team Secret.
And the standout players for both of these two teams, for Virtus.pro and Secret, have actually been Always and Mowgli so far. So it's good to see both of their teammates stepping up in the individual performances last play day.
We'll talk about the top player from Tuesday as well, and that is Leak Effect.
Yeah, it's actually funny that before starting his matchup, he was saying that they won their recent matches only because Solodov went crazy. Well, he was the one going crazy. And it's not even the fact that he had 16 kills, it's the fact that he had 16 kills with only 4 deaths, a 4 KD rating with double digits. That is crazy, Jack.
And he started negative inside of that game. He got 15 kills without a reply inside that game. He was a huge instigator in the late round of Falcons actually winning games, winning rounds out of absolutely nowhere. He was just finding kills, finding rounds for his team, and it really snowballed that momentum.
All right, of course, we always talk about the top 3 players from the whole league, but we're saving that for today. We're saving it for later for a specific reason, so I guess you're just going to have to stick with us to find out why we're saving it for later. But we also always look at the standings, and this time we're seeing, obviously, that clear separation between the top 2 and the top 6. How's it looking so far?
Well, we started the week last week we were saying there is a clear definition and clear distinction between the top 4 and the rest of the team, and I think that has changed. I think we're seeing G2 and VP close, really close to Macko and BDS. Both of these teams have an opportunity today to get closer to the top 4 because both Macko and BDS play a team from the top 4, and that's the moment where okay, they can blur the lines of my initial power rankings. And then if we look at the rest all the way down, Gen.G, Wylde still struggling. The reality is, can Gen.G get out of there and get into playoffs contention?
The great news for every team in this table is it's still all to play for. We're not over halfway in terms of the play days yet. We've only played 4, which means there's 5 play days to go. So you can still come in strong, especially for some of the teams that have played the better teams in the first few play days. They, in theory, are going to come in stronger later in this stage.
We're looking at the schedule for today as well. You already mentioned it. Teams playing each other in that top 6. Really, it's going to be a very defining day today, I guess, then.
Yeah, and it means that on paper, when we see this matchup, we think there is a clear favorite in each one of them. Now, last time that happened, Jack was saying, oh, there is going to be 2 upsets today.
And there was.
What about today, Jack? Our future guy. How many upsets do we see today?
I'm going to play it safe today. Just one. Just one upset.
One upset.
Single
Which
upset.
one, then?
Which one is going to be the upset? I think Team Falcons against Fnatic.
Always trusting your Fnatic guys.
Yeah, I know. It's blind faith at times, Leo. Do you want to know the reasons why? I'll quickly tell you the reasons why. 1, Team Falcons didn't actually look that good last week. It took Leak Effect carrying them and late round scenarios to get over the line. They didn't actually strategically control that game. And secondly, Fnatic have played the Belgian Masters tournament over the weekend. Now, you might meme on that a little bit, tier 3, tier whatever, but it's 8 more official maps they've had with their team. They took maps off, well, they beat Gen.G, and they took maps off Secret, who are considered one of the top 2 teams inside of this league. So hopefully that little bit more experience, Fnatic can start showing us where their potential's really at.
All right, someone I think has to clip this so we can check later today if it was actually the one upset that we will have today or if it's more or less. But I think it's time for us to move over to the couch because as we talked about, it is our 5th play day. We're almost at the halfway point in the league. And we've had a lot of new players, a lot of rookies joining us this stage here. I think it's time we're getting a bit of a checkup on how good or how bad these rookies are doing.
We've had 10 rookies. 10 rookies this stage. I think it's amazing to think that we get so much representation of what were tier 2 players before. And when you look at the bottom 6, obviously you're going to see 4 players from Wylde.
Yeah.
It's not to say that these guys individually are wrong. It's just that collectively they've had so much struggle that it just makes sense that they're always all the way down right now. I just want to point out that Ghost right there is my only question mark. You know, he's playing on a team that is facing some great success collectively. He's just replaced Gemini. I'm waiting for him to step up because clearly we cannot expect a 68 EPS from this player.
For what it's worth, you'd expect rookie players to have a below average EPS, to be below 100 in terms of the expected player score because it is their first stint into tier 1. So it's not entirely surprising to see this list here all be below that 100 mark.
Okay, we've got the rookies that are performing maybe not so much as we were expecting them, but let's look at the positive as well. The top 5 rookies of the stage.
Yeah, I said we would expect them to be below 100. Actually, 4 out of our 10 rookies are performing better than an average player inside of Tier 1 Siege, and that's incredible. Obviously, we've got Krex, Dora, Stompin, Wizard, and Garen there, Leo.
Yeah, I think statistically you're going to see here, some really impressive stuff, some great consistency. I think the big story is that Garen is there all the way at the top, although the rest of his teammates are all the way down. I think it's explained by the fact that he was not phased by going into Tier 1. He did play very well. He's also in a position where he will get a lot of exit frags, if we're being honest. I think the really big standout player for me are Wizard, Stomping, and Dora, because they are the rookies that enable collective success from each of their teams.
Yeah, absolutely. And look at the cost numbers for those 3 players. You've got Wizard and Stompin up there in the 70%, which is incredibly high for a lot of players. And then Dora's in 67% on his cost, but he is leading his team on that metric as well.
I'm just really glad that we're going to see already one of these players that are performing better than you'd expect from a rookie in this first matchup. We're talking about Dora, because we're going to see Secret and Macko as our first match of the day. And in my opinion, this matchup just screams confidence. I mean, when we look at these players, their play style, it lacks no self-esteem in any kind of way. But when we look at Secret, I mean, they have the individual skill in the players to back it up as well.
Yeah, their current form is amazing, and their players are amazing. And if you look at the statistics here, you're going to see, once again, players that are heavily in positives in KD. Not a single player on that team has a negative KD, by the way. And incredible fraggers. You've got Mowgli and Noah that have joined the 2 big carries of Secret that were Joom and Adrian last stage. And now everybody is performing at the highest level possible with Savage, the IGL that, in my opinion, plays the best around an aggressive and fast-paced playstyle and calls off these rushes with the shields and abuse of the explosive execution. This team together is looking amazing.
Yeah, it's all coming together for them. And I think from a fan's perspective as well, it's such a fun style of Siege to watch. You've got Mowgli out there on the entry, but you've got an IGL and you've got a team that plays off the back of it as well. And it's just so explosive.
You mentioned one player in specific on the entry. That's another thing that Secret are doing really well to get these points up on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. Secret are the best entry team in the world in terms of their opening engagements, and this stat here just proves it. This is every single game they've played, and on the left-hand side, the white bar is the entry engagements that Secret have won, and then the coloured bar for their opponent is the entry engagements that Secret have lost. So you can see at absolute worst, which was the game against G2, who are another frag-heavy team, they are 7-7. But in every single game, they've got at least 7 entry engagements, and their opponent, for the most part, has got significantly less. Why is that important? Because in a round of Siege, you will generally, the team that gets the entry engagement will win about 80% of their rounds. So Secret, by focusing so much on those entry engagements, are setting themselves up for success.
And the biggest surprise in that is that because Secret plays aggressive, their playstyle definitively is high risk, high reward.
Yeah.
Which should make them inconsistent in the entry department. The fact that they are aggressive and reliably winning those entry engagements is mainly due to Mowgli.
And this guy is so good. He is the best entry in the world, Leo. 14 entry kills, 4 entry deaths out.
In how many play days?
In 4 play days.
That's insane.
Yeah. So he's averaging 4 or 5 entries per game that he's playing, and he's winning most of them, at most realistically losing 1 entry engagement per game. As I say, it's best in the world. Out of 300 players in Tier 1 Siege in the world, Mowgli is the absolute best at it.
This is exactly why Europe MENA League is the best region of the world. I mean, of course, we're talking about this entry, that spearhead that we're looking for in this roster. And then on the other side, we've got the full team of Italians, where I think for them, they really don't have to be shy about their Tier 1 debut.
No, I think they've lived up to the expectations that we had from them. They were the most consistent team out of Tier 2 for the past year. We all expected them, and they expected themselves. And we've seen it on social media and in interviews. They expected they deserve to play into Tier 1. So far, they have proven it, because you can see them right now in the run for playoffs. Right now, they are qualified for playoffs. That we stop the standings there. And most of that is due to Tab, to the clutches, and to all of the story of these guys carrying through, playing so many rounds, 30 rounds last week, by the way, and still managing to grab points.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. They've played so much Siege. I think if we bring up a graphic that shows in terms of their games, you're going to see 2 8-7 overtime victories, 1 7-5 victory, and a 7-3 loss against Falcons, which a lot of teams will have losses against Falcons. So out of their 3 games and their 3 victories, they've all been very, very close. Now, why is that important for me? Well, actually, they've been clutching a lot. We call them the Clutch Kings, as you can see from the graphic. And genuinely, when you're clutching up, when you're getting rounds from clutches, but having victories that are so close, those clutches become even more important, Leo, because they are directly clutches that are giving you points.
literally, if we just go back to whatever just happened, you look at the clutches and you think, one single round was the difference between having 1 point or 2 points, because they won 2 overtimes. So in total, they, with only 2 clutches, they saved 4 points in the standings, which would make them all the way bottom of the standings if they had lost those clutches. And that's the big story for us, is that right now, in terms of points, they're way higher than where they should be, because they're really lucky they got those clutches.
Yeah, exactly. They're outperforming their underlying statistics. There's actually only Teb that's positive on that roster. Everyone else is even at best or actually negative. And I think we like Wylde, we like what's going, but they can't rely on only the clutches.
Yeah, I mean, it's something I think we've all been there before, right, in a clutch situation, and some players can get really nervous then when they feel the pressure of all their teammates watching them. Oh no, I've got 3 enemies against me. And I think it's something about Italians in sports, or sometimes with racing, you'd say like it's stubbornness. But in Siege, I'm just really glad that we do have that Italian confidence. And we've seen it so many times in interviews with Teb, and we'll show you what it looks like.
The sunglasses are back!
Love to see it. Good evening. You take away 3 points from Virtus Pro. That must be absolutely huge for you guys.
Good evening, guys. Really happy to be here today. Really happy. Today we did a masterclass. I think like we did the best Siege you ever seen like in those play days. In attacks we did a masterclass, and I'm very proud of this.
Yeah, honestly, for a regional league game to say that it's the best Siege we've ever seen, that's big words.
I mean, he's Italian after all. You know, there is a little bit about the culture of bragging and not being extremely modest, and we can see it, and I love it. We have some personality, we have a player that's confident in his teammates, and he was happy. He was one of the main instigator of those clutches, by the way, so he was probably hyped as well because of this.
If we think of a map that could fit this aggressive or this confidence play style of both these teams, what kind of map would we want to see? I
think you want a big map, and a big map would be Bank. Actually, I don't like that for Macko at all. I think it fits Secret so much better. I don't know what you think, Jack, but personally, I would not want to face a Secret that is extremely aggressive. They're super proactive. They're going to be starting in attack. And when it comes to defense, they've got some of the best players to hold ground and to be extremely annoying in getting a foot in the building. I'm not a big fan of that for Macko.
We've seen Fnatic take Secret to Bank last week. It didn't work out particularly well for them. The one thing I will say is this map is a firm favourite for both of these two teams. When Macko were inside Tier 2, a lot of teams deliberately would not take them to Bank. You know, people didn't want to take them to that map. So it's a comfort ground for both teams, which I think sets us up perfectly.
Yeah, the playstyle is just a big difference for me. I feel like, once again, it fits that aggressive playstyle from Secret. And Macko, so far, we've seen them play quite slow. I'm just wondering how they're going to react to that big difference in playstyle compared to last week.
All right, well, we set you up with all the information for this matchup. It's also time to bring in our casters for the first time today. We're joined again by Fluke and Demo. Good evening to the two of you. How are we today?
I'm good. It looks like I'm very bright and Demo is in a cave, which sort of sums up the pair of us, I think.
It's just Northern Ireland, I'll be honest with you. It's just nothing new here.
Are you just trying anything to do to keep the heat out? Is it bad over there, Demo? Is it doable?
I mean, it's 20 degrees, and look, I don't like my heat. You know, heat's can't deal with it. You know, you get too warm, you start to get a little bit, you know, sweaty, and then you're in here in the room all day. It's not very nice, but look, hopefully it'll cool off. But hopefully the games don't. You know, we're starting off with Secret Macko. Jack, I love you, but I'm siding with Leo on this one. I think this is Secrets all over.
I didn't say I thought Macko was going to win.
Their map.
It's just providing some balance that they also like the map, Demo.
You're doing your job, you know, great job. Don't worry, Jack.
Thank you, Demo.
Great job.
Thank you, Demo.
So who do you think's going to win, Demo?
I agree with you.
I'm
I just think off the rip, it's got to be Bank. You know, it has to be Secret. This is a map which I always think they understand this so well. I think whenever you've got shield players like Savage, for example, who can play it really well, this is the perfect shield map in my opinion. This is Monty's best map, and that's an operator that certainly Savage can play.
Yeah, we've seen it many times from Suka before, but the good news is that the match is ready, so we're going to send it over to you two for the first game of the day.
Thank you so much, Anne and the team on the desk. I was actually going to agree with Anne over it. I know you sort of sided with, but not about that, about the top of the show when she said that they should have stayed dressed the same. I think all 3 of them should wear matching outfits. You know, like those like family photos that you get done, the really cheesy ones.
Well, like the Christmas
yeah, like
cards.
the Christmas ones where they're like one of them sat on the other. I want that from our desk. And I'm just going to throw that in because I know production's listening, I know the desk is listening, and I know they're all in the same room in Copenhagen. So But you and I, off in our distance, are hurtling towards Secret versus Macko. And I know that there's obviously the expectations, there's what's going to play well for the team. I think the expectations here for Macko is, you know, they've beaten a bottom of the table team, they've beaten a mid-table team. This is their chance to be a top-table team in this run. That would set them up so nicely, Demo.
Yeah, I think the Italians have done pretty good, considering they've obviously came in here as a challenger league team. But I always had that feeling, though, with the Italians, just because they have been around the scene for so long. Like, they're all experienced players. Yes, some of them haven't played at T1, but still, the experience that they've had from playing against T1 in the Tier 2 competitions, for example, yeah, it's going to be more so than what a regular, I suppose, what kind of Wylde has had to experience. And yeah, I just think their playstyle, it's an annoying playstyle where they've got these players who can just turn it on at a dime. Like, they kind of mentioned about the clutches. That's the way that team can do. They just pull clutches out of nowhere. And yeah, they've done very, very well for themselves. But this is obviously a big challenge. You're against the top team in the league currently, which is Secret.
I mean, this is the chance, right? And let's be honest, Secret, they're obviously a favored team of the EU MENA region. They've done great on international stages. They've done, you know, better and better for a long time. It was a building team and a building team. They got the momentum and stuff like that. But, just take a pause and just hit it with a but. The only teams they've taken full clean points from are all below Macko in the standings so far this season towards the end of the board. Now, they haven't been able to choose who they go up against, Demo. That's not how it works. But it was a scrappy point taken in a loss against G2, who are technically below Secret. So this is almost a weird way of them testing still and climbing that ladder of Macko are maybe in some regards the tough or the second toughest opponent they've gone against.
I think Secret, it's the new teams coming up, isn't it? It's the teams that they haven't played against, you know, for the past year or so. It's getting used to those, you know, every player's different, aren't they? Every player is unique in how they play. Some players that you have to almost get mentally ready for, in a sense. And I think it just comes with time of playing against the same people over and over again. So yeah, for Secret, against the new people coming up, that is where they just need to kind of, you know, get the grips and you know, deal with them. But again, I think Secret, you know, they're still going to play their stage, they're going to play their style. And most of their style at the moment has been around getting those entry picks. You know, Mowgli has been phenomenal in that job.
Well, they went for the slightly aggressive hold here on the top, and Secret went for a very aggressive close down. Within the opening minute, just from putting pressure on firefights there, you can see Secret circling open. They've dropped down the open hatches. They've pulled them off the top floor. Macko aren't sticking around to see what happens, and what happens seems to be Secret don't stop going. Straight pressure on towards the breaches, the hatches, getting all the hard and the handiwork done, and it's sort of leaning into the play here of it was going to be a gun game, Demo.
Well, I think Macko just kind of went pretty standard. You know, you've went for that roam game over towards the mid floor. You've wasted a bit of time, wasted a bit of utility because you want to waste time. Because look at the lineup that they have. They have the smoke, they have the Goyo, they have the tub as well to stop that main hatch from getting open. You know, it's a very common strategy. It's wasting time for that big payoff in that final minute. Whenever the Goyo start getting popped, the smoke canisters start getting placed. However, you look where the smoke is, not in sight, actually playing aggressive on blue.
That's two done, and here's the roll of Candelas. Do they know about that keeper barricade? Because they're hoping they can just swing on the back of this, and that canister will get popped. The blinds come out. They've got themselves some support here. Nobody's pushing dirt. The hatch is open, so they could go for the drop pressure, but they just haven't moved. There goes Doom onto server, crashes around 10. Now the pressure onto the man behind the keeper barricade. Caught out by a shotgun. There's one for Lolo. Double dipping for two, but he knows he's being encircled. Tries to get the fire canister, buys himself a little bit of safety. Still blind, but nobody is immediately there. He does find the second there, Doom, but look at the time, Demo, 20 seconds. They roll the sense gadget, the light wall's ready to pop up, but at this point, there's still a C4, and that could be the make or break as the impact gets rid of the first set. Now, there is a chance to get rid of the second set as they go for the drop. The plant in a very peculiar position, Demo. If they know it's there, it's an easy catch. A lot of faith in a sense, more than a man on a table, but it's running back and forth, and now it's time out.
Oh boy, Secret. Oh, that's all they could do at that stage, Flick, wasn't it? They didn't have the time because the smoke had out up just so much of that on the blue stairs. All they could do is drop hatch and hope. That was it. They were just going on a whim, and all credit, you know, to Macko at that stage. They knew all we have to do is just flood. Just one of us has to break through the line and just stop the guy from planting. If one guy goes down, the whole thing goes. And that's exactly what happened. They just traded body after body. It probably kind of shows as well, the Habana, just not enough ammo. You only get 21 bullets, you know, with the Type 89. So you can kind of see as well, he could only really take on the one player. He couldn't really switch to the second one. And yeah, just not enough time for them to get it done. You know, credit Macko, they played the operators well that they brought in. This was all part of the plan. You start off in that roam, you then go in with your smokes, with your Goyos, you just waste all that time. But yeah, all they needed to do was kill the guy, going for the plant. Once that happens, easy round for Macko, all in all. So yeah, really good start from them.
Well, that's a start, and let's see if they mean to go on. Obviously, I know you sort of said this is the plan, it's time wasting. It came down to 20 seconds. They played it brilliantly, but it still felt very active, right? There wasn't a second where Secret weren't trying to put pressure on. There wasn't a second where they weren't trying to put the line up. They almost made it land. And it put a lot of pressure there onto Macko to do exactly as he said and step in. And well, now whole different site, different strategy, clash on the board. They've got the chance of Lolo being a bit aggressive elsewhere and then pulling themselves back. And obviously just this explanation of growth. The clash though and their positioning, how aggressive do they want to be here? Enough that they're going to play right against the double windows. It seems to be a fairly standard setup and take. The Habana's getting the pellet stun on towards Kanto and towards the front of the CEO. They've got their eyes there on Banana, but nothing is immediately being offered. A steadier approach here to just get the hard and the handiwork done as you see Kanto being popped open.
A pretty naked site though, isn't there? There's not really much in the bomb sites at the moment defending, apart from really that clash. And I think a big part of that, of course, is you look at the bans that Secret went for. They went for the castle ban, and of course castle upstairs whenever you're dealing with a site that has a lot of windows. That would have been a great operator to bring in, as most teams do. So Secret going for that ban, it will just make this top floor a lot easier for them to actually play that window game. But for the meantime, for Secret, it's just getting the initial kind of things done, isn't it? Get the walls opened up, get all the windows opened, ready with the bees in hand. I do wonder, though, if anyone from Macko is going to be in position to maybe look for some jump outs. That can maybe be a potential for them. But again, we know it's going to be difficult, especially with the new changes with Siege X, Fluke, where you can't, whenever you jump out, you automatically on ADS. So it does make things a lot more difficult for players attempting that jump out game.
Well, there's an enemy detected outdoors somewhere, and they're not being caught, but they have just broken their way through. Doom pushes up by the front. Trump and Savage finds Dora on the split. It is just complete Secret control here, and you said it was a naked site, and you said it was doors wide open, and I think Secret took that as a very free invitation. There's at least one top white, instantly traded out. They knew where they were, leaving just Lolo behind, and I said but obviously they could have maybe played a longer game here, transferred between shells. Unfortunately, they were just a shell of a defense.
So we're not placing any barbed wire on spiral stairs.
We're not placing a lot in a lot of places. The concept right now, I'll be honest, of open doors really appeals to me because it's so warm, but if I'm defending against you know, an approaching force of super soldiers.
I mean, you've got a Jum. That's all you really need to say. Everyone knows what Jum's like. Simple as that.
You got to put barbed wire down if Jum's about.
It's just,
I mean, free. It was just free.
I don't know how you don't have anything stopping this guy just from walking up. You know, Jum is a known entity inside the league. He's one of the top players. He has since he came in. Really, really rate Jum very, very highly because he also does on an international stage. Yes, maybe he had a bad reload. Understand that, but I think Secret as a whole just they kind of messed up the concept of reload. That's what kind of let Secret down, but still throughout the past year, I think again Jum still top player in that regards, and certainly someone who you always look to on that Secret side just to be that guy, isn't it? And how you're allowing him just to simply walk up the staircase with nothing challenging him is crazy. I mean, one, there's nothing on the stairs, and two, like, nobody's even actively holding it as well. So they're not... It's as though they don't even know their own setup. If you're not placing anything for that spiral stairs, somebody's going to need to try and hold it.
Oh, goodbye, Lolo. Doom doesn't stop, and Aqua's down as well somewhere. The smoke caught out right in the core. Were they on a window, potentially?
Kills from the window.
Yeah, trying to peek out of a CEO window there and caught out from it. I mean, just a quick, almost 1-2 punch. Ghost massively hurt as well. You think about what was almost lost there. If they'd have lost the smoke, well, there's a bit of revenge before they drop down as well over the long fight here on stock. The grenade will not catch the end of them, but the gun sure does. No stopping the bullets there as we suddenly find only Akwiteb and Dora left alive here. Now they've got rid of the ace, but there is still obviously a second option here with Adrian. The fighting is sort of exploding over the top. But how much of it now are Macko going to try and lock into? They've been a bit dabbly in the roam game, and it hasn't really worked for them, but now they've got to try and find more confidence than ever here, Demo.
Yeah, I'm really pleased, though, to see Secret really deal with the aggression there from Macko. Macko are a team who will swing anything. That's the players that they are. They will challenge every angle that they can, and to see Secret deal with it in such good fashion, just it fills you with that kind of bit of hope, thinking, yeah, Secret, they know, the experienced team, they know exactly what they're doing against a team like Macko, who have these players who will just take these challenges. You know, that's what you want to see. Yes, I know I may be a little bit, I don't want to say biased, but certainly favoring the big side, because you know, for me, Secret are a team who you want to see do well, because who's going to have the better chance at winning the trophy, Secret or Macko? So you obviously want to try and see our big teams do well in the regional league, same way that FaZe and W7M and Fury and all them want to do well in their stage. Same with DZ and S. All the teams that you see go to these events should be performing well in their own regional league. That's a fact. That's the bare minimum.
Well, it's their chance now to try and get it locked in. A 4 versus 2, and let's be honest, Doom is making it feel a little bit like a 7 or an 8 versus 2 at this point. They have just been exceptional on both the entry game, the game that was specified on our wonderful desk, but also frequently throughout. There's a bit of a read and approach here as they're just clearing through almost the Savage as well. I was just going to say utility, but a fight is about to break down here. A set of stairs and a shotgun as Dora falls on the site. They know where the last player is. There's not a lot of time, but they know they got the plant secured, and well, Dream's just going to add one more to their tally. He is terrifying so far, Demo.
Yeah, he's on his game, and that is like the worst thing you can see right now if you're Macko. It's C and Jum, Saturn, was he 7-1, I think?
Yes, 7-1.
It's not looking good. And the thing is, this is only just on the attack as well. You know, we don't even see Jum in the defense, and I think sometimes we would argue he kind of pops off more in the defense than what he would in the attack as well. So
it's the worry, right? Because when you have a very confident, very good loose thread player on bank, it's a map that people feel confident when they go for the clear. They feel like, yeah, we've locked it out. Yeah, there's not many options. A player like Doom finds options in unusual spaces, and players like that love bank.
That's where, again, I have to hark on. You know, with Leo, I agree with Leo. Not Fresh, I agree with Leo. Has to be for Secret, this map.
You're just pulling your teams together. Oh,
where's he going?
So we're on a tech pause. Yeah, imagine if
what's he getting out of the cupboard?
Imagine if he opened. Italia.
Oh yeah, because that's the issue. I haven't been winning rounds.
Imagine if suddenly it just like changed. Just went off. 15-4. That's not. I mean, it's pretty impressive, but it's not that impressive. I should have.
You should put it on him like Superman.
Yeah. Is that a plug for the new movie? Are you branding? Put
it on the dog.
Oh yeah. We do need more animals in Siege. Now, obviously, the weight of this game, as we said before, for the sort of scope of things, Secret, they want to, I'm not going to say a statement game. As I said, for them, it's technically, in some regards, another step in the ladder. Obviously, they've had a good run so far. They've been able to get themselves off towards the top of the board. It's by a single point. One of those teams that's chasing their tails beat them, and is the loss. It was an OT loss that was handed to them. But otherwise, for now, it's what? Macko. Then they go into Wylde, which, you know, it's not one of those sort of tougher games right now. In their final 3, they have VP and they have Falcons to go through. That is going to be their trickiest moment. That is going to be their trickiest time. If they want to hold on to this top 2 spot, they need to make sure that they get these points locked in confidently here over these next 2 playdays.
I mean, there are still games, though, for Secret, which you would expect them to win. Don't forget, they still have to play Wylde and Gen.G, who are currently sit as our bottom 2 teams. So I think things are still fine. Obviously, I think Falcons is probably going to be the team to beat, as they always are. You know, let's not beat around the bush here. It's Falcons at the end of the day. You know, that could be a game that decides who gets first place. We don't know. But still, at the moment for Secret, I think they'll be feeling confident. They'll be feeling good. Everyone's lost as well this stage, which I think is always nice to see because it does show weaknesses for each team.
100%. I mean, you know, you never want to harp onto a region. You never want to point specifics. But famously, when a team has just absolutely dominated their region with not a huge amount, there is obviously always exception. You look at the sort of meteoric runs of W7M when they were W7M. Now, obviously, different rosters.
Allora, ricordatevi che se vedete che c'è una
time,
necessità, giocate trappole con questi, full. Lo sapete. Potete utilizzare Melusi per slowarli. Seconda cosa. Sono d'accordo con fare delle play, sono sempre d'accordo, ma fatele nel mid, perché nell'early, se non vanno bene, hanno un vantaggio troppo più grande, se prendono una man advantage. E ultima cosa, proviamo a rallentarli il più possibile, perché come abbiamo visto nel primo round, gli execute li fanno in maniera disordinata. Quindi se potete, provate a essere più focus sul rallentarli, non tanto a prendere la man advantage, e stare anche 5v5 per l'execute, perché nell'execute...
Okie dokie, attack time out into attack time out into just playing the game ahead of them there. I understood the word execute. So maybe my Italian is getting better.
It is.
But it's one apiece and Ghost almost died. Oh, I thought that was set up. That was very... Oh, it's highlight. Okay, that is
did you think this was we're in the next round?
I did. Okay, let me put some context. How hot is it currently?
Pretty hot.
It is 29 degrees Celsius where I'm at. 83 degrees Fahrenheit. You might be like, that's not that hot. UK houses are not built for this heat. My windows and my doors are all closed. I am sweating. Like I am in a sauna. Have you ever been in a sauna?
Oh, yes. Many a time.
Really?
Yeah. Why does that strike you as... Oh, heat? You wouldn't have struck me as someone to be in a sauna before. I've had a spa day, thank you very much.
Oh, yeah. I would love to imagine what a demo spa is. I feel like your masseuse is like, you need to stop talking to me about Siege. You need to stop playing Siege. This is where all of your stress is coming from. And you'll be like, I was in this ranked game the other day and... You need to stop coming here, honey. And they need to start trying to fix their execute, potentially. That was what was going on. Or it was a conversation about how Secret likes to execute, which maybe is a conversation about how late it is. Think about the first round. Think about the round we just sort of saw previously as well. It was a plant on the 9 seconds. And yeah, it was a 4 versus 2. But if June wasn't able to get that early first pick and the pressure from the windows, then maybe that 9 seconds would have been a lot more stressful for Secret's approach. Maybe Macko and the conversation, and this is just me guessing Italian, was based on how late an execute was. Doom. Wow. Not so free this time, was it?
Now that is puzzling. It's either he's seen something and he just went for it, I don't know, but that seems very off cue. I was going to mention how one change that Macko have made into their lineup is they brought in an operator like a Pulse. Obviously an operator that you don't really see all too often unless Troy Canadian's playing. Then you might see it the odd time because he loves a good UMP.
He loves a good cheeky Pulse.
Or a Solus, one of the two. But again, not really an operator that we see all too often. The benefit that you have though, whenever you look at this site in particular, is it gives you a lot of good info for retakes. Where you can actually see if anyone's holding main stairs, for example, and also, I'm sure everyone knows, you can sit inside of Gold Vault and you can pulse in through server and see whenever teams are going for the plant, but it's just the information. You know, right now, look how much Acme can see. He can see, 4 people. They're all going over towards the elevator. So straight away now, Macko know that Secret are dropping at the back. This is key information that you need to have.
Clash comes around on the side of gold as well. They have it covered. They're just hitting the Blackbeard with impact. Now they do get caught out though because Secret just shoot stronger bullets. Clash gets the catch onto one. The Candela gets a bit of a blind, but you've still got to get around the back of a shield. Look at Savage though and Adrian. Oh, Clash, you're being surrounded. They seem to know, but it's a Blackbeard with a player behind them, and Adrian takes a bit of damage. They're being zapped either side, and there's the Blackbeard. Round and round we go. And even though Doom had a bit of a slip, banana peel at the top of a hatch, and they hit their head on the way down, Secret, even though Demo, everything was red, just shot their way through.
Adrian, more than anyone, kind of shot his way through, didn't he? I think, did he get 3 kills in that round? I think he did. But yeah, look, everything there was for Macko. They had everything in their hands. They knew where they were coming from. They repositioned the Clash. I don't know what happened. We missed the first 2 initial kills that Adrian managed to get. But again, it's just puzzling. Macko know what they're going to go for, and backtakes are pretty easy to deal with once you know they're coming, and especially if you have the Clash in this position as well. I mean, again, this operator is just... Only operator who could do this, by the way, is the Clash to even give them a resemblance of a chance at winning. But then you look at the other side, Blackbeard. These are the 2 strongest operators. How many times have I harped on to you about these 2 operators, Clash and Blackbeard?
When I'm talking to my massage therapist, I'm talking about how often you talk about Siege.
5 seconds left.
Just those 2 operators, they're just absolutely nuts.
Wow, that is now the other side of that timeout, and they weren't quite able to stop whatever that attempted execute was. And at this point, again, it's just relentless here from Secret. Every window of pressure. Macko are not being given room to breathe. And they are starting to, well, find themselves struggling to swim, keep their head above water. Doom 7-2, Adrian now 5-1 within that meteor of a round that he smashed into the defenses last time. And here, they're not slowing down. They have the Deimos, the Ying to try and just keep this gun game high. Maybe there'll be at least some barbs on the circle stairs. Dora did have some. The Spiral might be slowly fading into view here for a fight that Acme wants to try and put right back against them. The 9 mil is ahead of the gun for this kind of engagement, but it's not being offered yet.
One key thing as well to look at for Macko this time around in defending, they don't have to worry about the Grim. They specifically targeted that operator in the banning phase, so they didn't have to deal with that once they went back upstairs. But still, you have a Ying now that you then have to deal with. That's the thing about Grim and Ying. Those 2 operators play very similar roles in terms of just disrupting the site and a lot of chaos that they can cause. One gives info, one just makes it so your enemies can't see you. It's pretty good to have one of those operators for this kind of site whenever you can throw both the gadgets in through the window so seamlessly. They put a lot more attention to detail over towards the spiral stairs, which I'm happy to see. They're not going to allow just Doom to walk up and do what he did last time, but still, knowing Doom, knowing Secret, they will wait until Doom can find just 1 kill. He's going to be probing away. Currently, he's down here in towards the mid floor. Once he gets his pick, you will see Secret just start to collapse, but maybe not, though, as Mowgli opened up, but very swiftly trade it off, though. Still a minute to left, still.
It was a good bit there from, obviously, Acme stepping in. Dora gets them healed up, and Savage knocks another one right down. But look at the health of Savage and Adrian. Both of them a hair's breadth away, and, well, there's a Clash that's on the board, so they've got to be very particular about their angle of approach, and there's a route right through the back of her skull, breaking their way across the windows. There is nowhere safe as Doom stocks up and rocks them off the corridor. Just another Secret collapse, another Secret execute that seems so controlling.
Yeah, it's a beautiful game, isn't it? Just watching them, the way that they can just dissect that. You can see what they're going for. Like, their push is... It's obvious. Well, it's obvious to me, but is that because I get wall hacks and I can see everything with the observer feed? I don't know, but, you know, a Ying in a window, it's... What do you expect? What do you expect's going to happen? I'm really shocked that they haven't kind of played in towards the mid floors more rather than the top floor. Because I always thought like a team like Macko, where they do have very capable roamers and they can get out and about and go, you know, kind of aggressive. Maybe you'd be better off trying that instead of going top floor, where I always feel is top floor, you get very claustrophobic very easily. Once like long angle gets opened up from canto position, those players in the windows, there's not a lot of places that you can actually sit that is safe. But just in general, I don't think Macko are setting themselves up in positions to support one another. Really, every round that Secret have won, which has been just the majority of the game, Secret have always won the round with a hefty amount of players still alive. You know, it's usually 3 people left whenever they win the round, 4 people left. It's never really close, which is more the worry for Macko, because they're just not getting the kills. You look at the kills after 5 rounds, it's not looking good.
Well, can it look much better here with the final 4-2? Can Macko get themselves a second defense locked in? Dora on towards the boss G, and a C4 just sails on by. Noah, not even a moment's hesitation there, not even a flicker. I think he sort of expected it to sail on, and, well, just another moment that gets pulled away from Macko. Dora trying to go for a hunted fight here. I think they realize they're getting into engagements, they're getting bullets onto them, but Acqui just brushed aside. Dora follows suit, and now another firm entrance here across the top floor. Push back down. Ghost, like their namesake, is about to find Doom, who is just a waiting tiger.
Macko just run around by themselves at the moment. You know, it just seems so solo. It seems very ranked-esque, where they're all just trying to run around and be that guy, be that hero. They're not playing together, and they're getting punished because of that. I mentioned after round 2 or 3 or something, I said when Secret have dealt with the aggression really well. They know what to expect from this side, who just wants to swing everything. And again, Secret are just dominating in that department. Macko probably should have thought, okay, let's play a little bit tighter, let's set up these crossfires, let's just pick a room and try and hold it as best we can. In this instance, it would be, let's extend into open area and just see if we can hold this part of the map well. But whenever they're running upstairs by themselves, losing picks, what do you expect is going to happen? You're Secret now sitting in a 5v3, and Secret are a team which very rarely lose these scenarios. Once you give Secret that lead, they will close it out.
Well, with 50 seconds and no C4s, but a pocket of Rooney Gate just in case they have a chance here to, well, take a fight. And even just moving on through Mowgli, just tears and tears apart a hold like it's made of paper. And what a performance so far from Secret. How much can be left here? It's a 2-halved game demo, but currently it feels like a one-sided one.
Yeah, it's as much as it is a game of 2 halves where you have to attack and defend. One thing that is common in both of those halves are getting kills. And whenever Secret right now are just looking unstoppable, killing everything that moves, every single player putting in a shift, and Macko can't even buy a kill. Yeah, I don't see that translating all too well into the next half. And don't forget, for a new side like Macko coming into T1, especially with Ghost as a rookie, of course, attacking is always going to be the more difficult half for teams. So this will be, I would say, pretty damning if they don't start off strong. I always think Bank, whenever you're attacking it, opening pick is crucial. Playing for a 4v5 compared to playing for a 5v4, it's a big difference. So yeah, I think Macko need to go in here and they need to hit the ground running if they want any hope of getting back into this game.
Well, ground running looks pretty standard as an approach here. The Deimos to try and limit any loose players. Doom out and about. We talked about the power that he can have, but let's be real, Demo. When we had that conversation, sure, I think he was, what, 7-2? He's now 9-2. Oh, 2 of the other members of Secret are 5-1, and Mowgli just got himself triple kill in the last round. All of them are showing up bigger and bigger. All of them are confident. And it's just so rough because it doesn't seem to matter which head of the Hydra you cut off. Suddenly another 2 secret ones have appeared with just a sharp teeth.
Look at the bans as well from Secret. Habana and an Ace. They're just going to make it really difficult to attack this basement with those bans. I think Macko, it's more the case of if you don't win this one, sure, maybe top floor a little bit easier because you've got like Ying and Grim available, Blackbird as well for taking upstairs, but if you're at that 6-1 and you know you have to go back to basement again, just Secret are just saying we're going to cater our bans just to win one site, because that's all we'll need at this stage.
C4.
And it's fair enough as they get the opener. Teb gone.
See, that's because of the bans.
You've now lost the cover of your plant. Yeah. You still have Capital bolts, sure, but those smokes are nowhere near as effective. And if there was one person you didn't want to lose second, because Thermite is probably first, it is Teb on that role, especially as what Teb can usually do as a standout performer for Macko.
Maybe not today, though. He's not looking I mean, none of them are.
No, it's tough, and it's tough because Secret are just playing so well. It's not that Macko are doing the right or the wrong things, unfortunately. It's just the team that they're up against right now from Secret is go, go, go. It's Fast and the Furious, and they've hit that NOS nozzle. And unless you've got something of your own to meet it, regardless of skill level, sometimes it's just a bit hard. That grenade will pop the Goyo, and Doom takes a bit of damage. They know that their route out is covered, but at the same time, they have some time to try and work their way around, and it's time that's taken away because, as you pointed out, you know, the limitations on the hard breach, the wall is solid, there's 2 Goyos there, they also still have 3 smokes and micro cams and another kill. I mean, wrap it up, put a bow on it and post it. There's at least Doom gone, but with 45 seconds and no sense to get the plant here. Good luck.
Don't even have the wall open yet as well. Like, I mean, the Thermite still has to get down and crack the wall open, and just so much util still left for Secret. I just don't see how Macko break this down unless Secret just decide to start TKing each other. It's the only way I can see them losing this round, so it should be pretty clear cut and dry. The whole entire bomb site is just covered in fire and smoke at the moment, but yeah, again, Secret, just all they have to do is play the time now. Should be fine.
And they're Tiburowing the hatch as well. It is just, it's brutal. It's brutal. And, you know, they're doing their best. Dora does get one against Mowgli, but they've still got a plant as Dora goes for the attempt. The canisters are popped, and there goes the planter. It's hurdle after hurdle after hurdle now. Secret are putting up against a team that is already just finished running a 400-meter dash and is absolutely knackered.
Yeah.
And it's hard to get yourself back into it, and you know, it's the opposite for Secret. It's a joy, because now every single kill is that sort of lead-in of, oh yeah, this is us. We are in this cruise control. We are playing a game.
Bomb located by attackers.
This is Secret their best, in my opinion. This is definitely their best performance that they've had this stage. You knew it was going to come. It's just, okay, what unsorry team had to feel the wrath almost, it felt like. And, you know, Macko were the selected tributes today. I don't want to say, oh, the way Secret are playing, nobody in the league could beat them, because, again, it's a lot of parameters go into that phrase. But at the moment, you'd be hard-pressed to find a team who could. You really could. This is just them where everything's going well, everyone's killing. The little plays, obviously in the attack, worked well for Doom, finding his openings. He found those gaps, that's what he does. The util was great. Again, I'm sure Savage must be calling extremely well. Because really, apart from that one little slip where Doom kind of dropped the hatch, we don't know why he dropped the hatch, but he did. Everything else has seemed perfection. So you have to credit Savage. I think he's controlled the team really well today. I think the pacing has been on it. Whenever his team gets those 2 opening kills and they're sitting at 5v3, he slows things down. He waits and does all the checklist stuff still. He drones it out, sees where the big whips are, and then gets the util dumped in, and everyone goes. I think Savage has called it pretty darn well today.
6-1 here. And, well, the first kill goes into the favor of Macko. They've hunted down Noah. The castle was having an adventure on the top floor. And then their day, as the rest of the team are pretty flying high in the kills department, might end. That between 3 players on the side of Secret, they are 20-5. Pretty outrageous. Earlier I said when they have the flag on, maybe they'll go 15-3. And I was like, I could dream bigger. Secret dreamed bigger.
Oh dear. Yeah, flag ain't working for him.
No.
But one thing you can say though.
Secret have flags, maybe.
Well, they'd be a lot of different nationalities, wouldn't they? Because they've got 5 different nationalities, which something you don't see all too often. Yeah,
More
that's the
different
power.
flags. Diversity is our strength, and bullets are our weakness. As Ghost takes a shudder of damage over the battle of the Beepers. Not the Beatles, they're not here.
The Beatles.
They're
Some of them are no
elsewhere.
longer with us.
Where's Paul?
Oh dear. Well, for Secret right now, the fact that they haven't lost anyone after that kind of opening pick is good at the moment. You know, you haven't gave Macko an astronomical lead, but whenever the flooring starts getting opened up and walls start getting blown to pieces, it does make things a little bit more difficult. But like I mentioned before, with Haban and the Ace ban, opening that quad wall will be quite difficult, especially if people are playing aggressive in towards tellers, but nobody's in that position for Secret, so therefore the quad wall is going to be opened up at this stage, so it does give Macko a pretty good entrance now.
So Adrian takes a bit of a first fight and then rebuilds it, but it's Akwi that gets the head of Mowgli. 25 seconds and a 5 versus 3. Now they're in a great position here, Macko, and they've got to be in a better one as they go for the plant itself. Everything has to go flawless. So Ghost wants to take the first fight here, but it's being put and proposed towards him now. Takes the initiative, but he can't get it clean. Adrian does! The double on the backboard, trying to find their way in. It's 3! As he gets the player 4, make it 4, Demo, and make it a 7-1. As we watch the dance on Beepers, Adrian destroyed in the kitchen.
We didn't get to see it. We kind of missed it. I stepped on wire kill, by the way.
Demo, I felt it.
You felt it,
I felt it. And, I mean, just a brilliant sort of play there, Demo.
Secret today, top tier. You know, that is a masterclass from all regards. Everything went well for them. Well, they lost 1 round. You know, they're probably gutted it wasn't a clean sweep. That's probably the only thing that Secret will take away from this.
Well, the break is ready, so we'll go there before we're back with our hopefully matching analysts.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Well, surprise, we're back before the timer really ended. I bet you didn't expect that one, and neither did Macko playing against Secret today, because what a stomp this was. A 7-1, very fast game to start us out today.
I think it was exactly like we expected. It's the strength that we expected, except for that very first round where, by the way, Secret was in control and lost. It felt exactly what we were expecting. Macko struggling to face a team that has relentless aggression. They hadn't played a team with that much aggression in a long time. We hadn't seen them react to that. Eventually, most of the matches they played were actually against low teams that were in some degree predictable, and they had no way of reacting to that aggression. Literally no way. I did not see them, crowd control. I did not see them try and maybe match the aggression in defense. It just consistently unaware of people pushing. I didn't see play the traps.
Yeah.
I didn't see reactions on the side of Macko.
I feel like you're vindicated with your concerns about the map, Leo. I also had concerns as soon as I seen Macko's bans come out in terms of the map. When they were attacking defending Bank, they banned away the Monty and the Blitz, which I don't think is ever a bad ban away from Team Secret. However, on the map of Bank, I do think it's bad, because Hibana Ace is very much the standard. And when you leave Hibana Ace open, you make attackers' job so much easier, especially when they can ban their Kaid.
And so what happened when Secret switched on sides? What did they ban?
Hibana Ace, of course.
Obviously, you're going to do that. And so they chose the wrong way.
Yeah, I think when you play shields on Bank, you get hemmed into a one-dimensional way of attacking it. If you're attacking top floor, you can only do a lobby side take. If you're attacking bottom floor, you're generally doing a full clear, ending up in server. You have options when you don't bring the shields on that attack, and I think Macko got it all wrong that whole game in terms of their strategy from the macro, from going to that map. Even though they are good at that map in the tier 2 level, they got the micro wrong with those bans, and they executed it badly against a Secret that looked incredible, like you say, on the back of those entries.
It's so weird though, because it doesn't match the way we set up Macko going into this game with the confidence that they have. It seemed almost like maybe they were scared going into the game with those shield bans. I mean, especially a few rounds, it played out in a very funky way.
Yeah, exactly. So we saw round 4, I think it was. It got played out, and I really liked this from Team Secret, actually. So Macko had full information on the attack that was coming in. They had the pulse, they had the information, and it was actually a Ying execute that ended up coming in the end. And I want to praise Noah on the Ying here, because as the kills come in, Adrian picks up a huge double kill. Noah ends up dropping the hatch and facing up a Clash, as you can see in your pictures here. Now Clash, obviously, great playing behind the shield. Noah actually gives his life for the win here. You notice how passive he plays this. This is to allow Savage and Adrian to go and hunt the final player in that 3 versus 1, and then they can focus entirely on the Clash. Noah gives his life. He ends up losing the individual stats in this round to make sure that his team wins it, and I just wanted to give props to him for that. And of course, we had the Blackbeard pushing through the Clash shield in the end just to finish that round off. But again, we talk about Secret on the entry. That was in the late round. That was the execution in a 5v5 scenario that they played excellently well as well.
Despite the new ban system, I'm so scared if I play Secret, because it's basically you ban the shields and you're going to spend all 3 bans to ban all of the shields. Yeah. And you can't ban one of the shields for the first 3 rounds, so they can also play it. And if you ban them, then they have all the hard breaches. And even then, they still have the Yings, they still have the glass. And so basically, it's like playing Hungry on steroids, and then they have incredible entry fires. So like, as a player, I would hate to face Team Secret right now.
Hungry took a map off Team Secret this weekend.
And I think multiple players stated, and Mugli, I think Evan said on X, he said, I hate playing Hungry, and I was like, what do you mean? That's exactly what everybody feels playing against you.
It's the same thing,
well,
yeah.
Someone I think who was hated to play against today as well was probably Joom. He was putting up absolute numbers.
I mean, we said he was the MVP last week. I think he's the MVP again today, 11 kills, 3 deaths. It's absolutely insane. I think especially whenever they switch to the defense, incredible intel gathering, playing around the Valkyrie to get his multi-kills. And if you look at the general entries on his side, 3 different rounds where he wins the entry, one of them being here. And once again, he walks up the main stairs. No one has information on this, on the side of Macko. And I don't understand, once again, I will point this, except for the Fenrir that we see here. Where are the traps when you play a team like Secret? Obviously, they're going to try to lurk. Obviously, they're going to try to poke around the bomb site, and they're going to try to lurk in. You need to be playing the Gumines with the Legion. You need to be playing the Melusis. You need to be playing the Capcans. The trap operators that are going to give you the awareness to punish the lurkers on you. And I didn't see that today.
Yeah.
That's very unfortunate on the side of Macko there. They couldn't really get things to work, but we get to speak to the winners as well. Of course, I think we always do. We get to speak to Adrian. And Adrian, we saw it all from you. A double kill in the last round, a barbed wire kill in the last round. But in general, you guys made very quick work of Macko today.
Yeah, thank you. We did. It was, I think the Barbiker was a ninja from print to window, if I remember correctly. So I think it was quite lucky. Honestly, I thought I whiffed because I didn't really see him. So I was a little bit scared. Heart was pounding, but it ended up how it ended up and we got the round win left.
Adrian, I've got to ask you, when I saw that you guys were playing Bank, I was wondering why did Macko let it through against you guys? Because I think that's one of your better maps. Did you guys expect to play that map?
We knew it could have been one of the possible map options, but we weren't like fully 100% expecting it. But we knew that they could linger around into picking it.
Adrian, let's talk about your role in the team, because when you first came into Tier 1, you was expected to be an entry fragger, whereas you're playing a little bit more backline for this team now. So I suppose a bit of a loaded question here is how much you enjoy in playing that role, but more broadly, how much you enjoy in playing inside of this team?
I'll answer the latter part of the question first. I really enjoy playing in a team. Like, we're winning, vibes are up always, even like if we're losing, we're having a great time no matter what. And I like playing the role. I don't mind it. It's like, if it gets the wins, it gets the wins, right? Someone has to do it. I've got other teammates doing the entry part very well. Like Moby's like, I think I saw in one of your posts, like +10, +11 on entries. Yeah. So that's excellent. Today, yeah. So like, I don't need to do it. I don't need to, like, they don't expect me to do it. I just do what I need to do and it works.
All right, well, awesome. Of course, we're about halfway in the group stage now. You're sitting very comfortably as the first team in the league, but the job's not done. You still have a team like Falcons to play against, Virtus Pro. How are you looking into that?
Yeah, like you said, job's not done. We're looking into winning every single game in the group stage and playoffs. We don't really look at the points or the standings where we're at now because it could all change realistically with how the league is. So we're just looking to win as many games as we can.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I like your view on that. It makes a lot of sense. Thank you so much for your time and good luck with your game tomorrow.
Thank you. Have fun, guys. Ready for the next games.
Thank you so much. Well, we've really sped up. I think we're a bit ahead of schedule, I think, as well with that first game. So I'm sure hoping we'll have some fun with those other games.
Yeah, complete stomp. It's great to see Adrian being happy also being on this team. I think especially when you see his, his teammates that just recently joined, you always think, you've got so much firepower next to you. It must be amazing, but also you're in the shadows, kind of. And I feel like he's just settled in such a great role for this team. Yeah. It's so important.
This team really epitomizes how modern day Siege teams are playing. You kind of have one IGL, if he's incredible on shields, even better, that's savage. And then you have 4 players that would otherwise be fraggers in most teams. Even some of them playing the backline roles, you've got 4 fraggers around a great shield player. It's always a recipe for success.
It feels like the European Furia, kind of. You see what I mean by that? Like the aggression.
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Yeah, the aggression, the fragging style, and then the Philipox is savage.
I feel like we could talk on this game probably longer than the game lasted itself. But we're not going to do that because we're a little bit ahead of schedule. Of course, we got more games coming up. After the break, we'll have Wolves and Wylde. Welcome back to the Europe and the League. For the second game of the day, we have Wolves and Wylde going up against each other. The number 8 and the number 10 in the league prior to this game day. So they both seriously need some points if they still want to be in contention for that top 6. Now, Wylde are still seeking their very first win, but Wolves have already got that. Do you think there's a chance they can replicate that today?
Yeah, it's probably one of the better chances they will have, obviously facing a struggling Wylde that's heavily struggling. If you look at the side of Wolves, it's a roster once again with names that we've known for a long time, with barely any player that's positives, that only 2 out of 5. You think of the level that they have and you think, okay, they never lose easily. They always put a certain amount of rounds, but they also almost never wins, right? And that's the big problem for me. They've consistently looked strong enough to take rounds off big teams, but never consistent enough to take it to the big win, to the threshold of actually winning something.
Yeah, actually, I think they controlled a lot of rounds against Falcons last week, and actually I want to talk about that. So I'm just going to head over to the Telestrator and go and talk to you about this, because I think realistically, Wolves, they've been very, very good. They've actually controlled loads of rounds. This is a clip from round 6 against Falcons last week. Now, they started out 5 versus 3. You see, Azza, he gets a great entry pick there. Krex makes a beautiful play here, manages to get the kill onto Shaiko, and you're thinking, well, happy days. It's 5 versus 3, right? Wolves are going to convert this as less than a minute on the clock. However, what does Azza do? He peeks, he dies, and you're going to see the kill get picked up onto him. What does Krex now go and do in the 4 versus 3? Sits under hatch, dies. What does Tyrant do? He manages to die to the Monty in his face. Why is that important? Because when this was a 5 versus 3 scenario, you've got a natural crossfire coming in. You've got Noodle holding a crossfire with Azza onto the door, and also Krex there to support. Falcons, they want to walk through the doorway from Armory to get the plant down. So what shouldn't you do in this scenario if you're Azza? You shouldn't peek. What does he do? He peeks. This then causes panic in the Wolves lineup. You see Krex and Noodle, they're running around like headless chickens underneath the vertical. Krex tries a C4, and then this is where Krex ends up under the hatch in a place that he really shouldn't be, giving away his life. That gives the Monty of Freeday full coverage now. He can just walk into the bomb site, he can walk in and plant. He's got Leaky Fack on the cover. He manages to get a freebie onto Tyrant. So now you're in a scenario where Wolves are going from a 5 versus 3 to a 2 versus 3 because of the cascading effect of Azza peaking realistically when he shouldn't have done. Freeday is going to get the plant off, and it's going to leave Leader and Noodle just to try and play in the post plant and try and get it back. They're against Users, they're against Leaky Fack, they're against Freeday, they're against the Monty in the face. It's never going to work. And this is what I want to see Wolves cut out of their game. Because we've seen it consistently now across, multiple games, Leo, where they've actually controlled the game, but they've lost it in the late round.
It's just a Fnatic bis, kind of. You know, teams that have the potential, but they cannot commit to the late round, the right ideas, and feel all synced.
But it's just such weird or silly individual decisions that they're making there. Do you honestly think this team trusts each other with the way that they're making these decisions?
Yeah, so that's the big question. You look at the roster on paper, you think they have natural chemistry out of the games, they're friends, right? But then that should translate in game. And that's the biggest problem we see with this roster. Whenever there is pressure, and that will be during the late round, during the executes, whether they're in attack, whether they're in defense, they will feel pressure. Whenever they're pressured, that's where the team play collapses. And that's my biggest worry for this team. I don't think it's a question of trust necessarily. It's a question of hearing one big voice say, hey, this is our win condition. This is what we should all play for. And in that scenario, it should be play safe, freeze, let them even go for the plant. We will retake 5v3 and win this. And we're missing that voice right now. And it should be Leader. I don't know if it's a problem of listening, but right now this team needs to step up and close these rounds, because otherwise they're missing playoffs.
Leader might be saying the right things, but he might not be being heard.
Ooh, that might be a thing we'll have to keep our eyes on, whether we actually can see that in their gameplay today or if they can close out those rounds. I think if we talk about their opponent, they had a similar situation where they really looked like they were going to lock the round out. I mean, Wylde, they got their first point last week. It was that full 15th round on the piano. They tried to plan. I thought they were going to get the round, but they didn't. Still seeking their first win.
Yeah, we used to say here on the couches that the intro looks like Game of Thrones, and yesterday, or last week rather, it felt like a Game of Thrones, really. It was literally Gen.G versus Wylde, who plays the worst, and somehow ended up all the way in overtime. And you could hear it in the voice of Macko during the interview when they won 8-7. He said, I'm disgusted with our performance. We should never have won. He was not happy about the win. And that tells you about what it took for them, for Wylde, to take a point. It took a team that played horribly wrong. And so right now, I saw some potential in Wylde, but I haven't seen so far a consistently path to victory on these guys. They've been relying on the team being weak to being close to a victory. And that's my biggest problem.
If we're being objective about it as well, there's some stats for Wylde, and we've got to show them because I think Wylde struggles, we've seen them. Subjectively, we've seen Wylde struggle. We've seen them at the bottom of the table. But just to put it into context, there are 60 teams in terms of the Tier 1 leagues. There's 3 in terms of APL, and then the Brazil, obviously North America, and then Europe as well. Wylde are currently sitting kind of 50th to 60th across most of the main metrics in terms of team metrics. Third worst attack currently in the world, 10th worst defense in the world. And I won't go on, you can see the rest for yourself. But particularly the entry, the attack, and the defense are the ones that you're looking at. And I think, yes, they got a point, but the siege that they've shown us not being particularly high quality, to the point that actually it's looking like one of the worst in the world. And that's sad to say because they've got potential, but they're just not realizing it right now.
And today, it's the kind of moment that matters, because today they're playing one of the weakest teams in the league, one of the teams that have been struggling. It should have been a win against Gen.G last week. If it wasn't a win last week, they've been looking better. Maybe today is the day.
Yeah, I mean, Gen.G was just a team that was above them in the standings, right? They managed to get a point from that, and they have shown maybe some improvement in that week that we've almost had. Then maybe this is their chance to take down a team like Wolves. I feel like we're seeing really different ways of players preparing for this game. I mean, Wylde looked all happy, chappy smiles. Noodle's just taking a quick nap before we get into the game. But you have a match to play very soon. We'll see where we have this match to play as we'll look at the map veto in a bit as well. For this best of 1, we're heading to Border.
That's scary because Border is a, I wouldn't necessarily call it a flip coin map, but it kind of feels like this. It's the kind of map that will very much revolves around the gunfights because it's a small one, so you're struggling to even get a foot in the building. It's the kind of map, especially in the BO1, where a team can upset another one if they're on a good day, if they're feeling it in terms of gunfights, and Wolves doesn't necessarily have incredible caliber players that are that much further, that much better than the Wylde ones.
There's 2 things that's important on Border. One is the gunfights, as you've mentioned, Leo, and I think generally I would favour Wolves players to have better gun skill than the guys on Wylde. I think they're much more established. And the second one is actually repetition, because every single attack always starts from break room / top east and goes from there. It doesn't matter the site. So if you're fundamentally getting that wrong, Border attacks can look like a really long day for you. And again, I would favour Wolves because their issue has been the late round. It's not been getting that foothold into the map. So I would favour Wolves in terms of the strategy on this map as well.
And just so in terms of experience on that map, Wolves, we've never seen them play. Actually, new roster, never shown it before. And if we look at why, they've actually played it 3 times already, so they've got some VODs. It was only during Challenger Series, won it 2 times and then lost it to Macko. So it's still not Tier 1 ready as on now, on paper. We'll see how it goes today, but not necessarily a super good map for them.
We'll see how many surprises, I guess, Wolves have for us then, especially given that they haven't played this map before. But the match is ready though, so it's time to throw it back to Fluke and Demo for the second game of the day.
Thank you very much, Anne, and you lovely, lovely 3 there on the desk. Well, I say desk, couch, we talked about this before. Well, we are hurtling our way on towards Border, and 71% of you think that the Wolves have it in the bag. But can living in the Wylde be something that finally tames them? We'll see if Wylde can try and pull themselves back in. My worry, Demo, well, I have a few. I think that is that fair? I have a list. I don't even have a list. I have a graphic made by Fresh that you look at and you go, is this rated 60th of entry. So the lowest of entry of every single team across all the regions in Tier 1. I believe that was the graphic. This is a map where that first kill often follows a very quick second engagement or a follow through because it's very thin. You have teams that will try and get that aggression very, very quickly across the board. So Wylde are really going to have to try and step that up here on Border, where you can go from 0 to 100 within about 2 seconds.
This is, for me, a map which is all about supporting each other. And that mostly comes in on the defensive side. Border is a very small map. If you compare that to your labs, your layers, even your banks, what we've just seen, this is a fundamentally very small map with 2 floors, and that is it, okay? Border for me has always been very close to my heart. It is my favorite map in the game, and I just know how chaotic this map can get. For the defense, it is about maintaining a strong structure where if somebody falls, you're there immediately for that trade, because like you mentioned, the gunfights come in hot and heavy. One leads to another, to another, to another. Yeah?
Yep.
I think for the attackers, the way you want to attack it is just pick an area and just go for it. Just full send every bit of utility you have. This is a map where I feel you don't need to focus on the traditional approach to Siege. You don't need to go through, okay, drone this, clear out roamers here, open up this wall, plant. It is just find a pick where you can get it. You know, it's almost like desperation that you kind of play Border on the attack. It's just getting stuck in.
Well, let's see how stuck in they try and get themselves. There was a little bit of a, will Boomsy ever be allowed to play Monty? They asked in the chat as it gets removed. No is the answer. Double shield ban is a fairly standard removal across any of the places. But here, where you have the chance to break through, Blitz or Blackbeard is very nice to remove. And the Monty is just a sort of comfort for a lot of others. The start of the focus, the threading of this defense. Noodles keeping their eyes down towards a waiting area patiently for an approach on Passport.
Yes, he's right down into waiting room and kind of stops anyone crouch walking about looking to go up in towards east. One little thing that will make things difficult for Wolves in the hole that they're going for is, of course, they're extending over in towards security. They don't have the Izami to kind of hunker down that security as well as they can. And come on, you gotta move, Azar, you gotta move. That's a Deimos blow tracking you. I'm actually surprised he didn't get picked there because he took, you know, a hefty amount of damage there, but no, just a little bit of a scratch.
I mean, Deimos is going to be always a very powerful tool on a map like Border. It is all cardboard. It is so shootable through. It is so dangerous. And as Mats takes a bit of damage on their attempted approach here towards CCTV, this is what Border is. A lot of probing, prodding, those external angles. They've been able to get themselves a bit of a foothold towards the east stairs and trying to push their way potentially towards office. It's a big divide to cross, and you can see how little ground Wolves are wanting to give up, playing on the back of a broken mirror window as the Jaeger target comes across it from Deimos. They're still hunting Azza, forcing them out. Sometime bought. They're getting the call that they're in east. They're still in east. They've got a hold of east, but they need to do more. Wylde, they get the first pick. They get Noodle, who is swinging on towards 90. Now, can they try and circle on that CCTV player? They've been able to get themselves a good bit of groundswell and are paying keen attention towards the chance of a flank here, but as the attempted fight comes through, Krex threads a needle, gets one. The pings of the Deimos, though, catch them. Bad time to look away. 2 kills explode here and towards the side of Wylde. Now a 4 versus 2. Leader with the C4. All that's really left, some pockets full of utility here all across the board for Wylde, and well, 2 less frag grenades to be part of that. But the breach is together as his leader hiding and laying patiently in wait. The C4 still in pocket as well, so can drop underneath. They're pushing for the kill, but it doesn't matter, Demo.
Wow. Wow. Azar just stuck in the box, somehow finds 2. I mean, just full sprint. I don't know why. It's still a bit of time. Just, I don't know. Yeah, the desk kind of mentioned how Wolves were a side that just threw away leads, and they certainly did that in their game against Falcons. And Wylde said, "Hold on a minute. We'll one up you on that one." And Shakers, I don't know what to say. A 4v2 looking good, and then they just completely lose their heads. I will say though, Leader made a very smart rotation, didn't he? Jumped out of the breach at the perfect time, where he jumped through that breach as Wylde were in that position of rotating into their positions. You know, he kind of caught them in that little bit of a blind spot, isn't it? You know, you've put it in reverse, and you haven't checked your blind spot, and Leader's gotten in the way of things. You know, insurance claim. What can you say? So overall, I think for Wolves, not the greatest, because again, I just don't think that they played as aggressive to get the kills as what they should have in Border, because again, Border's that map with layers where you keep getting pushed back. At some point you have to fight, or else you're just going to get cut off and collapsed on, which is kind of what happened to them. But my oh my, I think they're very, very fortunate just for Wylde to make that one misstep. They allowed Leader to push through. Don't know what they were doing with Azar. He's just very, very, very fortunate that he got away with those 2 kills, but still, Wolves win the round. That's all they care about.
I mean, that is right. And well, as Boomsy goes out first, Twitch gone. It's a rocky gun to lose, but as I sort of called it with the double shield ban, Blitz or Blackbeard, for me, they're both very, very powerful on the right team here. And well, as Evan gets some of the work done on towards the castle barricade, worried about someone running out on him, they're not going to muck about with the chance at being hurt here on the east stairs side. Still, I think Wolves realized, so we didn't like the fact that they just came in, pushed, and got that first kill. We sat and waited for them, so let's take the party to them. In exchange, dropped.
Extension though from Wolves using the castle, of course, which is a very strong operator in conjunction with the mirrors. As you can see, you kind of have these layers that you can fortify off that east stairs into the main corridor area, which is pretty strong. But whenever that does get opened up, then obviously you're going to have to fall back, and it does make the mirror unplayable. But still, it wastes a bit of time, wastes a bit of utility, and it's just for Wylde. It's that kind of sluggish, you know, attack that you have to do on Border, where you just have to play through the motions. You have to go through the util. Border is a map where you can just sidestep stuff. You do have to kind of go at it at full force. So for Wylde, again, they have to get stuck in. They have to go through this tenuous slog. But at the moment for Wolves, no pressure on them really at the moment, as all of the pressure is just coming from East. Like, nobody from Wylde is actually looking to maybe hit a backstab and put some pressure over towards the vent window, for example, maybe a crouch walk over towards Armory. They're all just coming from the one direction, which just makes things really easy for Wolves, though. They just have to have their guns up, pointed at the one angle.
Now with Evan loudly communicating towards the team of how they want to structure themselves on towards Office, and Wolves not really forgoing any ground. 50 seconds, but they need to try and look towards the 3-2-1 perfection execute restore of Secret of the previous map and try and get some of that magic for themselves. But Tyrant wants to step back into the fold a little, pulls themselves back. They're not entirely sure where the full cover and the read is, but you know, it's always worth remembering now as 15 seconds have flitted away since Evan's taken the drop, has himself a Guma in his foot to prove for it, but do they think they have enough of the control of the pressure here on towards the back to just tuck a plant behind the shield with the vertical cover? No is the answer. There's the chance of a swing, chance of the open corridor. They're putting a lot up to the faith here, and the Solace is too far away, but not Azza. All the way from the beepers, gets them stocked in. There's blows back and forth, just Matt's left, and they thought the Wolves were unaware. Oh, the Wolves were circling, Demo.
Yeah, again, for Wylde, they just didn't take enough of the map. All pushing in from east side. All they really wanted to do was try and move in towards Fountain, in towards Archives, but if you're trying to then go for the plant, you need customs. You know, it's basic stuff in my eyes. You know, for Border, if you want to go for these plants, you need to have these certain rooms, and certainly customs. You see that long angle from Azza here. You can sit there and do that all day long. That's just because they put all their eggs in one basket going upstairs. Nobody thought, oh, maybe I'll slip away here and try and take ground by myself in other areas, which, again, you'll see teams, they'll have that one straggler kind of move off and maybe jump in free supply, try and get himself in towards jail and take that side of the map for his team. It feels so Border, you have to do a lot of things at once. You have to multitask almost.
Wolves now get themselves stepped in, but you know, Azza from great position there, just had the lockdown, and I think this is maybe that conversation that was had a bit about VOD preparation, about awareness, right? Wolves, they had themselves so certified. They weren't really pushed out of Armory, they were sort of, there was a statement of don't come across this path, but they didn't need to truly try and battle with it. I think they obviously still had position in Fountain, whether it was rotated into or not. And then underneath, around security, around the back end of Border, they just weren't forced out of position. Didn't seem like Wylde really knew where Wolves wanted to be. Now, they have the idea of something potentially quick here, Demo.
Yeah.
They've got the zip up towards the window, maybe above, or maybe just directly in. The glass to cover the smoke. There's a Blackbeard, there's a shield on their back. Goes for a plant. Is that an assumption?
It could be. I think the Amaru, though, makes things very interesting in terms of actually how they're going to use mats. It's not going to be in a planting role. As you can see, Evan has that, like you quite rightly called. Maybe it's a case of sending Amaru in upstairs to try and dispute the players trying to hold above. And here we go. In goes the smokes, in goes the util. The C4, the will misses. Evan has perfectly ran deep, and now we'll go for that plant.
Yeah, they went for the rush. They are no muss, no fuss, and as the glass does what it does, Wylde, operating on this quick run strategy, gets themselves an explosion. Now, Wolves on the back foot. They're trying to get control of Passport. They don't. Sneak Gets the second for the round. They're going to go for 3, and it's 3 for the trouble. They are on the board. They have a round. Now, can they try and find more of that? It was, you know, it was a readable plan from our perspective. It's not a plan that you would say would work twice, but it gets them going. It gets them cooking.
Yeah. Gets the cheese in, doesn't it? You've cheesed around. Simple as that. Order, plenty of rushes.
Everybody loves cheese.
Lot of rushes. Multiple different ways you can really rush every bomb site in this map. Because again, the chaotic nature of the map leans into that. There's one of them. Pretty simple. Smokes in, run steep. Yeah. If a team isn't switched on for it, you will find success. So for Wolves, bit of a wake-up call to really see that falter. Was a case of they kind of thought, oh, if we do get rushed, we have a guy in bathroom with a C4. Guy just runs straight for the C4. You know, he doesn't care. And once you miss that C4, how do you stop that plant going down? The question is, do you even get a chance? Because obviously the glass is on the window. He's not going to let you move anywhere. And that's the strong suit that you get with that glass, is just holding those long angles through the smokes. They can't contest against you. Simple picks from a very hard-hitting sniper rifle that will kill you in 2 shots. Yeah, pretty easy. Wolves, I think for them, they've lost the kind of third bomb site choice for them, which is that too much of a big deal? Probably not, because they know they get the top floor back, then they'll get their bottom floor again back as well. They get their vents and workshop in, so I don't think they're too fussed about bathroom towers. It can be a bit of a tedious site to hold because you have to extend almost across 60% of the map, which some teams don't like. But yeah, I think for Wolves, it'll just be back to the Mira strategies again. I'm actually surprised that Mira wasn't banned out by Wylde, because it seems to be a pretty common occurrence in the Wolves lineup, certainly for the 2 bomb sets that they won. It was featured around having that Mira holding down areas like Break Room, for example. But instead, they've chosen to go for a Fenrir ban. So maybe they're looking at going for those kind of little slip-ins, crouch walking up staircases, looking for those openings, and not having to deal with the Fenrirs. Yeah, makes a lot of sense.
I think that's it. I think they've seen an opportunity. They've seen a sort of break in the armor in the previous round, that maybe if they go for strikes a bit more quickly, callously, and directly to the heart, they could get away with some more. And Fenrir is always a problem for that, and, you know, operates in that sort of territory here as they break their way across. They get in the read on first take on towards Azure. And, you know, let's be honest, in some regards, they should have probably won this the first time round. It was a 4 versus 2 at the point, and it was players sitting in very often awkward positions as they tried to take a cross office and try to throw themselves at box. So at this point, it's their opportunity to go back to how things were working and to try and stick the landing after the failure of the first time round. There's little dabbles of pressure as it was. They'll try and maybe focus on towards Krex, but it's a leader that gets caught out, sort of dilly-dallying in office.
Wylde, just slowing the pace down. A pretty slow approach, but it's working for them whenever they're finding these picks, and Wolves are just struggling to find anything in return. And a great position for Krex to be in, being Deimos tracked and also in the midst of a swarm. Those bees, of course, will reveal his position, and he's in a very bad spot right now. An easy shot from Max, but Noodle did well to at least kill one, but still, that 2-man advantage is in favor for Wylde as we head into the final minutes. Gonna have to be another 2v4 from Wolves.
Well, now as they get themselves another and they stack themselves in 2 versus 3, it's getting into touchy territory once again. But Sneak does at least stem the flow of blood. There's a dance outside. Tyrant cannot get the second. He was tempted by the engagement, and here things level up, things tie up 2 apiece now. Could obviously be, at this point, Wylde, if the other time on towards the top floor had gone in their favor, a bit of a runaway. It is border, it is attack, it does work well for them, but at the same time, you know, you've got to look to the momentum of the game. It's confidence building for them.
Yeah, another good round for them. They learn from their mistakes in that 2v4. You get a little bit nervous whenever you see that go to 2v3, or we're gonna have a repeat of what happened before, but thankfully, they were able to close it out. So we don't have another repeat of the mishap that happened in round number 1. Certainly, if you look at the side of Wolves, though, getting caught out in positions where you're not allowing your team to trade, kill for kill. One thing I mentioned about border, you need to be able to trade back if one of your teammates dies on the defense. As Azure just swinging outside windows, for example, your team's never going to be able to get that trade back. That's not going to happen. You're not putting the attackers at a position where, yes, he has to push in to get a kill, and then he also leaves himself open to be traded. Sitting outside in the window, everyone knows that. If you just sit outside, Renshiro was always a great player who just sat outside of a window, and you could never trade him because of the angles that he would just hold. But don't give him those opportunities. Don't swing needlessly for no reason. It's something that Jack highlighted on the Telestrator. Happened last week to Azure. He swung needlessly where he didn't need to.
I think it's also, you know, sort of worried about the opening game, that engagement game. As I said, it's going to be one of those things where you've got to sort of focus on it. Wolves have, to their credit, they're 3-1 on the split of it. Booms is the only one who's suffered on the wrong side of an opening engagement, and they're shutting down Noodle specifically, who's 0-2, 1-4 across the game at this point, and that gun game is into their favor. They have a good read, and they seem to have a good focus. It was just a landing where there's been a couple of problems. They'll buy themselves some time here on towards the tension as Wylde, you know, sort of closing in. There'll be the break on towards nothing. There's another ice canister. Will probably get deployed. No, they're just going to pull out before Leader gets entirely encircled.
Yeah, good fall off there from Leader. Oh, almost gets picked off from the main door. But he actually was able to get a nade out of that. Sneak had used the nade to try and remove the Tabaro canister, but he actually missed the nade, so wasted utility, but still, the wall's open, which is the main thing that they wanted. And hello, Tyrant just running around the site, gets picked off from Boomsy, who's just on the site window. Hello?
I mean,
what's going on?
It's kind of the confidence that I wanted to see from Wylde. I talked about it, that I want them to step into the fights, and it's almost Wolves aren't really paying enough respect towards the windows, towards the threat that can always be present across the site itself. There was, you know, there's always an opportunity to be caught out on border. You are never really safe. There's nowhere that you can commonly sort of set up and be like, they can't get to me within a second. They can always on border, and Wolves are sort of suffering on the wrong side as Wylde push and probe and pry and then pull back. There's another one, 5-3. And they're planting. They're just in. They're just in and off to the races, Demo.
Oh, where's the Solus? They didn't bring the Solus this time around. They had it the last round, but it's since then been sacked off. And if you're going for this hold above where you're just looking to empty out the site, you need to have an operator like a Solus, or maybe even a Valkyrie in the site to give you information where the plant's going down. And if you don't have that info and the plant is able to get stuck, this is the end result. You're having to do an impossible retake. And that was never going to happen for Wolves. Wylde just had a look at the bomb site. They said, okay, nobody's here. We know they're going to be above. Let's just take that chance and hope that they don't catch. I mean, it was a bold maneuver from Wylde, don't get me wrong. You know, running in like that, knowing that players are going to be above. Very little pressure, don't forget as well, from Wylde. They had no intention of going over towards Armory, for example, or trying to put pressure towards Archives. Not having the Solus, not having a Valkyrie to give that information to Wolves is a blunder. They had it the last time. That's the bit that gets me. They brought the Solus in the last time for that specific play. Tyrant has switched off the Solus. I don't know if it's a case of Tyrant said, oh, I'm not bringing Solus this round, or is it a full team has said, oh, don't bring the Solus? I don't know. I'm confused. You look at that lineup, you need some form of information on the site.
Yeah, I guess it's always the other side of it, right? For what Leo talked about, and I made light of the play that they're doing on towards border, it's not a map we've seen from Wolves. It's one that they want to play against Wylde. They're confident against Wylde. They think that they're a team that can sort of take them because Wylde hasn't quite been able to get in. They're an open qual team. They are hiding the Kaid Tuberau combination.
5 seconds to go.
But really, I guess, you know, how is this going to thread things together? Because if you keep peeking out the windows and putting your pressure into those situations, as you pointed out before, it's not going to get too far. But anyway, the moral of the story I was saying is this could also just be that Wolves are testing and learning their game against a team that they thought would be a bit weaker, which is a risk. It's a time to do it, but it's a risk that might not really be paying off, because if they drop points here, I mean, that puts them in a rough situation for the fight towards the top.
Yeah, I think this is a matchup that certainly could determine relegation. I think we have to be frank at this stage, because these are teams who are at their lower end of the spectrum. And also don't forget, tomorrow we then have Wolves versus Gen.G, another matchup between two teams in the bottom four. So I think for Wolves, who obviously want to get out of that relegation zone and try and push in towards that top 6. They need to win this today, or else Wylde will leapfrog them. Don't forget that this is, as I like to call it, a 6-point game. You yourself are taking 3 points and also stopping, I don't want to say rivals, but teams who are around you, denying them 3 points, therefore making it a 6-point game.
That's it. And at this point, it's down to seeing how much they can bait. It does seem like they've listened to the idea of let's not just throw ourselves immediately in, but Wylde are still keeping the pressure up. They aren't relenting. They're not slowing down. Yes, they might have hit that there's a Tuber out and a Kaid, and that's going to make this fight a bit awkward as spray comes through onto the soft and a grenade bounces its way right back. That won't get the claw. There's a Blackbeard that's tempted by the engagement. Oh, there's a Blackbeard that's hurt a little by the engagement, but barely anything, and there's the mirror window gone.
I don't know if you noticed, but Garen for a Selma charge at a fully electrified wall, which,
we all great mistakes in the heat of an armory assault.
I mean, I think right now for Wylde, you need a little bit of pressure over towards Archives window. It's probably what you're missing out here. Again, a lot of it seems to be pretty one-dimensional, and now they're having to try and go for a full rotate towards Ace now, realizing that, yeah, we're not going to get through armory. We can't get the wall open because they hit the cave, they hit the tub. The nade has successfully landed, though, onto a triple wall, but going then for a full rotate to now attempt to attack the other mirror window that you have not removed yet. I don't know if I agree with this. Maybe you should have stuck with where you were. Never mind. You find the kill because Noodle just gets caught out because that wall beside him was open.
Well, there goes Noodle, and now Azza might be the next to fall. He just saw the back of a player, but it's easier for us to spot as they just went, well, we're not going to play with the Super Al-Qaid wall. You can have that as much as you want. The Sense Gadget rolls its way in. They're about to hit a Blackbeard, and that grenade is survivable, and that could be big if they don't know. Krex has the cover and is drawing all the focus. There's a swing round of a Blackbeard trying to find a fight, but they've got to pick their moment in their battles as Krex goes down. Pressure on the window is caught, well timed here by Wylde, but they have no more time. 2 players driving in for the plant itself. 1 single on cover here, Matt. They asked him to help his team, and he's doing just enough, and there's a little bit more. A 1 versus 1 out the window. A risky moment, but he gets the position here, and Azza steps in close now. He's going to have to bait this play, maybe get him to jump in. The blind will go up. The spray goes through. Matt's help your team. 100% cost over this opening half. Matt is the team.
Oh, Azza, he mic dumped. He got flashed, he panicked. And then again for the SMG, 17 bullets once they're gone. It's not a lot of ammunition in there. It's going to be easy. Very, very easy for the Nomad. And don't forget, where that diffuser was planted, the Nomad had to jump in. No matter what, to get that player off the diffuser, Nomad had to jump in. Yeah? Feels though Azza just panicked in that scenario, no? Just didn't keep his cool. Maybe he could have. I mean, I've seen that clutch plenty of times before, where the defender knows that he has to jump in, even if there's a flashbang. You probably play shotgun close at that stage, and then you just shoot the window as he's going to jump in. That's me being cynical, of course, don't forget. That's my shtick, though, don't forget. That's...
What?
That's, you know, that's what I'm here to do. Who would I be without it?
Me.
Because I can't be the bald one, because, you know, Tim's got that covered.
Yeah, our duo doesn't really have.
I can't be the Moni one, because Dez has got that on lock.
Yeah, you can't be the tall one. Solly.
Yeah.
You can't be the Australian one. Well, that's we have a few Australians. All right, maybe I'll limit it to the EU MENA talent. You can't be the Australian one, that's Dev.
Yeah. I can't be somebody who knows exactly what to do whenever the diffuser, you know, needs to get planted.
Oh,
20 seconds
only a
left.
few seconds left.
Yeah, 20 seconds left.
Yeah,
what am I going to do? Someone knows.
Someone knows. Someone knows.
Can't be French.
Can't be French. I was about to set you up there to maybe irritate a lot of Siege fans, so I will. Would you want to be French?
I'm happy where I am.
All right. That's a nice answer. Shows a lot of self-confidence. It's a healthy answer. I would like to be French because I wish I could speak more than 1 language. I am terrible at languages.
Yeah, so all of us are. Don't worry.
Yeah, 4-2. And, well, they have turned it round. You have to give credit here towards how this game started and where we ended up. It has been a lockdown. Sneak especially getting themselves so in control of that entry engagement. You're probably going to find it a little bit less on the role that they're on defense, but at the same time, it's border. You never really know where the attack is going to want to try and find their first strike and who's going to be the one that gets on the right side of it. Wolves, they have themselves for an aggressive push and plant moment. The Deimos, Dokkaebi, Capitao, and a heck of a lot of bees from Grim. Root is one where it's very much going to try and choke out positions with a push on the back, get 1 or 2 kills and shut down not just one player at a time. It's down to Wylde to see if they can try and keep themselves at arm's length as the first stretch goes onto East and a break on a castle barricade.
Yeah, I think this is going to be an office thing, just based on the way Wolves are gearing up at the moment. They also might try and collapse onto the player in towards break. I'm not entirely sure at the moment, but they certainly could, because there is one player still lingering outside off that break door. Got Azure downstairs on the Deimos, maybe looking for the floor bank, similar to what, of course, Wylde were doing on their attacks.
I mean, what I don't really like, or I'm trying to process here, is the lack of the hard breach charges. Not even in the pocket.
I don't know if it's needed though on border. I did mention this. It's about kills. It's not about opening walls. It's not traditional map, because that's what I mean. Jump in, get the kills.
Start to come through, but I think on this side, if anything, just having some pocket breaches is going to do you wonders. But Leader threads more kills around what is set up ahead of him. And as Mats takes some damage, Garen takes even more. The grenade forces them further back. And all right, you don't need to get any of the walls open. Just open the players and go from a single door. The C4, well timed, but the close down on the side of box gets the next, and that leaves just Mats alone as the plant.
What's he doing down here?
Comes through, dying. Demo, dying.
There's a moment there it was like, what's this polar bear doing in Arlington, Texas? He's just downstairs. What's he doing down there, you know? His teammates get absolutely ran through upstairs, and he's just botting about downstairs. I don't know. Yeah. Of course, you've mentioned about the lack of hard breach. It's not needed. It's just not on a map like border, where you play these crossfires, you play these cut-offs, you play for kills on border. You can get away with it.
I fully agree with that. I think on that side, I think it's still nice to have a little bit just to open maybe an angle onto the wall. But in saying that, I fully understand that when you know they're going to play electrics as they were, it means you then have to add even more. And they had the impact EMPs on Grim, but you're bouncing grenades over the top instead of using them to try and kill things. I get it. I just, as a hard breach player, as an older person who plays this game, is the other way of phrasing that, I miss hard breach. Just generically.
I think it kind of tells, how me and you are as Siege players. You went, I love a hard breach. I'm like, nah, give me Blitz all day of the week. It's one thing I'm missing. Where's my Blitz on border? I stand by this. Best operator on this map is Blitz. Like, I don't care. He is just he's the guy.
I was going to say, he's not been brought up, but what do you take about Wylde's attacker bans? Because Brava is brilliant at this moment in time.
I think Brava's good if you're going to lean into a lot of heavy util. So you're looking at Banshees, for example. Probably looking at Butte Jammers as well. You've got a Rooney Gates here as well from Sneak, which obviously that can be hacked. So it's not a bad ban getting rid of the Brava, and you get a lot of util value on a map like border, because as I mentioned, with the no hard breach, which keeps coming up for some reason. I don't know what you've started here with me, but
I don't know, I'm so sorry.
Because you don't bring stuff like the hard breach gadgets, you're going to be bringing in flashbangs, smokes, nades as your secondary equipment. Oh, I love it from Boomsy.
Okay,
Mats,
then two from Mats. Where did that happen? Was it just a front door? No, they just tried to scream in Demo.
Oh.
They just tried to go for a rushed plant, and Mats was in a position to stop it. Now you have a kit in a rough place to get. It could be being watched from the back contention. It could be being watched from pressure on the bottom of the stairs, and you have to dive to get it. So instead, to be honest, my focus here would be try and compartmentalize things, go up towards the top. You know there'll be players above, and that's the start. And at this point, Leader just has to sit and wait for Azza to show up. It's the two players that have been popping off for Wolves, but unfortunately, Plan A's failed. I think that's fair to say.
Here it could be only just Plan A at the moment, because really what else do they have? It's just two players who have to try and play together to find kills, and Max has been able to delete leader, but just going to mention, good play as well, even from Wylde, just getting out of there. You know, the player drops from Sandwich down the hatch, doesn't need to stay up there to, you know, give Wolves a chance of a clutch, just playing very safe, very passive. That's great to see from Wylde's perspective. And yeah, Azir, 11 of 4 at the moment. He did have pretty good time in that first round where he was able to clutch up alongside Leader at 2v4, but now it's just him in the 1v4 and takes a hefty amount of damage there from a C4 and now drops in towards Phantom. They would have heard that drop. Easy one for Matsu. Big player that round.
I was going to say, it feels like Mats has taken the old chat comment earlier on in the game personally. And yeah, you might have asked in the previous round at the end, what are they doing downstairs? This time, well, building up to this round maybe. A huge play from them. It was either a 3 or a 4K, but again, entry kill into their favor. Only once has Wolves been able to get that statistic in towards their side. And here, Boomsy. I mean, the Boomsy jump out, it was a go of it. I think that's fair to say. I'm not entirely sure what they expected if they knew that the rush was coming in elsewhere, but if that had gone away from them, especially as it was the Solace, and the kit had started to go in on the other side, I mean, it could have been a tragedy. They just didn't expect the third body, right? Because there was someone still down below, targeting through the window, watching for the rotate between the sites, you assume, and then they had another player watching the window jump out.
The idea from Wolves was the player on the sandwich rappel was going to stop the players being on the verts. And Boomsy just thought, I'll just jump out the window then. That's just, I'll take you out that way. I don't care if it's a shotgun. So, and then that just allows the players above to do what they need to do to stop the plant coming in. Wolves have now really went for a different approach. Obviously, they're struggling to find information, I assume. That's why the Monties came in on the side of Wolves leader, bringing it in. This is just going to help them control the game a little bit better, because I will say the game is kind of getting away from them now. I don't think they have the control. I think Wylde have certainly looked the better team at the moment with the way that they've controlled the momentum and the pacing of the rounds. So bringing in that Monty, it's going to almost stabilize them, isn't it? It's like you've got your 4-year-old, his brand new bike, you've put the stabilizers, because if you don't have them, he's going to fall, he's going to crash, he's going to cry. So that, I think that's the idea here for Wolves.
Now the read on at least some of the approaches, the Monty comes out. I mean, this was the sort of turning point round for Wylde on their attack, getting themselves in on this tertiary side, and then since then building into a flawless rest of the half from this point. The actual,
I like this,
gets the read through, and yeah, the cover of the smoke here on towards the waiting room as they just slip on by all the way. But Boomsy does find a kill in the meantime, but do they know? Well, now they do. Getting in close, knocked down by the Monty, dropped. There is a kill at the same time. A little bit too bold there, Evan. And another smoke canister will go out, but the rotate route from the side of the stairs, that needs to be watched and monitored. They have the rotate on the slip. Tyrant gets sneak, and it'll be a post-plump with the Monty, which is not an easy one to fight your way back into here. The C4 thrown and blown and wasted. There is the close down. There is the encircling. You need some help. Help your man. Help the Frenchman. He is just dropped and massacred as it gets one.
Where's Tyrant?
Boomsy's just going to hold it. Run, boys. You're out of time.
Where was Tyrant? Where was he?
Oh, the map, mate. He was boarding the helicopter.
I'm so confused. I'm so confused. I thought Tyrant was in... Was he not in towards kind of customs area? In towards waiting? Where did he go?
Must have dropped out passport, but...
Well, but Boomsy was in passport, no? He ran straight through.
Hang
on. I'm getting the VAR up. 2 seconds.
Get that VAR up. Get that VAR running.
Because that is that's going to annoy me if I don't have a little bit of a look.
So 6-2-3. I mean, it was a bold move, but if it bought time to reposition, and that was a brilliant move, really. Wylde knew they had to just swan their way in. You get one moment on the back of confusion, and that is further confusion, right? You get that one chance, and they took it with everything that they had, pushed themselves on to map point the chance for 3 points here. That after the start Wylde have had, after the graphics that we've seen, after being the only team that does not have a win in this split of the Europe MENA League,
5 seconds.
they could be walking away with 3 points and leapfrogging. Ooh, a couple of these still to play.
Yeah.
Gen.G, Wolves, and Fnatic up to 7th place.
Check is over.
Yep.
He was in waiting, and then he ran away, and he went outside, and he was going to run all the way to the single teller's window, even though Azure was already there. And then it left, obviously, leader in the bad scenario, and then he had to double back on himself, and it just took him too long. He just ran away.
As I said, it's a teething game of a border here. It's them trying to work it out against an opponent. They thought that if things went wrong, they could still shoot it out. That has not been the case. Wylde, they sniffed an opportunity and latched on with everything that they have, 6-3. And now everything has to be flawless here from the side of Wolves. Just got to thread all of the sides together. Sneak.
Oh, Sneak.
Suffers a bit of damage, not enough to really shake him off. But are they going to get one more entry statistic for their name? As I said, it's still only the single that's playing onto their favor. The Flores gets rid of some of the utility on towards the door itself. As the pressure comes around, the Bees get a sweet reveal, and wow, there it is, Sneak. One more for the road, traded out by Krex. But Noodle gone 1-9.
1-9. Not good.
Just shut out.
Yeah, especially from someone who would look at and say, you know, he should be getting stuck in there as a kind of opening entry player. You know, he's played that role plenty of times in his previous teams where we've seen him just highlight after highlight on the scoreboard, but not today. Certainly not today. 1-9. Not good enough for him. And, you know, his team's struggling because of that. Wylde looking good right now. There's still a minute left. That's it. That's all Wylde have to do is hold out for a minute. Wolves have got nothing. No control. What do they have? East stairs, and that's it. They don't have security. They don't have any pressure in towards office at the moment. Max, though, will get taken out as Krex has thought, I have to do something here. Put straight in free break. We've been able to get that kill. 45 seconds left now, but Wolves still scrambling.
That's it. Now they have some utility. They can still get a drive behind it, but not a huge amount left, Demo. 2 smokes in both crossbow form and in pocket, but Wylde just got shut out multiple places. Suddenly the stab started to come through. There's 1. 2 more to try and take Wylde's dream. And it's often said this is one of the hardest rounds to get, is that last round, the mental shifts.
Yeah. Photo FaZe Clan, tell them your troubles.
Sorry, that was a moment's silence. That was a moment's silence for FaZe Clan. No, that we know of.
I'm surprised.
I mean, they might not get another opportunity, right?
Yeah. Just playing for kills. Well, it was. There at the kind of last minute or so, they just thought, just kill, 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 kill. That was the game plan, because there was really no structure there from Wolves. There was no real inkling of where they're going to ever go for the plant there. We don't know. But, hey, they just brute forced their way through. They got their kills.
10 seconds remaining.
The Wolves still in it. 2 rounds is what they need. For Wylde, they go up there towards their vents now. And obviously this was a round where Wolves just tried to run in and plant. But little did they know that Boomsy from the top rope with the shotgun was going to put an end to their sandwich repel player.
Reloading.
6-4. The Blackbeard now stepping in. There's no limitations on any of the shields for what is a strong game right now. Wylde have no fear for the application of it. Instead, the calls and command over the technology will slow them down, which they lean fully into. The Melusi, the Gates, Varuni, the sort of step up of, okay, you want to swing onto us? It's not going to happen as Krex is almost that first body gone yet again. Pressure on East isn't quite being met anywhere else. There's still some of the control against it, but there is Noodle down again, as you said. 1 to 9. Is it about to turn into 1 to 10? Is a tricky spot to get, but finally Wolves break that run of not getting an opening kill. Their last was on the 2nd round, which feels a lifetime ago.
Yeah, Tyrant, I think, has really stepped up here on the attack, hasn't he? These past couple of rounds to try and get his team out of here. And Sneak again with his DMR. Brutal takes down that Blackbeard, who was already in low HP to begin with, and it's going to be leader challenging on the Deimos, an operator that we'd like to keep alive, because of course those tracks will provide some great information throughout really any point off the round. That's the power Deimos is good at from start to finish. Noodle still alive, so that means he can still use those Selmas to try and attempt to open up that Archives long wall, but it has since then been destroyed by the player in towards that office, who has since then left also. Uses that Selma now to try and root out, but bit of an issue there. The wall did not get opened up on the side it should have been. Oh dear. That's a tough one that Wolves now are going to have to deal with, because that should have been a kill there, in all honesty. Look, that wall gets opened. That player instead of Archive should be dead, but yeah, it's worked out for him.
Well, will it be enough to sort of slow the roll here? A 4 versus 4, but it's damage done to either side. 40 seconds. This could be the last sprint of it. Great pick. Yep. Matt, the nade was the bait, and at that point they knew exactly where he was, and it was just a close down, but they still have to get this plant together. They don't have the Blackbeard to build behind, but they have some good guns, and that was their saving grace in the previous round. The direct route through from the bathroom, slipping on for the fight against the Solus, ready to pop up and peek, but they have to time this perfectly. 20 seconds. And they are not leaving anything to chance. The drone sees the bright pink foot, and the bullets see the end. There is a 1 for Noodle as well. They were almost 1 and 10, but instead a 2 to 9. Oh no, oh, there was a second. I thought we were about to see a similarity there, Demo.
Yeah, almost. I just want to highlight Tyrant and give him a big pat on the back. 20 seconds left. Really, again, scrambling. That is the word of the day for Wolves at the moment. Don't really know what's going on. They don't have the information. They want to try and go for that plan.
At first, then play off that advantage. But what they do, they go structured. They're so slow and indecisive. All we have to do is fall back, maybe play more of C4s, because we don't do that enough. Play a Valk, it's opened. And once again, communicate about like what they are going to do, because we have proper identification of what they're going to do, but we don't set up like plans to counter that. Once again, 1 round. You all got this, guys. What's up next?
Just like we can do the armory now East here again, to be honest.
Yeah, but I'll do the proper reinforcement now.
Yeah, do the proper reinforcement. Make sure we take the 2 big again. Like we just played to keep them like far.
Well, what do you make of it?
Frag out.
I think it's a case of the coach is probably looking at it as we're in the correct positions, but we don't know what to do when we're in them. That's kind of, I think, what he kind of sees from the team, which, in a sense, they're for Wylde. Wolves up against it. Wolves certainly struggling to get a foothold in the game. And it gets the final 20 seconds, and they just can't really adapt to the way Wolves are kind of like... I don't want to say Wolves are set up all too well, but they can't even adapt to that. Like, a very loose Wolves is somehow still overcoming them. Before that time come in, I was going to mention about Tyrant, how he took that extra 20 seconds just to get the drone out, to then spot out that Solus, who was in a bit of an off position that could have easily stopped the plant as the player was going to walk through the wall. So just little things like that from Wolves I have to highlight when I see them, and congratulate the players and when they do well. But yeah, I think just from the coach's perspective, he just wants to see them close it out, and they're struggling to do that. I think that's the general gist. Just 1 round, fellas. That's all they need.
Just 1 round. Easy to say, hard to operate on, but it's also now the same for Wolves. That pressure falls into them, and yes, they've been able to get themselves now these 2 rounds that gets them level, and yes, as I said, they've been able to get an entry kill for the first time in a long time. They are still swimming upriver, and they haven't quite found moments yet. It's a bit of pressure. These Flores drones have been very continual. It's just the, okay, you want to limit how much we can destroy from your hold. Well, here's our sort of response to it. Krex, he had an opportunity there. Unfortunately, didn't get offered more than that. And as spray starts to come from underneath the castle barricades, that's a warning shot more than a chance to kill.
All 5 tracks available. Every single defender has been spotted, so let's give Leader plenty of options on who they want to try and target. But for Wolves, it is just the generic get through all the util. Matt's opening pick, Noodle. Again, another opening death for him. He just, no luck this game for Noodle. 2 and 10. Could be where he finishes.
It's been rough, and, you know, great players have rough days, and it's sort of that moment right now. For a player that you really need to step in for the roster, for this sort of gun game, Wylde just seemed to have had the answer for him at every sort of turn. To spray across the pressure, to try and bleed its way up from underneath this, backstab attempt. How aware are they? Not aware enough. There's one, there's the spot on a second, and a lot of damage. Sneak survives though. A sliver of health, and there's Evan. Drop the hatch, hit the kill, rotates back up, and it's like it never really happened. Sneak gets one more, Tyrant is gone, leaving just Leader and Krex. Now Leader tucked between an engagement, but they knew where he was, and Wylde finally knew what to do. They get themselves their first win. Full 3 points just, but you can see the stress on Sneak's face. Now they get a moment to breathe.
Yeah, I mean, whenever you're 6-3 up and it's not finishing 7-3 and the rounds start going for your opponents, you do start to worry, and just I think they'll be glad that they got it over the line. But Wolves, a heck of a lot of issues. I think Evan kind of sums up what Wylde did well today compared to Wolves. Player dies and he dropped that hatch. He was reactive, he was responsive to get that trade. We didn't see that in Wolves' half in the defense.
Well, reactive and responsive. Let's see the responses our desk has after a break.
And dash together.
Unbelievable.
Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gitro. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
Give him a 1v1. They've given him both.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take the kingdom of Blackout.
Someone called the newspapers because Wylde got their very first win in the EML. Our team full of rookies managed to pick up their first victory. And the best thing about that is that it is in regulation, so full 3 points for them.
Yeah, it was very close, I must say. But they were the deserving one, I think. I think they were the dominating team across the full map.
Yeah.
I think punishing, once again, the very thing you highlighted, Jack, the late round foundations of Wolves that keep on under-delivering.
Yeah, I said the theme where I said I thought the Wolves would be better at the process on Bordeaux, and realistically, Wylde really were. First couple of rounds didn't go their way, but then they recovered it on their attacks. They got a 4-2 split on their attack half after being 0-2 down. Again, it was just about going through the process on those attacks, winning the early round, and then having the most discipline and the most, I would say, composure in the late round. You saw that clutch there, and yeah, they kicked on from there. Another big clutch in round, I want to say it was round 8, where they managed to retake into the Tellus plant from Wolves. And again, it was a story of Wolves not having that composure and that discipline, but Wylde really had it. And, you know, I don't mind eating my own words. I don't mind saying, hey, I brought up a graphic where they were the worst team in the world at entries. They dominated the entries inside of this game. And, you know, that's exactly where I asked them to step up, and that's exactly where they did step up. Sneak in particular had a great game on that entry.
I think Sneak and Matt, both of them, I mean, it's great to see these guys stepping up. We've highlighted the rookies before. We've said Gyron was the one that was stepping up. We, you know, never doubted they had the talent to be in tier 1. We just needed these guys to, you know, show themselves a little bit, show the fraggers that they, you know, they were great at entries, and it's exactly what happened here in this match. And I think what surprised me the most was how a team of players that were not playing in tier 1 before, facing a team like Wolves that is full of experienced talent, was in some way much better and much more composed in the late round. That's retake, for example, in round 9 in Tellers. Insane. Like, yeah. I mean, they had plenty of time to go together, and in that 3v3, they secured the post plan, they all focused on the right players. You know, that composure and that team play in the late round was something we still don't see from Wolves. Yep. It's great to see from Wylde.
Yep.
And we saw I guess the haircut for Sneak really helped him to get those entries on the board. I mean, we looked at a really good performance there. It was something I guess we were mainly concerned about, especially with the graphic that you pulled up prior to this game, but it really helped him to get that foot on the map, in a map like Bordeaux specifically.
Yeah, and I mean, I did pull that graphic up, but I will say, I thought that there's also potential with this roster, and I think they realised that potential inside of this game today. It was still quite another scrappy game against a team that's expected now to be in the lower end of the table, but for Wylde, it's a big result, it's a big performance, and it's a big 3 points.
It is, and I'm really glad for that reason we get to speak to the victors today. We get to speak to Boomsy over on the side of Wylde. We get to ask him a few questions. Boomsy, congratulations on your first victory in the EML. This must be an amazing feeling.
Yeah. I think, I mean, the way the stage has been going, it's a bit of a weird feeling, but yeah, it's nice to get a win, finally.
Obviously, thinking of you guys, I'm like, okay, it's stage 1, like, you're fine. You still have stage 2, and you know, it's a growing pattern. And I see you guys, you gained your first point last week. Now you get your first victory. So, you know, clearly you guys are improving. Can you tell us through that process in the team? How is that going on?
I mean, after like the first week, we like made quite a few changes because we were just not playing a way we are very comfortable. It should have been different, but it wasn't very well explained. That's all I'll say. But so we made the couple changes, and it seems to have like we're gradually getting there now, game by game. So it's been a lot better, but it's been a ride.
In terms of today's game then, Boomsy, what did you focus on in terms of Wolves? Was you just focusing on yourself and your own improvement, or did you see anything in their gameplay that you wanted to exploit?
I mean, there was a lot of times like where I was watching their VODs, they really struggle with problem solving. Like they are really slow. So like, for example, like on the like defenses, that's why we were playing quite, I mean, not really normal for Border, but quite like bunkered as you would, because they just struggle to like problem solve themselves. So we thought like, let's make them waste their own time and just win the round out like that. And we finally managed to close out. Yeah. So, but on our own, I mean, we are on and off. Like some days, like even in scrims, like we're really good, and then other days we're not. So that inconsistency is something we've got to iron out, but I think it'll come eventually.
It might be a difficult question, but that inconsistency, why do you think that's happening? Why do you think you guys are struggling with it so much?
I'm not really sure. Like, to be honest, like can't really put my finger on it, but I mean, I'm sure it'll come up eventually.
All right, one more thing then before we let you go. One positive thing. What's the thing you're most proud of for the team today? Big milestone though, first win.
I mean, I'm really happy with how everyone played. Evan's calling was really good, and Sneaker and Mats were just gunning. To be honest, I kind of let the side down today. I feel I was quite poor, but that's another topic. And yeah, I'm just happy to get the win, and my team has carried me to this win. So I mean, it's just all them really.
Well, it's a team effort as well, right? That's what Siege is all about. So once again, a massive congratulations on your first victory in the EML. We hope you enjoy the rest of your night, and we hope to speak to you again soon.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
It's always happy to see players be so, content, but also a bit like, we acknowledge that it's been difficult for us in the EML. There's a few things we have to change on, but, the positives, they're starting to speak up.
I think you can hate on the results, you can criticize the way they play maybe, but I don't think you can say anything about their attitude. These guys, 1 year ago, they were not playing in Tier 1. They came in clearly completely inexperienced compared to anyone. Didn't have a big buyout, didn't have a big star name. But they still made it, they still worked hard, they still got a victory, and that deserve respect for this.
And coming back into it all the way before a single round had been played inside of this stage, the attitude from Wylde was, we just want to win a few rounds, we want to see where we get to. They knew stage 1 was just going to be about experience for them. So the fact that they got that overtime, the fact that they picked up a win today, that's just icing on top of the bun for them.
It was. I feel like I spoke to Boomsy during the Challenger series, and I feel like at that point, reaching the top 8 there for him already was kind of like exceeding their own expectations. So the fact they've now managed to get that victory in the EML finally is huge.
Yeah, and it's very important that they keep that perspective as well, that, that's where they're at and they're on that journey.
It is, yeah. I mean, if you thought that Wolves and Wylde was a tongue twister already, well, then get ready for the third game of the day, G2 and Gen.G after the break.
Easy, teammate.
Oh, Jesus. Nice. All right, listen. There's a few guys left. I'm going to entry. You're with me. I need you to stay on cams and support us if we need.
Got it.
All right, with me. Clear. 3, 2, 1. Cover me. Jack. One on the right. Oh, shit. No, call! Get off your cams. We need help. Fucking Alamo. Take the case. Go on without me.
Shut the fuck up, Jack. What?
Is he okay?
I've been worse.
Welcome back to the Europe Men's League desk. My name is Anne. I'm joined by Alfama and Fresh, and we're going to set you up for the third game of the day. We have G2 and Gen.G. Now, both these teams coming into this game of a very different momentum. You saw G2, they need to recover from that big loss they had. I mean, the very close loss they had last week. And then Gen.G, who finally managed to get their first victory on the board. I think when we talk about G2, obviously, they took that loss okay, what it seemed like on social media, but they did lose their top 2 spot because of it.
Yeah, I think G2 know that they are human, that they will make mistakes, and I think the playstyle that they have, it's always going to have its ups and downs. I think, you know, we talk about Furia when we speak about the SAL, Leo, and I think G2 are very similar. I think they're a tournament team, and I think they're a best-of-3 team. A best-of-1s, their playstyle can be quite erratic, it can be quite in your face, and it can rely on individual ability. Sometimes they're going to take a loss on that front.
Yeah. I think looking at this roster, we've seen them abuse the individuals on it. I think Loira getting off the IGL role really has him stepped up and being a good fragger. And overall, I think if we look at this team, there's one player that stands out to me, and that's going to be Stompin. You know, one of the biggest risks that you take when you pick up a rookie is that you will go and you will always risk the fact that he might get punished in a way that he shouldn't, right? He's new, he doesn't know Tier 1, and in a certain way, he will get punished by things that should not happen. Now, one of the things that I want to point out here is actually last play day they played on Skyscraper. And we're going to take an example of Stompin not dying and actually playing to a level of maturity that we should not expect from a player that only has 4 match play days. We're going to take a look at the karaoke bomb site, and what we see here is a karaoke defense from G2 where they peel off. The third layer of defense is the extended roam, then the second layer here to protect this is the choke hold, and then you have the last layer, which is the bomb site. Now, what we want to pay attention to right now is Stompin. Stompin is playing on the top main stairs, and he's stuck in a 3-way crossfire from karaoke window, from Geisha bridge, and from Drums doorway. Now, if we look at real footage, you're going to see that again. We're going to see here Virtue holding him, we're going to see P4 holding him, and Lasmo as well, all ready to go and kill Stompin. Now, his goal here is clear. He needs to burn time. So when we look at the timer, it's already 1:30, so he needs to burn as much time as possible. And he will be there. He will apply phantom pressure. Look at him. 120, he's getting droned. Instead of backing off, he goes aggressive, he pre-fires, damages him a little bit, then he pre-fires towards karaoke window, then pre-fires again towards Geisha. And that keeps on happening. He keeps on delivering this phantom pressure towards the attackers, and then only going away when he's forced to do it. And that's when the green bees ring, only at this moment, after burning. Check here, burning more than 30 seconds on that chokehold without dying and applying pressure to 3 different players he was holding. He then rotates away. But what's even more interesting is that he will rotate away to dark stairs, and he only comes up when Freck is ready to execute. When the execute comes up, you can see him go up and boom, kill Freck. Now, his sole move saved G2 here, because he's then the only player on site, because 2 of his anchors just died. And at this point, look at the way he plays the 1v1 with Virtue. Doesn't expose himself, gathers evidence, okay, that player is close to me, I will go back and pick by pre-firing. And quick flick to the head, and look at the reaction from Alemao. You can see right there, that's Stompin for you. It's a player that already has the maturity of the most amazing professional players, and that's the beauty of it. They did an amazing pickup with this guy, because he's already playing at a tier 1 level after 4 match days.
And that maturity when he's in that kill enough pressure, when he's in that pot, of everybody having the eyes on him. Going into G2, because G2 already had eyes on them regardless of him joining them, and the pressure and the expectation that comes with it, he's shown incredible maturity so far.
Yeah, especially on the position when you've got a triple crossfire on your head. It's really impressive the way he managed to find his way out there. Seeing him on the screen, of course, getting ready for another game here against Gen.G, and we talked about their different momentum coming into this game in specific. Gen.G just had their first win last week, a full overtime game against Wylde, and when they finally got those first points and the victory, we expected a really happy Macko in the interview, and that is literally the opposite of what we got.
Yeah, I think he was, I would maybe disgusted is not the right word, but he was definitely unhappy with the overall team performance. He was frustrated. Yeah. I think they expect more of themselves. And when you see the roster and you know French Siege, you expect these guys to do better. They do have great talent. So I went ahead and talked with their coach and wanted to understand what's the behind the scenes of this roster. Why are they performing when they have such great players? And what he told me was really unlikely. He was basically telling me, these guys, they go into Malta and they have an incredible Malta tournament as ends, and then their organization drops them. And then they have to go through an organization search 3 weeks before starting the stage. And then, you have no stability. Asa comes from Wolves, and he was not, imported in the BDS project. So how do you regain confidence in that? At the same time, you see Deadshot, he left 2 weeks before. How do you recreate synergy with players that arrived one by one in that roster? Yeah. And so they basically had to rebuild an entire environment. And that's the biggest thing right now. They have great players, but they need somehow to find a positive reinforcement environment where they trust each other. Because that's the biggest thing right now. They know they're good individual, but they're not feeling as a team as of yet.
And I think that not feeling as a team, that inconsistency shows in their entry department. I think they've got the second best entry in the league as at the start of today with Macko. And they also have the second worst entry in the league in terms of Skies. If you look at their entry statistics here, 3 and 13 for Skies, -10, 11 and 2 for Macko, +9. Like, that is absolutely ridiculous for 2 people inside of the same team to have such polarizing statistics on that bottom line. And I think realistically that's that just epitomizes where they're at as a team, that maybe they're not actually functioning and operating as a team, as a solid unit right now.
It's a complete opposite of what G2 said to us, right? Because when we spoke to Doki in the interview, it's like, oh yeah, things been really good with Stompin', and we noticed it after a few scrims, this is great. We just hope it's not a honeymoon period. Well, we're seeing the complete opposite when we're looking at a team like Gen.G, especially with those new players coming in. Is this just a case of time, you two think? Or does it need something else maybe to make this team feel like an actual team?
I think they need to fix their real issues. I think that right now, I'm from the outside, it feels like they're quite negative about each other. It feels like they're blaming each other. Even in the interview, Macko didn't hesitate to blame a teammate. It's clear that right now, there is a lack of trust in the team. And so they need to rebuild that culture. I think the culture is gone. And if they can rebuild that, if they can trust each other, if they can be happy about playing together, they will fix those issues because they've got the talent.
That's crazy that you said that, because I was literally, when Anne said about time, I was going time and attitude. Attitude drives culture, and strong team culture drives trust. And that ultimately drives performance, and we've not necessarily seen that from Gen.G right now.
So this is what we talk about when we mean synergy on the desk. I mean, you two thinking the same things, dressing the same way when you get in here today. I mean, we're seeing it once again, but it really could be what Gen.G need. And of course, time comes with all these matches. Another difficult one today, I'd say, against G2 on a map like Nighthaven. Who really gets the upper hand, you think, out of this map veto?
Well, based purely on the numbers and preference, this is G2's 8th preference map out of 9, and it's Gen.G's number 1 preference map out of 9. So I wouldn't say that favors Gen.G whatsoever. I would say that's maybe a little bit of an ego pick from G2. I'm trying to say Gen.G and G2 at the same time. It's maybe a little bit of an ego pick from G2. Basically saying to Gen.G, we'll play you on any map and we'll beat you. That's the way that I interpreted this, at least, Leo.
Yeah, on the other hand, they chose to go there, Gen.G, so they will start on attack. I don't think that's necessarily an issue. I just think in general, if there is one map to bounce back, if there's one map to trust each other, to prove that you have what it takes a great opponent. I think that they need a great victory against a really strong and famous opponent to try and cement that team culture. I think that's the kind of things that you need. You need those big wins, you need those big clutches to rejuvenate that vision of a team. And doing so on your comfortable map against a team like G2, that may be the solution for them.
It's a tough ask for them, though, to take down a team like G2 with a very big name for themselves here in the EML. But the game is ready. It's time to send you back to Fluke and Demo for Nighthaven Labs.
Thank you very much. And we are coursing and cursing our way in towards Nighthaven Labs. And, well, a lot of pressure on the side of G2 here and a lot of support for the side of G2. We have just seen a little bit of an underdog team that struggled to find their star. Do we think we'll have another follow through, Demo?
I don't.
The hesitation feels like, yeah, okay. Like, you didn't have to say it, but the fact that
I can't show my colours of just blindly saying G. I could just rip the G2 just before you even finish the question. I could just rip the G2 and people would be thinking, oh, he's back again. There he is.
Back again.
G2's in better form, and here he is.
You've always got it on.
No.
Underneath the shirt, like a less exciting Spider-Man. But here we are, and I mean the pressure's on, I guess, in some manners for G2, but usually these games they're quite even-handed on, especially when they've had time to build into a season. And now with Secret, obviously, one of the teams that they're chasing at the top 2 to try and reclaim their spot, the team that obviously took them to the brink in some manners, they need almost the same sort of strength of a response versus Gen.G today.
Yeah, just to kind of play up this game in terms of a head-to-head, in terms of how these teams have went against each other in the past. Gen.G have never beaten G2. They played 4 times last year, and they didn't beat them a single time. They didn't even get a map off them. Even in the best of threes, G2 beat them 2-0-2-0.
Okay, I'll follow you because you've got your data up, and I like to give you leading questions. Did they play on labs?
Did they play on labs? They did.
Oh, well, how'd it go?
7-1 to G2.
Okay, there we go. There's the information out, everybody. So, Gen.G pressures on. Oh wait, maybe there's some positives. How many attacks did Gen.G get?
I don't have that information on hand.
Well, we'll find that out at some point, and we'll see if they can start with 1 as we get ourselves in. Kaid and Clash gone.
1 attack.
Okay, 1 attack. Well, let's see if they can do better than that. They've kind of got to. The quick break on towards IT. Now, Laurier is going to be playing the sort of top rafters area, getting themselves the keeper barricades for support and just holding on for as long as possible. They do have the chance to slink away, but Laurier isn't always that kind of player. If they're feeling confident, which they have been quite a lot recently, they might try and stick it out. Doki, he's getting himself a bit of a keen watch. And you can see a Buck making their way underneath of Azox. They're going to go for a bit of a pinch here, I believe.
Yeah, I think right now the opening for Gen.G was starting to formulate a pretty good idea, but that has just went to smithereens, as I've mentioned that, of course. Blackbeard's went up by himself, died. Deadshot lost his engagement. Doki is still alive, by the way. He took on both of them. It was actually a 180, I think, between transitionings between the Blackbeard and also the IQ. So Doki has played out of his skin there to get those picks.
Wow, what a way for it to start here. Doki, as we saw, he sort of had the read in his own position. Laurier stuck around, but there was an attempt at a quick break through the Buck from underneath and the pressure up the stairs itself. But now, without that Blackbeard, what can they try and build on? They've got to try and drive themselves here on towards the site. And so does find Alamau. Cuts the body across, puts us into a 3 versus 2 versus 2.
Oh.
As the swing with the shotgun is well read, but look at the pressure here coming from Fish. He's about to suffer a swing round. Wasn't aware of Azox's change of position now. The kit is cold on the far side, but Blaz in a none versus 2. Great first round there, and well, they've equaled their last performance demo. Only wears up.
It is the first round secured. G2. A little bit strange. Doki, 2 kills, eliminated the Blackbeard, the main driving force in that push, gone. 2 players just died. It seemed to be pretty carelessly as well. I mean, I wouldn't say Gen.G were in a fantastic position. Don't really know what happened. I don't know how those 2 players of G2 died. Had to have been, I mean, knowing the face of that man, he's done something. I know he has. Don't know what it is, but I'll get to the bottom of it.
Something has occurred. Someone has fallen into the river in Lego City.
Have you referenced that of all things?
I don't know. Listen. Love Lego. What can I say? And other building block-based toys are available. 1-0 up. Stop the clock. Stop the count. Gen.G, they have themselves that 1 attack round they were able to muster last time, and they got it pretty snappy. I think G2 were maybe taken a little bit by surprise on just how quick and aggressive Gen.G were, wanting to move into the punch, maybe expected a bit of a slow broil to fight around the keeper barricades, fight around rafters itself, and not be so confident to just charge their way up. But hey, this is the Gen.G you're dealing with. How long? Now is the question of, will it take G2 to step up to meet them? Stompin, standing at attention, wants to try and hot foot himself into some hotter trouble. But as vending starts to get cracked open, it seems like your pretty standard approach here. Get the catch around vending so nobody can rotate down these stairs and start trying to shepherd anybody loose from the top floors back to an awaiting death.
Well, that Dokkaebi, which will be a good operator to have on this room clearer, as we know, on a pretty big map. That is, of course, labs, and yeah, Dokkaebi's going to be great giving you that instant information instead of spending quite an amount of time trying to drone out the whole place. Dokkaebi call goes in, and the Blackbeard charges on through and takes up that ground that he knows is clear. Roamer's in towards the top floor. I mean, there's a few in towards the mid floor, but I really think it's the player upstairs is going to be the danger man for G2. Loira up by himself. Nobody from Gen.G is really interested in taking that top floor. They're just pushing across, coming in horizontally from kitchen side. Half the round gone. Still no engagements as of yet.
It's sort of rough here at this point for Gen.G. They've been slowed down. They wanted to move in with some pace early on, and the Blackbeard is going to try and be that driving force as Azox knocks on the door and gets some attention and some focus, but G2 drifted their way back on home, and, well, not all of them. As I said, Loira, sometimes he's feeling the fire and he's found himself up to the rafters. No, he's found himself down to the garage. No, he's about to find himself a fight in cargo. Does he know about the player watching the window? Do they know that the player is trying to come back? No. Is the answer. The raucous move as the Dockerby is just sort of allowing the players inside the site to move on. Now it might be a bit of a missed watch here for this vertical control. More calls come out, but there's nobody that's being shut down here, Demo. Are they just going to try and make it happen?
Yeah, just go direct in the site and try and go for the plant, but I don't know if they've opened up the main breach or not, and if they haven't done that, but thankfully, because G2 have actually played it soft, it allows them to play close on the wall, and there you go, Asta punishes Doki because of that, a blunder from G2.
Oh, things have started to slip here for G2 now. That will be a sort of call to arms in action, but as they drift their way across, like the Blackbeard start to suffer as Alamau finds themselves on the other side of the fight, but the Blackbeard wins out, and now they scream their way in. They are falling everywhere. There is not a lot of time, but, well, there's not a lot of places to go. Swinging around on the spot, Loira does get 1.5. But in a post-plant situation, oh, filthy take onto at least another. Now they know someone's down, but this is a very tricky retake. They have the verticality. There's also a player about to shoot him from his left that he's aware of a little bit, just with the safety of the soft. No, both of them have gone for the vertical, waiting patiently. Gen.G, 2 rounds.
Well, Gen.G, see their game plan. Didn't really want to go for the engagements if they could. They wanted to have that 5v5 execute, which is weird, you know, in this day and age in Siege where people want to get kills and they want to leave themselves with as many, you know, possibilities to get these kills. It's just not happening for them.
They can go like for aqua push now using like shields, or if they do the same, like we are good to have the traps for that side. Just like important, like late rounds, like if you lost garage, let's play 2-2, okay? Like Cow Aqua, one to support him like on Souls on Dark, and the other 2 for the other side of the map. Okay, guys, let's not play like we play like last round 3 guys for the right side, and then guys after like I think we can ban the Maverick and we can go below again with the Duke playing Bandit, and then we go storage, and then we go back to top floor with the Bandit as well. Okay, guys, let's go, guys. You got this.
I can't C4 Aqua if I'm playing the traps. Okay, someone else needs to take the C4 of Carl's Roman below.
Yeah, I can.
Early call to arms and actions, and yeah, they kind of needed it because Gen.G were building momentum and G2 were just, as I said before, the first round was a sort of fool me once, right? They came in super confidently, they took control of the space, they had their rotates, and they were sharp, which I don't think G2 expected. Then it happens again. 40 seconds left, every single player still standing, and Gen.G just go, we can just take the site, let's just do it. And G2 were once again caught sort of on the back burner.
Oh dear. Not a good start for G2. Gen.G kind of went into that attack thinking they're going to want to play aggressive. They're going to want to try and get these kills. Let's just not give them anything. And that's kind of what they did. They played very minimalistic Siege. They only took what they wanted, and then they just execute it using the shields. You know, they didn't want to push into the roamers. They didn't want to engage them. Is that the game plan that they came up with to go against G2, who are an aggressive side? We know that. Just ignore them. Is that the idea?
Well, let's see if they can try and ignore a consistent problem. They've gone back to the top floor, a little bit of a change. They're not going to play around the keep barricades, the sort of backline hold, the expectation. Instead, they're setting themselves up for unimaginable fights. They've got the chance at the catch on the Goo Mine. They've obviously got the Ella to swing in. She's found herself in the right hand. A sort of resurgence here, and well, there's at least some of the removal of any of the step in. But they've not been able to get themselves a handle on the approach, as you've seen and spotted so rightly before. And, well, not going to entirely throw themselves out. But here, it's a more cautious G2. It's a entirely backloaded defensive G2.
Yeah. No Bandit, though, which they could have, you know, brought in to try and falter the hard breachers. And Gen.G are a team which, I don't know why, they always were like a Thermite team. Like, they're one of the very few who would have a Thermite player in the form of Asajiro. So it's weird to say, oh, you know, bring the Bandit in, because that, of course, would counter that Thermite pretty well. But instead, G2 not opting for that, apart from just the mute jammer as their wall denial. C4 goes out, but that's going to be shot out of midair by Skies, and that wall, of course, will be opened up. This is a really good start from Gen.G. Good structure, doing the basics well, and I've said before, all labs, if you do the basics well, you'll go far.
Well, let's see how much further they can get, because G2 are not handing them an engagement yet. They are being very cautious, and you said they want and expect fights, but it seems like they also want and expect to have them a little bit later on. The first blow is truly dealt on towards their side, and it's not followed up. There was almost a bit of team damage that came on the back of it. The blinds and they're ready to rock and roll with a shotgun, but he has to watch two different angles, and they have just screamed back and forth. Stompin finds one, Skies and trades either side. What are you looking for here? Stompin, apart from the ghosts of some of your dead teammates, but there's even more of theirs. There goes Deadshot on Fish. And that G2 wall has held firm this time round. You can see a bit of attempted damage done. They know that there's a shotgun on that swing position to the left, but, well, look at this. 3 bodies ready for a contact fight. As soon as the first hits, it is going to be a firing line. And, well, there it is.
Oh, Gen.G, not having any nades. No way to remove that that warden. Just, it was allowed to dance in the site. Wasn't going to be bothered because he's a warden and Ying isn't going to do anything to him. Yeah, just missing out on some pretty basic stuff. You know, just a simple nade would have probably been enough there to get that warden out of there. So, just a slight little blunder from Gen.G in their lineup choices. I mean, you've also got like a Grim available. Kappa Tao's up as well. You know, those are strong operators for clearing out players in tricky positions.
I think it's always the thing is there's a lot of options, and you can see that they were doing the fundamentals right, but at that point it seemed like they dedicated themselves towards a cause. They thought that they could try and charge in, strong arm the pillar position, which
charge the shotgun. Love it.
It's a sort of World War I early tactic. It almost worked. They got 1 kill from it, but then you suddenly
send in the cavalry.
realize that horses don't do too well against tanks and entrenched positions. Anyway, I hope Medics enjoys these references. Medics loves
get a copy of Warhorse up. Start reading out some chapters out of that. That could be a nice one.
Has everybody won that?
And translate into the World War I type of things.
I'm sure the
audio books are available.
I'm sure the massive Jinxie and Stompin fan base wants readings of Warhorse. That's why
Jinxie's thinking, what's a Warhorse?
It's got 4 long legs and it charges into battle. 2-1. Gen.G, they have been shaken a little, but can they stir themselves back into a stronger performance here? G2 have something to hold on to, and a Fuse is about to play a game with a Bandit called Who's a Coward? Ooh, Bandit tricked one side, but the breach comes through, so weren't caught by the Fuse charge, but Stompin now has the watch from above, a position that will need to be cleared, otherwise you might find yourself suddenly overwhelmed.
Yeah, I think Doki's happy to get the Fuse charge that could have killed them, rather than, of course, the Thermite charge, but still, I think the wall was going to be opened up either which way you look at it. There, it was good from Gen.G. Again, the basics, opening the walls. Yeah, doing that extremely well. Last time, we've seen Gen.G just try and sidestep all of these roamers and just didn't want to play a part in taking down this roam game from G2. You can see G2, they position themselves in a more of an aggressive nature. They are looking to take the fights. If you're not going to come to us, we'll come to you. That's now the game plan for G2. But obviously, you know, proof is in the pudding. Whenever you have that first bite, is it going to pay off if they can get these kills?
Oh, they're loosing on the hunt a little, a minute 30, and they're playing a dangerous position. They do obviously have Lawyer on the second story waiting for any opportunity to swing and offer some cover if need be, but it's a vending attempt once again. They're looking towards that backside, and, well, that one's not going to be tricked out, but this might be that tricky moment. Oh, what a moment! Oh. That was so close to being tilled through, and I think both of them were surprised, but it leaves them 3-2 even. They had the cover on the rotate up, the Ram gets it through, but that was Siege.
You're speechless. That kind of sums it up in terms of how you're feeling about that, and certainly I think Gen.G are a little bit speechless as well, and just how quickly their attack has crumbled. You know, that's what I mean. You knew G2, they weren't just going to sit back this time. They were going to take the fight to Gen.G. They weren't going to allow them to set up and just flood into the site in that 5v5. Much better from G2, using the gunners that they have in their team to inflict a heavy amount of damage on this attacking lineup, and now it should be, I'll put an asterisk beside that, an easy 1v2 now for Doki and Blaz.
Yep, they just have to do pretty much the lessons that they showed that they'd learned on the previous one, find out where the player is, and then play on the contact towards the back of it. And, well, there's the first spray. The second comes as soon as they get close to the door. G2, they have used their time up. They've used it well. Stopped the momentum of Gen.G and then done that within the server itself. 2 rounds on the trot ties us back up. Now we fall to that tertiary site, though, where Gen.G have an opportunity to kind of shock and awe, because, well, we've seen them win and lose on both of those 2 sites, but so far, for their first attempts, they have been 100% successful. Will this be the same?
We'll see. We'll see. But at the moment for G2, I think they're getting a bit of momentum now. You know, they're finding their mojo. Obviously, it was just good teamwork, you know, good comms, I would imagine, through that G2 line. The way that they were able to communicate, you know, saying, okay, I'm going to push up here, go for the retake onto the stairs. That's what Alaman was doing. You know, a lot of things happened all at the right timing for G2. So, yeah, it's good to see them back in the game again. Gen.G just being adapted to, more or less. That's kind of the moral of the story here for Gen.G. It's both of their attacks have just been countered from G2. G2 have learned from their past mistakes.
At what point do Gen.G think that they might need to sort of stop? What do you think their success ratio was? And are they already close to meeting it if they can get themselves this third attack? They have once again.
I think they need another round.
One more round, and I think this is their chance to get it. Because not only would it be obviously setting themselves up for 3, it breaks that G2 momentum again. The sooner they can stop G2 building to that energy, especially before the turn of the half. Well, here's the start. Straight in, straight out. Stompin just had the full read. Served them up for dinner within the kitchen. And, well, actually still hungry for thirds, it seems like. So starts going on a bit of an explore for any other potential pings coming out from vending side. But they know somebody wants to hit that front desk too. And you can barely stop the boy for itching for a fight.
Nice, though. Able to move in and take out Loira, but will come in contact with Stompin and Doki still inside the kitchen. And Gen.G have done well to still, you know, equal up in a 2v2 as Stompin's been found, but Doki now knows exactly where that player is inside of the freezer. And Deadshot eats the C4 for dinner. Hey, the Doki outside the window yet to help his teammates, trying to provide some flashbangs to cover him, but still, he's stuck in there and they know exactly where he is. Doki just has to try and hold him.
I mean, he's dodging, ducking, and diving and weaving, and it's a bit of damage done towards him. But as they slip in, you look at the health of the 2 remaining players. And, well, what else does G2 really have other than a gunfight? It's going to surround him in a second. They have time, but they just need to pinch this. Blaz is that one saving grace. Now, they could go for a plant, which was toyed with and then pulled off. There's no rotate round the back. They're going to hold and hope that the cover will be good enough, and they go for the 1 versus 1 instead, and it's actually the right play. They slip on through, but no. pulls off the plant. The damage of the barbed wire gives the position away, and that leaves a 1 versus 1. Doki versus Nako, who was able to pick up the kill in the meantime. Is this a bait? Is this a ruse? It is. And now with a little bit extra and nothing else to really work with apart from the rare Bucket Bandit battery, but it wasn't used. No, 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 demo. Just a gun and a hell of a last stand by Doki on a 5-foot square corner.
Oh, we needed to win that big time. That is a massive round just in the momentum factor of this game. Doki were just sat in the one position more or less the whole round. You know, he had just, it's almost as though he kind of like spray painted a square and said, Doki, you cannot leave that square. You know, and he done that. He did not move his feet really throughout the entirety of that round.
This is my square. I will not abandon my square.
He's been put in the box.
Get him in the box. Shook him up.
Well, they needed that. They really needed that. Yeah, I mean, Gen.G went for an attempted rush, just gone, right? Did not work at all. The fact that they've been able to pull it into a 1v1.
Thank you, Observer.
Crazy stuff. Thank you, Observer.
Yeah, that was some choice words there. But
10 seconds left.
This is actually a thing about Doki. He's for a long time sort of said that G2, and this was over a different roster, different iteration. Around the time that they won their hammer, I think it was the quote. They are the best mental team at shaking other teams' mental. Because where they don't really care, they can make other people care a lot. So you're always going to have an all chat from G2.
Yeah, that definitely had to be from the hammer run, because then Fury appeared and all of a sudden Alamo just in the bin.
Yeah.
Herds is there. Yeah, Carl's null and void at that stage.
Yeah, well, Doki, to be fair, 7-2. He is very much
doing good,
enjoying his time.
Good to see. He struggled a little bit, I think, this past year. You know, I think from where he was at SI23, and obviously that year I thought he had a stellar year. The improvements he made was incredible, and then I think last year just dropped off just a tad. But then again, I think he's playing operators he should not be playing. You know, again, it's that syndrome of, I'm seeing him playing Ace, for example. Get him off Ace, what's he doing? That's not his operator, you know? And certainly, you know, we've kind of seen Stompin kind of play that kind of Ace operator, that kind of flex position, kind of flex support. You know, I think that's much better structure for them rather than having the players who should be just on your entry operators. You know, that's the way Doki is. He's an entry. He'll try and tell you otherwise he can play everything. Sure, he can maybe play everything, but how about we play him on what he's best on?
Well, what he's best so far on is apparently all chat and holding a 5-foot corner inside a kitchen. Here, though, 3-2. G2 could get themselves what is kind of a standard and expected half. The 42 on their defense as the rush starts to come in the same way they won the first round. They get the connection there, and there was a moment where you could see Laura was scared of more of them popping in, as it was last time, but Asta was really that only other modicum of support here. Sprays up through the bowers, through the soft that isn't otherwise being put, otherwise then to cause pressure. That C4 is easily removed.
A landmine.
Yeah,
step on it.
I kind of expect that should be able to get the punch here on towards the mirror window. And now pressure will start to come in from IT, but this is the thing I liked last time was once they had this, they then rotated their way around to Fish and Blue and then hit the pressure on from that side.
100%. That should be the rule of thought now for Gen.G, is start targeting the Fish side. Once you've taken control of Raptors, it doesn't allow these players in Fish just to safely rotate back into site, because then they're going to be cut off. So, yeah, this is looking good for Gen.G. They still have that Blackbeard who can simply walk at these players over towards Fish if he chooses fit to do so. But at the moment, actually rotating back to Rafters. There's actually a player in Fish stairs waiting for that buck, and it's going to be a shotgun close. And oh, was that the Sophia stun? Did it actually pull up the shield in his team? I think it did. Azox wins that one against Alamau. Oh, Blackbeard gets annihilated by the shotgun, but still Gen.G, never mind, it's the 1v1. Doki been able to pull back one with the C4. Doki, again, can he hold his metal? Gets full blinded. Azox pushing in close to the Skeleton, but Doki with the pistol. This man, the composure in Doki today is world class, ladies and gentlemen.
Fired up, ready to roll, ready to go. Hit with the flash, wants to swing into it, put the pressure back onto them. The C4 timing, it was as close to the wire as it could have been, but G2 on the sort of good graces of Doki on those last two rounds, winning those two 1 versus 1s. I mean, he wants to try and reassert himself. What a way to do it. 4-2, G2, they pull themselves back in. But at this point, Gen.G, they get this sort of moment to reset. The pressure's still on towards G2. They built some momentum. They still have the timeout. At this point, though, you know, going down 1-0, 2-0, it's not horrible. Puts you in a bad place. If we see the same here, it's, you know, 5-2, 6-2. Gen.G do not have the good graces that G2 had at the sort of start of the round of things going wrong. They might need to take that time out sooner rather than later. And G2, as you can see, have a lot of the fire right now.
Every time I see him clutch, like, and you know the way he does that fist? I always think he's going to put it straight through. Every time he gets the clutch, just watch him. He always does that little fist pump to himself.
Yeah.
I always think that's being loaded up just for a right hook right through the monitor.
That's if he loses. That's when that's when Prod cuts away. No, he says it. There's the great content that Ace did where he went up to Scotland and interviewed them, where he talks about the monitors that he's broken. Which
10 seconds left before insertion.
yeah, that's maybe why they sent Ace, the calming presence that Tim is. So it's the father figure.
You always send the HR guy, don't you?
Always send the HR guy. Well, if you know, Milosh is the grandfather figure, Tim's the father figure of Siege, I think.
Even though Tim's older.
Yeah, but you know. I think
because Milosh speaks like a 70-year-old. Yeah, I get it.
Talks about the old pal.
He does. There was one time in year 1, season 2. Yeah,
you're the moody teenager. And I am the wine aunt. 4-2. G2. They have themselves now the pressure that they can try and apply here. The clash of Macko is going to be the chance at the swing on towards jungle as they are more than ready to peel themselves back. But with that pocket reinforcement, do they think they should lock fully here? GT's making sure the pressure is applied evenly elsewhere and draw the focus in. IT breach being put together, pressure on towards Fish, opening the door and getting themselves ready for anything, really. It leaves Gen.G guessing, and guesswork might lead to a bit of busy work. There it is! Loira baits onto the first fight. Skies is gone, and with a clash, I think they're trying to operate and get him out entirely stuck. And what are you going to do here? There's no way through. You need either a shotgun to open up the soft wall. Azox finds Loira, though, and that's the retake on towards the connector side. So his right shoulder is now his.
No way.
He takes that moment to escape, and that was almost certain death, but technically Gen.G have come off for the better for it. Blaz gone, Loira gone, and a clash gone in a different manner with the wind for now, but what a moment that could have been.
Yeah, they needed to get Loira with an air jab onto the clash, and Loira's just getting pressed from every which way. You know, he was fighting his own battles over towards electrical. They have no way of dealing with this clash. All they have is an impact EMP to try and disable the shield, and that is it. You cannot remove the shield at this stage for G2, which is a massive issue. It's not so much the gadget of slowing yourself down, it's the fact that you're going up against, you know, essentially a big massive mirror window in front of you. You know, that's the issue. So yeah, G2, they just have to try and play off kills now, but it's going to be really difficult. Really, really tough for them.
Oh, they knew. I was like, do they know?
Reloading.
And Azox took a risk. Yeah, they knew. But with those bubbles giving the full read, Skies can't use them, but he sure as hell can tell them what they're doing here. There's 3 players to try and make a plant with not really a lot. Bees to make some noise, and, well, just the guns for cover. So it's a dive onto Pillar, a focus onto the Maestro cam with the impact DMP, which is great, and Deadshot hitting the ground. Okay, the Clash is setting themselves up to try and offer some protection, but it's well watched from the swinger either side, but a post-plant situation. Deadshot down, and a Clash now could get the last player up deployed. Will G2 lean in? They will. It's the right decision. Make sure they cannot get Deadshot off the ground. Make sure the Clash is consistently on the beat, on the back foot, on either side of a close one fight. Doki, the fist gets closer to that screen, but it hasn't hit it yet.
Just, why is the Clash in that position? Why is she over trying to guard Fish? That Clash should just be stuck on pillar. They can't remove her. You look at where those G2 players came from. All from one way, all one direction. One dimensional. And the Clash is just in Narnia, in the wrong place. You know, you'll see in a minute in the highlights. But that's what I mean, Loira's just fighting demons here. That Clash should have been dead to rights ages ago, somehow got out of it. At this stage, that Clash should be sat on pillar. As soon as that player died close to the wall, somebody needs to retake that position. You put the Clash shield in the corner, nobody can touch him. Nobody can touch him, and he is such an issue then for G2. But he is just so far out of position, and G2 just stroll in and kill the rest of his team. I don't know Gen.G at the moment. I really don't.
Doki
5 seconds left before
has refused to die.
13-2. We thought Jim played well.
I mean, what a magnificent performance so far from where the team started as well. As I said, it felt like Gen.G was catching G2 unaware. And, you know, you look across the rest of the team, Stompin's even, nobody else has been able to break into that situation. We've seen 2 1 versus 1 or 1 versus X clutches even from the side of Doki. We see him doing everything he can to keep G2 alive and fighting, and that is a fired performance now as Loira might get seen by an Echo drone. That will be, I think, really the main saving grace. Now, the Echo isn't a million miles away. Is he just going to keep flicking on back between the cams? They have the ping, but they don't know. There it is. Ooh, the timing of being watched. They don't know that they know. And that is a pickup there for Asa.
However, Blaz has went with him. He was able to actually jump in just through the main breach. And now they're in. They've got site control. Loira had made that ground, dragged the Echo out of position. Blaz assisting his teammate, eliminates that Echo. Now Gen.G are in one heck of a position where they don't want to be.
At this point, Blaz is trying to get it stuck in right by the side of it, and without the Echo to stop it, and Stompin taking over the vertical. It is a post-plant situation. Wow. Too little, too late, and I said it before. These risks, these moments, and this momentum has turned into a terrifying, but Gen.G, they are bouncing their way through, and they get a blow, but it's traded down as a drop. And Stompin still has the full watch and cover. They are on the plant, baiting it, but with the breach, with the audio, and with the ram boogieing its way across the boards. The 5-2 becomes a 6-2, becomes a long, long road here. Even with it, I assume a timeout for Gen.G to pull this one back round.
Attentif, et il faut jouer avec un peu plus d'opérateurs de contrôle. On n'a aucun opérateur de contrôle, on en a parlé avant le début de la game, donc tout de suite on commence à rejouer les OP de contrôle, on met un peu plus aussi de contrôle sur notre communication, typiquement pour le round précédent, ok? Donc c'est très bien, on a la bonne com, on a la bonne dynamique, mais un tout petit peu plus de contrôle et qui puisait un peu plus de visu aussi sur ce qu'ils font. Et le Gen.G, vous me l'envoyez, hein. Vraiment à un moment ou l'autre, va falloir commencer à envoyer un peu plus aussi. C'est bien clair? Ouais. Allez, let's go, je vous laisse finir là-dessus.
Faut être plus incisif sur la com, les gars, hein, s'il vous plaît. C'est le point maître. Hein,
de prendre déjà des pièges, comme ça on se fait pas de partout là. Et on peut jouer plus de zones au début.
Tapez à l'entrée, hein. Tapez à l'entrée.
On est archi calme, mais soyez clairs. Genre, je savais même pas que ça c'était BP.
So, your French isn't very good, but you could do a great impression of Leo, can't you?
I don't even know what to try, Leo. I can do 10, that's all I've got in the locker. It's all
right, we'll set up the bit either way. Let's hear your impression of Leo telling us what they said.
All right, maybe I've got better French than he does, so I will just explain. So basically 2 things, right? They need to be more decisive in the communication. So right now they're not making it clear when pressure is being put on them, when people are going aggressive. They coach just said, I wasn't aware some guy was coming up. You guys need to be more vocal, and especially be more vocal in terms of pressure. When something is urgent, make it urgent in the comms. You need to be clear in the comms. And then the second thing, and that comes from Agdar, play the crowd control operators. Where are the crowd control operators? In defense, you know, and go play, and you need to go and play the traps, you know? And that's something that's not happening. They can't control the aggression on the side of G2, so that's what they need to bring, crowd control operators. More decisive in the comms, and crowd control operators. That is the 2 elements of this tech timeout.
Wow, that was such a good impression you just did, Demo.
Did you like the kind of look-alike as well that I've been able to do? Good calls quite often.
I'm glad you dressed up exactly the same as as he did. I said on that bit to both of you. Both of you shut me down.
But it's no fun's not allowed here. You know this.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I mean that last round for Gen.G, the way I would describe it is probably the way I would describe some people I know in real life, and it is the lights are on, but there's nobody home. That was kind of the way Gen.G played it. Just, they don't have a clue what's happening right now. Yes, they're there, but they're not at the same time. And that's obviously what Leo has said, they've kind of talked about, is they're just not communicating. Nobody has any idea what's going on.
Breach comes through, pressure not that far behind. Doki hops in on the top of the rafters, and so does everyone else. They're swinging a shield as Blaz gets the first. The blind's around the corner. Blaz gets two. There's Doki, and a C4 gets Loira. Doki finally dead, but the news won't read that. I think what it'll read here is Skies with everything left to do. G2! Your timeout was just a slow of an eventual promised death. I said G2 needed to give a similar performance of strength as Secret delivered earlier to sort of make a statement of fact. We are at that top just as much as you are. Back off Doki, you couldn't have asked for any more, Demo.
Yeah, I mean, seven in a row. Just a sweep. They lost the first two. They took the timeout, and the timeout got them good for 7. Insane from G2. So yeah, really good victory. Like you mentioned, especially with how Secret played, you need to go and match that performance, don't you?
Well, what we'll do is take another quick break before we're back with the desk to see if they've got words to say to lengthen the game.
Welcome back to the Europe and the League desk. I feel like the day's been flying by, and this game did certainly make that look a lot faster as well. I mean, G2 once again picking up some solid points here against Gen.G. A solid victory. This is just all over the board. Really good from the G2 players.
Yeah, was it that good?
Yes, it was.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it was.
It was, because
you're not getting your French bias in here.
No. Listen to me. There's still 3 rounds, out of these.
Okay.
Out of the 7 they've won.
Okay.
We're single-handedly won by Doki. 2 clutches, and then the 1 round where they execute and he gets a triple kill by killing all of the anchors and covering the plant. So that 3 rounds single-handedly. So maybe the rest of the teammates would have won that round for him. But I must say, it did look good for G2, but it didn't look that bad for Gen.G either, right? So they clearly lost these clutches situations, but it's closer than what the score is like. I guess that's my point.
But that's the G2 kind of ethos. That's the G2
true.
way, right?
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
like they know that sometimes people are going to overpeak. They've got a team full of people that have so much individual talent that are going to back themselves in every scenario. And you saw Doki get the clutch. This kill here, by the way, how does he even know the guy's pro?
Check in PC.
Ridiculous. And then the discipline to wait to EMP the Maestro Cam late on and then push in and win the round for his team. But the way that is G2's raison d'etre, that's their fibre of their being, is they will play, and when they need these big game players to come in, that's exactly what happens.
14 and 3.
Doki's actually been having, comparatively to Loira, to Stompen, to everybody else on his team, quite a difficult stage. And then he's turned up here, 3 big clutches back to back to back, and just set his team on the way to victory.
Almost a 5 KD, by the way. That's insane.
Bizarre.
That's insane.
Yeah.
In 9 rounds.
Yeah.
Really impressive. I mean, it has been Laura, the one we have been focusing towards in regards to the player that really stepped up, but Doki really has done that today. I mean, it was an okay start from Gen.G, especially on the attack from Nighthaven, but they really seem to recover themselves.
Yeah, exactly. They started okay. They got a couple of rounds on the board. I think they got really rocked by those 3 clutches back to back to back and never recovered. And we said about maybe their mental, their fortitude is not really where it wants to be. When that happens 3 rounds in a row, it's just going to compound that.
I literally said this might just be the best opportunity for these guys to get back and work on the mental and maybe just like gain some trust. And literally they win the 2 first round and it's clutch after clutch after clutch and it just dismantles their entire mental.
Even what Leo said in the timeout, they're going to play crowd control operators, and then they play crowd control operators.
Maybe my French is broken. Maybe I just don't understand what Agdal said. But in my opinion, in that tech timeout, he said, you guys don't play enough crowd control operators. Let's play more crowd control operators. Now, which side are they? In defense.
Yeah.
What is a crowd control operator in defense? A trap operator.
Yeah.
Did they bring a single trap operator on that last round?
Nope.
No.
You're expecting Clash, Melusi,
Captain. What does G2 do? They rush.
Yeah.
What is the best counter to a rush? A crowd control operator. Do you understand why I don't understand what just happened? The coach clearly made a statement. Play crowd control operators. They don't. They lose to a rush. For me, it's just. Sorry,
it's time we switch
I don't
to something
understand.
before you literally start crashing out on the desk here. I get your frustration. Obviously, it's not great to see that a team kind of ignores the tactical timeout from what we're seeing here. But we'll switch the subject as we get to speak to the victors. Of course, we have Doki on the line to ask him a few questions. Doki, congratulations on the points. I don't know what you had for dinner today, but it was an amazing game from your end.
I had Gen.G for dinner. That's what I had. Yeah, it's a good game. Yeah, good game.
Hello, Jack.
Finally. Hey, Jack.
Talk to me about what's going through your mind in the clutches, because there was 3 big rounds there, back to back to back, where you've ended up clutching up or winning the round for your team in the late round.
I mean, just because I got the kills, I guess, but like the comms were pretty good. Like on the kitchen defense we had, like me and Blaz had a good crossfire. Like we were respecting each other's kind of contact and stuff. Like. And then on the round, we're on the attack that we push the execute on Pillar. It's something we practice a lot, like the execute. So, I mean, practice makes perfect, I guess.
Did you know the guy was prone on the soft wall, or was it just a hunch?
Nah, it's just I've died to that guy about 50 times in scrims, so I'm just gonna, maybe he'll be there, and he was there, so fair enough.
Fair enough.
No, I'm cheating, actually. That's actually the
Actually, we were wondering. We're like, he's lucky his cam is showing his screen, because I'd be spectating this guy, I'd think he's cheating. I mean, honestly, crazy game from you, obviously. I just want to, I guess, 14 and 3, man. What can I say? Like, I don't know. I've never been there. That's
a lie.
Maybe in scrims, not in officials. I just want to ask you, you guys had a really dominant stage, but I guess first loss last week, very close as well, like a single loss that was in OT. How did you react to it? I felt like you guys reacted pretty well. I mean, today was a good showing of that. How did you guys react to that?
Was kind of like, we didn't really debrief the game after it. We all kind of went, all right, guys, we could have closed this game. There was like a 5v3 on 6-5 match point. We should have closed the game. We knew that. We individually threw. Everybody respects that. So it was kind of, it was more so just brush it off and keep going. Like, what we're doing is working. Don't dive into this, start changing shit, and then we'll play worse next day. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, I mean, that was kind of our mentality. And then today we knew Gen.G, statistically they're like a weaker opponent, but I actually think they're not that bad of a team. I think they actually play pretty good. Like some rounds, I think like today, for example, they had a good game plan coming into it. Yeah, I got some clutches. I heard you saying that probably destroyed their mental, probably. Like, I mean, that's just the game at the end of the day. So it's a good win from us. Happy to beat them.
Yeah, and obviously with that, you put yourself back into like a top 2 contender position. Next week you play Virtus.pro. I think they are obviously looking towards that top 2 as well. You got Secret, you got Falcons. Who do you think might end up making that top 2, and who would fall out and why?
I don't know. I think any team between us, Falcons, VP, maybe BDS, I don't know, like Secret, like those guys, like it's gonna come down to the last couple of play days, right? So yeah, just whatever, just keep going. Each game counts.
Yeah, it does. I mean, obviously tomorrow against Virtus.pro. We'll let you go for now. Obviously, once again, congratulations on the victory and good luck with your next game.
Yeah, good luck with tonight, guys. See you later. Bye-bye.
That's awesome. Well, always good to hear from Doki. I mean, yeah, the dinner definitely worked out for him today. I mean, Gen.G for dinner, it really looked like that. The way they started off well, the frustration, I guess, is still there.
I cooled down. That's
okay,
it.
Good.
It's just, I get angry because I know the potential on these players, and I know they deserve better as well. Just one thing. I think one person was overshadowed by Doki during that match. It's actually something. He's been the most consistent player on the side of G2. I don't think I've seen a single match where he's negative. And that he went 9-5 again, playing support roles. Yeah. And it's I'm sorry, once again, like this guy is developing as a key cornerstone of that team.
And also playing some tricky positions. In one of the highlights packages, he's playing the ward and shotgun between the connector door and then the connector breach. Sorry, the electric door and the connector. And he's just flicking. That's a really difficult position to play. So it's not like he's being protected by his team in any sense of the word there. And he's constantly positive, really high cost as well. He's settling in.
High quality player. Yeah. Really high quality player.
It's really standing out. It's showing up for G2 as well. Like we said, those 3 points, very welcome in the race for the top 2 for G2. Now, obviously, we're a little bit ahead of schedule. If any tier list enjoyers in the chat are still there, you might want to check in after the break because we're making another tier list, and we also have BDS and Virtus.pro. Welcome back to the Europe Meta League desk. Of course, I am here, and we've got Leo with me as well. Fresh is over at the couch. He's just chilling over there. But we've already mentioned it before. We wanted to do another tier list. More specifically, I want to do a tier list because obviously you got to do the power ranking with the teams. You got to do the jersey ranking, and I felt very left out because I didn't get to do a ranking. So now I get to do a ranking, and mine is on the esports skins that came out last week. And obviously, it would only be fair if you two got to trash talk me for my opinions and my rating as well, because that's what we did with you guys as well. So feel free to make any comments. You've got Leo here as well to put the skins up. So which team are we starting with?
We start with MAT, that Capitao with a metal headgear.
Yeah.
Come on, that's cool. What?
I will say, sorry, we're starting off really poorly. That's gonna be a C tier.
You're gonna put that in C?
Yeah,
Come on, Anne.
Sorry,
Come on.
It's not my
Parker
type
says
of
that's
thing.
S tier.
No, sorry.
There is no way that's C. Come on, the Capitao with a metal headgear. That's cool.
Fabian's very disappointed in you.
It's not for me. I'm sorry. Not for me personally. We'll find out, I think, later on when we talk about the teams what kind of like color scheme I really enjoy. But yeah.
The big muscles, SSG. That's gonna be C again? You're trolling me. The metal thing, you look proud about it.
Purposely chose these to like put them first.
No, I didn't.
Okay,
All right.
sorry, MAT SSG. It's nothing personal. I just prefer the other kind of colors, I guess.
All right, BDS, the knock is kind of cool.
Exactly, pink. I love it. I literally just had this conversation with someone on social media. If the BDS rebrand actually means they're losing the pink, I will throw a tantrum on that. I love the pink. S tier.
S tier?
Yeah.
All right.
I don't think I've ever seen Anne throw a tantrum, so I kind of hope it's not pink now.
It would kind of be interesting. What do you think of the BDS S tier?
Yeah, I agree.
You agree?
Definitely
I think it's really cool.
Yeah.
I think
their jerseys S tier, their skins S tier.
Any Tyrant skin, any Tyrant work is S tier anyway.
Yeah.
It's just too good.
Yeah, it's really pretty. All right, next.
CAG. That's really good with the red and gold.
Yeah.
I'm setting you up for success.
Yeah,
right?
no, but the flowers on the skin as well, like the combination of the red and gold. I think this probably is either my favorite or my second favorite, so it has to be S tier.
It's the same for me. I agree with that one.
Yeah.
What do you think, Jack?
Yeah, I agree. S tier. S tier for me, yeah.
Okay,
and also, just one thing, they stuck to their identity. It's not just anime skins all over. It's close to what they are, and it respects their tradition, and it also is a really good-looking skin, and I love that.
And that's the same for most of the outfits and the bundles. They've been so good in this release.
Yeah, in general. I mean, we've had our anime era, I think, with skins so far in Siege, but we're kind of stepping away from that now. We're getting a bit of variety in these skins, and I like it.
All right, what do you think about Cloud9?
Cloud9 is the I really liked the skin at first, and then I started to look at it more. I was like, maybe it's a little bit basic. It's okay. I like the colors, but I'm gonna have to put it in B tier.
All right, for me that would have been a C like Cloud9. Honestly, I don't think it's really researched. I think it's pretty poor. I think it looks like a year one skin.
You two are cooking North America right now.
Yeah, not my fault if the NA don't have any taste. That's why they steal most of the things from Europeans.
True.
All right, Furia.
Furia is really good. I think we're gonna find out that I'm really into the pink and purple colors, because like that's the pink and purple skin, and then again.
You're putting a third team into S tier?
Yeah.
All right.
Am I not allowed to then?
Oh, yeah, you can, I guess.
Okay.
You kind of cheating out there, but all right. PSG with a crazy cool video in the Parc des Princes.
Yeah.
I flexed the French a little bit.
Yeah.
Paris Saint-Germain.
Yeah.
What do you think about it?
I think the video was really, really cool. I love the skin. I know the opinions are maybe a little bit different on that, as we have talked about, but I was going to put it in A tier. I think it's a really good skin. I love the weapon skin as well, but the outfit is just very colorful as well.
Can I be controversial here? The video is S tier, but I'm not sure the skin is. I think the skin's quite polarizing.
I think it's hit or miss.
For me, I would go C, but I understand why people would go S.
At least it's highly recognizable. I'm just going to say, because I'm a biggest tryhard ever, the thing is, it's white and red, and it's extremely visible compared to the normal Damus black skin. So,
but then again, so are these. So are BDS and the Fury. Like pink and purple. Like that's gonna stand out.
3 teams remaining, working with Loud, the biggest organization in Brazil, with that black and green skin.
Yes, what I really liked is that this headgear really looked like the Outbreak one. I think that's what a lot of people said on social media. I was really giving a nice throwback for that one, but I'm not really buying it. It's going to go into B tier.
Oh, that was starting really well. It just went down and crashed it.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, we started really poorly, then we went off like very well, and now we're just like,
Maybe I just picked the teams in purpose just to mess with you. All right,
Maybe.
2 European teams are left. It's Fnatic and G2, the 2 polar opposites and rivals. Fnatic, let's start with the mute skin.
Fnatic, I'm gonna put in A tier because I really like what they've done with that skin. I think we've had this conversation as well. It kind of shows, like, you know, the old type of like vibe with the full British going on there. I like it. I respect the kind of What's going on there?
That's the first time anyone's put Fnatic in A tier for about 5 years, and I'll be honest.
Screenshot it. Be
And
proud of it.
it's only because of the skin. I will say though, seeing Fnatic there and I'm A tier there is still, you know, still breaks my heart. But
it's my
not,
rating.
It's not my rating. It's not my rating.
It's my rating.
What about G2?
Yeah. I sincerely apologize to all the G2 fans
I
out
think
there.
we're all gonna agree here.
That I really didn't want to do, but this is probably the first time that I didn't really like a G2 skin.
Same for
I
me.
hate to say it.
I agree.
It's probably the worst skin I've seen from them, and it's because they've had some really good
because they've
skins.
had so many bangers.
Exactly.
Yeah. And
the Vigil skin was so good.
That one was a big risk, I feel like.
Yeah.
Right?
The which one?
That one skin with the graffiti style. I don't know. It just.
I really like the Fenrir one. I think that one was really good. Obviously, it's again the pink, the purple color scheme, which I really seem to enjoy, but
Where is he going?
would it be too bad to put them in C tier?
Not with the North America.
I think that's heavily deserved. I'm sorry, G2. You're joining the NA guys in the Poor Taste team. So that's the final ranking. What do you think?
I mean, I'm happy with this. I was like, you know, I made my decisions on beforehand on what I wanted to do. I think I memorized it very well. Sorry, NA, it's nothing personal. I'm just not a big fan of like the, I don't know, the lander skins. I personally really enjoy the colorful ones. I mean, we've got the very colorful ones in the S tier. Obviously, I'd love to see you guys' power ranking or tier list as well. I mean, if you heavily disagree or either agree with our opinions, I'd love to see what you guys have to think about the esports skins as well. But of course, for now, since the Furia one was one of my highlights, we're gonna send it to a video of that one just so you can see what it looks like again. You love to have a little bit of fun here with our tier list, with our rankings, but we are here for the siege, and we obviously have what I think is our match of the day. Again, if you feel any different, please feel free to give your opinion on that one. But I really think BDS Virtus.pro has to be our matchup of the day. I mean, obviously, we looked at BDS last week. Huge upset, a victory over G2. Whereas, on the other hand, Virtus.pro, you know, struggles in overtime against Fnatic, and their first loss. What's going on?
Yeah, I think they're you know, any team is gonna face a wall at some point, especially when one has been cooking in the shadows for 4 months in the offseason. At some point, you're gonna get tested. At some point, you're gonna lose a few maps. I'm not worried about them. I'm waiting to see them reach playoffs and the BO3s. I still think they've looked amazing so far. I love the rejuvenated, aggressive way of playing Siege, but keeping the core identity of that team.
Yeah,
I will say that was a scary win over Fnatic. However, Fnatic is known to be that. They raise their level to the teams they're facing. When they play a poor team, they play really poor. When they play a good team, they play really well. That's just the Fnatic story.
I feel like we like to make out that this Russian team are cyborgs and that they don't drop in consistency or performance, and they do the same thing from time to time. But, you know, you see down on your screen there, even he knows. He knows that Virtus.pro have it in them to drop a map here and there, and that's exactly what happened. I wouldn't worry. Again, it's a blip, and that's all I expect it to be. I expect Virtus.pro to bounce back strong.
Yeah, a bounce back is what we want to see from them, especially if they want to remain in that contention of the top two. To get that bye going into playoffs will be absolutely huge for them. When we talk about their opponents and the likes of BDS, of course, bringing in those big guns for this game as well. We already talked about that huge upset last week, an 8-7 versus G2. Do we think there's a chance for them to replicate that?
Of course there's a chance. I think, you know, this BDS team are one that are full of surprises, I would say. You know, at the start of the stage, Leo, me and you were sat there talking about, hey, it's a new team. They maybe need some time to gel. We want to see that from them. Then Frick comes along and just drops huge digits every game he plays. They lose games where they really should be winning, and then they surprise us with a huge upset against G2. But confidence must be sky high for them right now.
Yeah, I think it's a story of, I guess, how well the team can play and not how well Freck can play. I think so far, we've seen this team develop. We've seen the team take time to develop. I think we see them grow, you know, quite confidently, and then it's taken them 4 playdays to eventually have a big win versus big prestigious organizations, and it took at that moment the whole team to step up. to finally reach a victory. And I think that's what we're there to see. We waited for them to step up. We saw that last week. Can they do it against a Titan? That's the good moment.
It felt like they went through the ceiling.
No, come back, Frank. No, we need you.
We see Frank go through his doors and he's gone. He's out.
It's just okay. He's just going to the restroom. That's the normal pro player behavior. So stress. He's just going there.
I guess that means we have a little bit more. Frank's MIA. But yeah, it felt like they broke through a ceiling last week. And I think that this team will be a series of ceilings that they will carry on breaking through. And yeah, I was very, very pleasantly impressed with their performance last week.
Yeah, and more specific about that player, Freck, we just talked about him already, but he's been really performing very well inside of this league, but he has known different times.
Yeah, let's just speak about him while he's not there.
He's not here.
Before just watch the graphic. Let's just enjoy the time he's not there to just mention what the frick is going on with this player, Jack. His evolution is completely crazy.
Yeah, this is obviously a spider graph showing EML Stage 2 2024 in the green. The
first stage ever in Tier 1,
First stage ever. You see in some of these stats, obviously, for people who are a bit more visual, the wider out the color is, the better that he's doing in terms of all of these key stats. And you can see the blue line. This stage, he is absolutely smashing it. Highest DPS in the league. Second highest in the world as at right now on an individual basis. Really high KDs, positive in entry, cost is high, survivability is high. He is absolutely cooking so far. We keep praising him every single week.
Yeah, I think what's most important for me is that he's best in all statistics department, but I also hear from every teammate, from the coaching staff when I ask them.
They love him.
They love him because he's the soul of the team. He's the one that cracks the jokes. He's the one that helps the atmosphere being positive. He's the one that is the clown of the team. And he's the one also in game that shot calls. He does it all. And he's back.
And he's back.
To deliver the show to us. Are you ready, Freck? You seem to be adjusting that sleeve.
And I think that's what's important, is that Freck is there performing on an individual level, but the win that we saw last week was a team performance as well. And I think that's important. And BDS recognize that. They can't just be carried by individuals. They need the team to perform, and that's what happened against G2.
Yes, but still, I mean, we said at the beginning of the show today, we're going to save the top 3 players of the league, as it currently is, for a specific moment later in today. And that moment is now, because the top 3 players of the league are currently in this specific matchup. We've seen him many times as well in that inside of the top 3. Pasha now really standing up as well. And then they're playing against the number 1 later. We'll show him later. Freck as well.
Yeah, so speaking about these two specifically, obviously always had an electric start, a phenomenal start to the stage. He was at the forefront. Pasha has actually had a huge previous game. We highlighted him at the start.
21 kills.
21 kills in the last play day. He actually has the joint highest survival percentage in the world. Number 1, 50% of rounds he's surviving in. So he's absolutely loving life, playing not necessarily at the front, as always has been for Virtus Pro, a little bit behind that, but he's surviving in so many rounds.
And now we see Freck, going in there with the 10 and 2 entry, with a 56 KD. Honestly, just one thing to notice. We've just seen these guys being close to 40 kills, and now this guy above 50 kills. I just want to remind everyone, that was after 4 maps of Siege.
Yeah.
So the average.
That's
on average,
double digits.
They're dropping double digits every single game. And that for me is crazy.
And this is why this game in particular is so good. We have the best 3 players inside of Europe as of form, as of the first 4 play days, playing against each other right now.
And at a very specific moment. Mind you that on the side of VP, they've barely lost to Fnatic. They're looking a little bit weaker. And on the side of BDS, they've just upset G2 in 8-7. Both of these teams going all the way to 15 round last match.
Yeah.
This should be a banger and hopefully going over.
And then the context of the table, BDS are trying to upset that top 4 upper echelon and get into that position.
I don't think there's anything more we can add to make this like an even more exciting matchup, because I'm literally already finding myself close to the edge of the seat to find out what's going to happen in this matchup, especially with those top performers against each other. But we need one more thing. We need a map. And how fitting is it to have Border with a map of players that are stepping up so individually against each other?
I asked Leo earlier, I said, Virtus Pro are banning, what are they banning? And he goes, Nighthaven, Consulate, Skyscraper, Lair. They're flips on this veto, but that is exactly what they banned. And we end up on Border. He said, if it's Virtus Pro, we'll be playing Clubhouse or Border. And we get to Border.
And we get to Border. I mean, it's a 50% chance. In the end, they have a 5-map pool. So we almost know where they will end up. Now, why is that interesting? On which map did Fnatic almost beat VP last week?
Border.
What was the score?
8-7.
All right, so now you have a very clear plan on the side of BDS.
Yeah.
Let's replicate exactly what Fnatic did. Because when you play VP, you know exactly which map you're going to play, and that's been like this for 6 years.
Yeah.
Every time I played this guy, I knew when I was going to play and which map. That's the BDS plan right now. Go on border, counter-strat them, do better than Fnatic, and take the win.
All right, so with that information, and now that we know the map as well, who do you think is going to win?
Oh, that's a tough one.
Oh, no.
Because
I'm going to go with my heart, BDS.
Oh, no. I will agree with that for once. I will say, you know what, upset. Let's go. Let's have the upset. VP doesn't need the points. They'll reach playoffs anyway. Let's see a beautiful victory.
We agree, BDS. Let's go.
All right, let's
This
go.
synergy is amazing. I mean, it's showing so many times here today. I mean, let's see if our casters have a similar synergy on that. Fluke, Demo, I mean, both are endless win for BDS. Are you two agreeing, or do we think Virtus Pro might win?
I disagree with Demo. One of us always tells the lie. One of us tells the truth.
Well, I think I'm going to fancy VP. Obviously, these two are going to go with BDS. I just think that the Russians this stage are the best I've ever seen them. And BDS, I think, are still a new team where you're bringing in players from different walks of life. Let's be real. You don't forget about, the lifespan of this team. It hasn't been long. VP have been one of the longest cores in Seed history. And I think in a map like Border, yes, you can see that coming from Miloth because VP are still the most predictable team in terms of what map you're going to go to. But VP, they know how to play Siege. And I think with the addition of them being able to play Shields now, this will work very well on a map like Border.
It's hard to disagree with Demo. He makes some really good points. Even though you do want to disagree with him, it is hard to disagree.
That's why I did it on the basis. It was like a gut instinct.
So, BDS?
But, yeah, well, I got to stand by my words of disagreeing with Demo. So I'll go with you tiny sitting folk in the city of Copenhagen and go with, I think I'll go with BDS. But only no reasoning.
No, I mean, we'll see who ends up telling lies and who is telling the truth here over in the studio. But the match is ready, so please take us to Border.
I will. Thank you. I like the questions mark on the tiny. In the camera perspective makes you small. Like when you're in a plane, Demo, and people look small. Do you know why that is?
Why is that?
Because they're far away. We go into Border. We go back to Border even, and where we had Border earlier on was a little bit of an upset in some regards. Wylde pulled it out, so maybe some people's results will be an upset, but this is maybe our most even game of the evening.
Well, it's match of the day, isn't it? So you would hope so. Obviously Border. I'm actually surprised because I always know those two have been, people who stand by their stats and their facts and their figures.
They do love those things.
BDS have never played this map, and they have banned it in every map veto since becoming a team bar one. So it's not a map that they're interested in going to. They always ban it as well. So I don't know what the map preference is in terms of the small sample size we have of BDS, but surely the map preference for Border isn't very high for BDS.
Well, when did we have an example of a team that didn't really like to play Border or didn't have it very common, if at all, play Border earlier this evening?
Yeah, and they lost.
And they lost. So, maybe Demo, you will be the savant amongst the sullied. I couldn't think of a nice word that began with S to talk about how everyone else was wrong. So instead, success. I'm running out of words. It's 30 degrees still. It's ludicrous that it is that warm at what is getting to 9 p.m.
Fnatic actually bucketing it down where I am right now, like the rain it's tramps in the ground at the moment.
I would pay good money to be outside in the rain. And they'll pay good money for a prox alarm. Now, we talked about the power of Brava a bit and how strong they could be in the current sort of drive of the meta. Look at all of that delicious utility that is up on the right-hand side. It's just free real estate for P4.
Yeah. Free bullet proofs are just insane, isn't it? Even just for VP to bring that in, but they just want to have as much info as they can, and certainly the Brava's going to be great at hacking all that. In goes the Blackbeard jumping in through Sandwich, but cannot make the full engagement onto that player as he's worried about the players doing the corridor. They're also engaging P4 at the moment, but the Blackbeard missed out on his opportunity as that player is retreated back down the back route. Patch, and now look at this from Dan, actually trying to engage the Blackbeard from below. He's getting shots on him.
Robbie took a lot of damage there. Now I have a lot of questions of what's going on, but maybe that's just the magic of Border, the wild, wacky world it is as Joystick gets Lasmo and gets rid of the Nomad. Okay. The second to breathe now as they have some control of East, and the one body they've taken was the Smoke, which is a peculiar person in both Shepherd and an operator to be stood so far forward, but it's not going to slow their roll too much, it seems like. They do have a bit of a limitation on a way now to stop a defuse from a bit of range. Sure, you can put some pressure in from underneath, but outside of that, if they try and tuck that shield in and get a plant and they've got some cover, you have to just swing to stop it. And that is something that is going to work on the side of BDS's favor now as they creep their way in, do a little bit more damage. Now, Robbie isn't a million miles away from death, and if the shield goes, that is their big advantage with, I think, a bulletproof there on towards the left. And they are just... oh, not exactly hunting Dan, leaving him down below and going, well, we know he's there, so let's just maybe try and take the flat fight.
The issue is it's losing the Brava, so all that info that we mentioned before will just stay up. The VPs are going to be very valuable in these latter few seconds for VP to play around their retake. I think they'll be happy enough to allow BDS to plant if they want to. They'll try and play off the retake, and a great swing there from always supporting his teammate. Virtue goes down, Passion with another. It's all down to the Blackbeard. No hope at all. Passion with a DMR, lying in wait. VP, good solid hold on that first defense. BDS, they tried to hit it with some pretty quick pacing at the start, but whenever they didn't get their kills, they just faltered away.
Yeah, it's sort of that, you know, there was an obvious idea that fell to bits, right? And you're sort of piecing together where it happened. The Blackbeard and the Brava slunk their way across, hopped themselves in towards office, and the fight right down long. But you know it's going to be a fortified position. They hadn't, as far as we'd seen, done any work to clear CC or put any pressure on towards break, so it was kind of just running into a gauntlet and hoping for a nice result, which has gone the way that it has.
BDS, their common theme will probably try and be, you know, disable the util. You know, you're bringing in the Bravo. It was a strong operator to remove the utility. Just a shame that she got picked off as one of the first few. Now you look at the lineup. We're seeing the Flores be brought in. So again, does a similar job though off the Brava. You know, it doesn't. You don't take the information away. You just destroy it flat out. That's kind of, you know, what the Flores will bring to the table. But still sticking with that shield as well. However, it's a different person playing the shield, which is also another point I may add. Robbie's being demoted off the shield, and he's on the Ash now. And it's the last mouse. Here to go, ready to rock and roll.
I mean, let's see if they can try and survive a bit longer. Now, they have everything that could potentially just harness a quick play here. Roll the Sense Wall in, and we saw that suffer from a similar team that hadn't played a lot of this map before, so maybe not. It's a time of teething and testing. They're being tested. Virtus Pro, with the fact that both G2 and Secret have found some success, and with Falcons still to play later on, if they want to keep themselves toe-to-toe with the top of the table, this has to be, as I said it before, the bar of a game in hand. But, well, you expect a bit more fight here from the side of BDS. There is some pressure coming in. A late throw, Fnatic is immediately shot. It was a bold move, but P4 is always the one who suffers. High Blackbeard by player, but traded out. Dan gets the cover. It's back and forth though as Freck makes sure that there is a blow for a blow for a blow. Now you lose the Ashe in this engagement, but you've removed the Legion and the Fenrir. And that is kind of what Ashe's role is. Great bit of coordination there from the side of BDS to be in a position to trade that out, as Freck finds always a 4 versus 2, and Shepherd sat watching, maybe waiting for at least the cover on this engagement. But think about the site demo. If they realize that maybe they could just slip their way in the window and plant, opportunity might start screaming towards them.
Yeah, see that both players in VP very loose in terms of where they actually positioned. I wouldn't say they're in a position to try and support one another. One is located over towards that hard wall, and the other one is in towards Easton. Now they have doubled up and they are together trying to play this crossfire. Shepherd though has that soft wall, and Freck will read into that. And they know exactly where the last player is, who gets picked off. Really good job from BDS. Good pinch at the start, using the Blackbeard alongside the Scent. Gives them that little bit of a cover to take that one-on-one engagement, and Blackbeard is always going to win that all day of the week. And then just an easy collapse from them. They have that man advantage, and they just pick the VP off one at a time. So this Blackbeard, really doing work for them. Potential operator that you can maybe see banned inside of round 4 for VP, because it is causing them some issues. But again, still another round before we get into our expanding phase.
It's one of those sort of moments there where, you know, as I said, they could have the opportunity to plant. Then we see that they're just playing the waiting game. They didn't want to do that. They had them in the 4-2 and they didn't throw it away. BDS, they made sure that their pace was exactly metered towards the hold that Virtus Pro had, which was the focus on the stairs. Shepard made a move, Freck knew about it, and just a great information gathered game here. Blackbeard still on the board, and yeah, unless something horrifying happens, it's gone. To be honest, even if they didn't play it, with the 2 bans Virtus Pro have already put forward, might have been banned anyway. Here though, the only one not changed as we get gridlock for some roam control. Robbie on the ramp instead. Similar gun, similar idea in some regards, but can get some of that work done much looser and easier.
Still plenty of traps up from VP. Oh, Pasha! My words, went for the spawn peek and he's been able to pick off Robbie, who is that ram you would love to have for this bomb site, because of course it is a top-down take that you would expect BDS to go for, so certainly the verticality would be nice to have, but now they're going to have to try and do it without. However, very swift trade though, as always, has been picked up.
Yeah, I think that's sort of, you know, Pasha is obviously a player who had such an insane day the other day, and it didn't quite amount to anything. They are somebody who just keeps stepping up, and throughout their history in Tier 1 EU Siege, they've just always been a joy to watch across the other rosters. This is a map that plays well to Pasha as well. This is a map that they can step into, can explore the space all around, and as you see, Robbie 0-3 just keeps being caught out by it. Freck takes some shrapnel in a pretty loose exchange, but with the slowed approach here, you can imagine that Dan's not going to stick around too much longer. As they'll try and probably bounce a grenade over the top, get this wall open, and then go from there. There's the grenade, but it missed the mark. The C4 also does, but it does actually get rid of the Selma that was placed.
And see the grenade will go in to remove that mute jammer, so the wall will be opened up, and plenty of time for BDS to make this work, but just do worry though, with losing out that ram, you don't have that vertical pressure that you would like to apply now onto the players who have since fallen back into the safety of the bomb site. C4 in hand as well for Pasha, might go fishing and see what you can find. I think for BDS, it's about getting, you know, the util in the correct position, and you're mostly looking at Virtue here. You know, where is Virtue in all this? That's the player that you need to watch. He's actually all the way over towards passport control, so he needs to try and get in and get ready with that util that, of course, will assist these BDS players as they try and march in the bomb site.
Well, there's a bit of an opening, and there's a closing. Dan locks out Lasmo, and just make sure that the statement of the site is one that they can't be so matter-of-fact about. Seafault gets caught out, and now the fight on a player that doesn't really need to give the game away. You're going to have to go deep and swing for it, and there is a bit of potential cover that comes through. The lead-in is taken by P4. There's not an immediate reaction, but 20 seconds here, Demo, and they're still scared about somebody else moving in to fill in the blanks. And well, P4 is the player that needs to try and get the kit down. Virtue is just watching from afar. So at this point, they're just going to hope that it's tucked here close and nobody moves in. No, go for the kill instead. Pre-fires the angle. Pre-fires nothing, but there's somebody rotating around the back. Do they know about Pasha? No, they don't even need to.
Why is P4 just reloaded in the middle of the site with 5 seconds to go? By the way, he could have pre-fired that guy on the server rack. He just literally an inch to his right, you would have seen him. Oh dear, oh dear. I wonder if we get a highlight on it, because I don't know why he hasn't just killed the guy. He knew he was there, but then he just panicked and thought, oh, I have to plant, and then he just... I don't know.
You can't
I don't know,
plant
Jeff.
with an...
I don't know.
You're watching the game, weren't you? You saw them go off.
I seen that there, you know, there was 10 players, but I don't know.
Changing mags.
Yeah, you can't plant.
I've seen them go off. But I thought Shaika was coming on. I thought Shaika was coming on from BDS, but he's not here.
You can't plant. You can't plant with an empty magazine. I mean, questions to be raised, and I think the only thing we can all probably agree on was that there was some confusion going on at that moment in time. 2-1 though, and Virtus Pro mopped up the confusion, and BDS, you know, they had some inroads, then they had things shut on their faces. To get as close as they did was still, I guess, a compliment to them, but a cause for concern maybe for Virtus Pro. There was good rotation from Pasha around the back. Didn't do it immediately when the player was caught out on the security side, and then, well, made their way afterwards. The third shield is, yeah. Oh, losing the round to the run-out peak. Third shield gone. Who is surprised? Nobody, screamed the masses.
Yeah, triple shield ban. No fuse is taking the fancy of BDS here. Obviously VP, and looking at their lineup, we see a Tachanka come in. Now, typically you would expect like the smoke as your kind of operator of choice to go alongside your Goyo if you are trying to play for a denial defense. But if you want to go with the Tachanka, then sure, you go for it. But and the only issue is just whenever you're using the gadget, then you don't have a gun up. That's like the main thing I would have. Honestly, I don't know who I was talking to. Maybe he was doing something with, was it Tim or something I was speaking to? If you made it so it was like a wrist launcher where he could still have his gun up and still use the gadget, I think that would make him so much easier to use, but just a little bit clunky because of course you have to get the full grenade launcher out to use it. Again, Ubisoft, if you're listening, I'm more than happy to make this happen. You know,
just imagining him with a sort of Mandalorian-esque wrist mount.
Will work for food.
Wow! Please don't follow that through. We all, the rest of us won't. Ready for the spray. And there's the trade back on. Threaded the Violent Needle on towards the eastern stairs, and doesn't sit around much longer as it gets taken over and overwhelmed in some manner. Now remember, we sort of talked about this before where they went for a quick play, things went away from them, and then they struggled to come up with a plan B. Here it seems like they're strong-arming as a group, a lot more direct on towards it. They're not entirely sending up the fight. They have the track on a loose player on the far side, and this is one of the few places we have a lot of heavy brickwork and cement to keep you safe, so at least put the fear in whoever wanted to go for the loot background. Well, maybe don't do that. The 4 versus 4 with a minute on and a bit of fire still ticking away. Now they're putting pressure on towards CC and break. Let's try and root out that player before that player just rotates their own way home.
And this information from the VPs, though, they're still up. And I don't think Twitch has any drones left, so it's not going to be an easy way of getting rid of them. And Dan opens up with, yet again, another kill, playing very well on that Goyo at the moment. And Robbie doesn't really know what engagement he wants to go for, but maybe he doesn't get to decide as Shepard comes to him instead, and Robbie hits the deck. 0-4 is where he sits, and now a 2v4 for Plasma and P4 to try and clutch up against, and don't exactly, again, similar to Robbie, they just don't know what they want to swing, they don't know who they want to engage, and Shepard just overextends himself just a tad there, but again, look at the timer, 10 seconds left. Plasma all by himself, has the pistol out, knows the guy over towards Brazil's there, but Pasha has a good cutoff. VP, again, another good round where they could just sit in their hands, hold these angles, and close it out.
It's just not obviously really going into that sort of way or the favor here
Let's
of
take a
BDS.
breather and remember what we said. Focus your paper, plan A, plan B, okay? I'm gonna give you some time to breathe, calm down, read your paper, okay? Remember what we said.
Just chill the comms, guys. Get a clear plan together. We focus one thing. That's all we need to do. And if you want to do something else, just communicate it. If we're just doing something different shit, I have no clue what's going on. Second round in a row. Focus one thing. Let's go. We got this.
All right, all good?
Yep.
Everything read what he had to read?
Let's just have one voice, guys. If there's one voice that's saying something, let's follow.
So, I love that we get these listen-ins. Brilliant. We have no idea what they're reading. Maybe just uplifting memes.
It's for good reason. Because if we don't know what they're reading, then the enemy team doesn't know either.
Else knows what they're reading.
Yeah. Also, nice little bit of cold mental as well coming in from that timeout.
Yeah.
You know, take a moment to breathe. Palms obviously flustered, so just chill. I think that's the main thing to get across from that. Was just take it easy. You know, maybe they're putting too much stress on themselves.
I think it's a very fair comment, and I think you can sort of see it there from the sort of follow-ons that you got from Virgil and Frack saying, you know, we just need to focus on something. We need to get less wide with our approach, clear up the comms, one voice, and go from there, because you get that feeling, right? There was always that sort of unknown in their approaches. They weren't really hitting things as a team and as a unit, which you need to kind of do against a team like Virtus.pro that is so well run and well rehearsed. You'll get opportunities, but only because you've earned them against Virtus.pro.
Yeah, they're a difficult team to break down, and whenever you've got some really strong standout players this stage, you know, Abgilzo always has been playing really well. Asha has been playing insane. Dan is just always going to be there. You know, I think Dan, probably top 5 European players that we've had ever. I think he's on my all-time top 5.
Yeah.
Just talking about EU, not internationally, but certainly in EU, top 5 players we've ever had, and he's always going to be a consistent force. Really, since he broke out onto the scene, and he's still doing it, he's always going to be a menace for any team that goes up against him. So, yeah, you're against a very strong team for BDS, and just don't let the nerves get to you. You know, they're still human. We can see them. We can still see them lose. You know, we've seen teams take them the distance. We've seen VP look a little bit shaky sometimes. Certainly last week against Macko, that was an upset from all metrics.
I think, you know, upsets can always happen. You can always build on it, and there's the first.
Get ready for the breach.
Maybe a team a bit more direct. Lasmo's able to get himself in. He was promoted to the Shield. Now he's been promoted to Deimos. It's sort of like, yeah, Robbie, give us your other operator as well. As Lasmo's able to get that first lock in, the reveal a location. We'll just get a reveal a utility, but a minute 20. And a trade comes back in. Virtue gone, and always also sort of gone. Slips their way. Now it's a very vertical hold here. The BDS are trying to match, but a traded engagement. And there goes Candelas.
One common theme with VP, and what they've brought in every lineup so far, is the castle and the traps. That is what they have centered around. They're using the castle to waste that time, give themselves that protection, and then just play into the trap meta. You know, that's what they're going for. Give themselves as many advantages in these gunfights as they can.
Now with a bit of focus here on towards top east, and only 40 seconds at one point. Oh, seems like they knew something, and there goes Shepard, and there is the track of the Deimos. Lasmo still alive, just reading and threading this information. They know roughly where they are and what they're watching, and they have an idea, but they still need to go for the plant, and always needs to operate in that space. So, for the compliments we've paid and the things that they need to work on, this is the main one from BDS of making sure that they have cover and communication. But no, operated on one, an engagement for a second. It was going so well until it just fell.
Oh, VP, by the skin of their teeth, just get over the line somehow, some way. BDS, that'll be a stinging round to lose. It really will be. Essentially, always has banked on an all-in play there, right? He literally has a 50-50 the way he plays this. One, he positions himself so he plays for the hatch drop, or two, he positions himself for the player jumping in the window coming in from east. Yeah, that's the way it works. If Fred had dropped the hatch, always was not in a position to engage that, yeah? We know that. He just banked it all in, and it's worked. He positioned himself for them going east. He's just predicted where he's going to go. He's won the 50-50. That's as simple as that. Tough for BDS, but hey, that's the way the cookie crumbles.
4-1 now at this point, and Virtus.pro, they're locking themselves down on these defenses. The timeout's been used by BDS, and if it was their chance to breathe. Unfortunately, they've returned straight towards the fire and are currently reaching around in the dark. They need to get this one, get themselves that confidence more than anything, that when they get to the other side, otherwise Virtus Pro just have to lock down 2 attacks on a tertiary site on border, which isn't impossible to ask. It's an awkward sort of place, but it's the same thing we're about to ask BDS, so let's see if things can get threaded towards it. Oh, they're onto a site where the kit ended up in a bit of confusion. I think it's fair to label the last time we were here, Demo.
Yeah.
Will we get clarity instead?
Reloading ammo. BDS, it looks as though they're going to go for a horizontal take rather than the vertical take, than what they did last time. They still have the opportunity to go vertical if they want to, because they still have a vertical operator in the form of the sledge, but just based on them opening up jail, trying to look in towards customs, which they had no intention of going for previously. They didn't even touch that room at all the last time they were here. So maybe they're up, you know, for a different approach, a different idea. But still, probing upstairs though. You're still droning upstairs. You can see the setup from VP clear stay. So it looks a little bit more scattered from BDS. They're just trying to see if they can set up these strong crossfires, and they've done so. Plasma using the demo, spots the man that they want. They set up their angles for it. Easy pick.
Well, hopped in, but the pressure was hot all around, and they still somehow find 2. Hello. Unbelievable swing around there from Pasha, and I mean the man on sandwich is just left watching in fear of the fight and doesn't even want to take it at this point because they got to go and replace the already dead. But Pasha's gone.
Best shots I've ever seen. With the Cybertruck as well, by the way. Look at the sight he was using. Oh my, yeah, it's really good work from Pasha, just individual brilliance again, and this was the worry you always have for anyone going up against VP, is you've got players in this stage who are playing extremely well, and there you go, Pasha just has more or less mudded BDS in terms of what they wanted to go for. You're losing the 2 information operators, Lion and Deimos, a very strong counter, you know, or not a counter, a strong combination together, taking that off the board, yeah, massive for Pasha, and now BDS are just left with a bit of vert, some flashbangs and nades, and that is it. But they don't have any map control because they've lost those bodies now. They didn't get the kills that they wanted by going above.
Well, with 20 seconds left and 7 players still standing, it's all up for the aggression to play for, and P4 gets gifted down, but they still need to get into the site, and they're not that close to it. And P4 goes down alone. Somebody else suffers outside as well. It's just Pasha with the lockdown here. Freck's fighting a fight on vertical, but he can't even get to the kit, let alone the site, let alone the plant. And yeah, he gets a kill on the end of it, but I think he knew how that story was going to go. Virtus Pro, Demo. You said that they were in a good position for this. I'm assuming you haven't changed your tune.
No, just VP's VP. You know, I just think the way that they're playing the stage, but that was only the defense. This is the side where I would be more worried about. We've always said that VP have been a very one-dimensional team where they have this set style that seems to be kind of from the Stone Ages of Siege. But what I see in this stage, with the additions of playing faster through the meta, bringing in shield operators as well, which they never really had, it has made them so much more terrifying as a team in this current meta. So that was always the worry, that you kind of look at VP and think, if they've added that to their attacking side now, what are teams going to do? Because they're always good in defense. It was the attacks that let them down.
It's sort of that risky moment right now here where all they have to do is play the game ahead of them. And I talked about it in the previous game, right? Where G2 got themselves into that sort of 4-2 position. If a round goes away and you're on the back foot that deep into it, it is horrifying. They don't even have the benefit of a timeout at this point, BDS.
Yeah.
So they need to try and get an opening sort of flawless rotation of 3, because Virtus Pro are a team that learns, they're a team that improves, and they're a team that usually, when they're hitting a site for the second time, can find success if the first has failed. And, you know, just staying to death now. The multi and capped out have been removed. Specific play against specific play.
Your very existence.
I don't think Virtus Pro are too worried, really, about what BDS are trying to shake.
Here we go, VP. First attack. You see the Blackbeard has been locked in, and this is what I mean. This is a very, I want to say like kind of Brazilian-esque lineup, because this is like something you see in Brazil with, you know, that kind of yellow outline of bringing in, you know, Lion, the Grim, the Blackbeards there, all of these fast-paced operators who are just devastating if you combo them all at the same time. You know, VP can play that style now, and BDS have to try and go up against it. BDS bringing in, you know, again, traps. You've got the Legion there, which will help out, of course, against the Blackbeard, but you just have to make sure that the Legion's in the correct place to go against that operator. See already, actually, an early smoke canister is being used by Robbie out over towards Catwalk.
This saw a ghost. And you just still trying to warn Pasha off, you know? Preemptive. You don't understand. Ooh, that one. On towards the window as a grenade. Almost got the catch. The Deimos there as well. Buys himself at least time to stop a swing on towards it, but you know, if you're worried about the first one being used, there's the second demo, as Robbie is just trying to stop, I guess, a utility dump from coming, and there's the third. They are dedicated to trying to hold off on the back of this initial Virtus Pro push. Now you look at what Virtus Pro have used. That is all the E1Ds. That is a chunk of the other utility, but yeah, we'll get back to it. The B's gone. At this point, there's been a big sort of exchange of utility, and we might have a big exchange. There's the drone reveal. There's the head of Virtue. The drone had the full read on that engagement.
They both know where each other were. It's just a case of swing or be swung. And yeah, that's why you should always swing, by the way.
Always swing.
Yeah, Pasha gets that one up on him. And very surgical in terms of how VP are playing this at the moment. They're taking their time. They're making sure the utility is done correctly. P4 is in an off position, though. If he gets droned out, he's a dead man. But if he doesn't, he could be on to play spoiler here at the VP party. Always, though, has transitioned over in towards CC and is now pressing towards Armory. That's a different change of pace.
Yeah, I guess seeing if they can try and get the alternate push here, but in the meantime, things have sort of gone away. Robbie finds Joystick, and Freck finds the outside on a Dan whilst being tracked by the Deimos. I think they sort of went, look, I know I'm about to be in an engagement, so I'm going to try and take it first. And now suddenly, within a split of a second and a split of a rotate, it's pressure on the opposite side, dropped the hatch and slipped away, and with the goo mine in foot, what are you really doing here? Pasha is desperate for this engagement, and two players there, and I mean, it's a post plant, and there's one, there's a second, no way! Slips away with the pistol, gets the rotate, but they're on the counter defuse. Lasmu pulls off, but it's pistols at dawn right now, Demo. One bullet goes for the reload, and they've now got full mags, full clips, full swing, swing or be swung, or pre-fire for Lasmu! Threaded the needle, but that was almost an unbelievable clutch for Virtus Pro.
Oh, it's almost a Shepard moment, wasn't it?
Oh,
wow.
Yeah.
I mean, you can see the Deimos. The Deimos was just good the whole time. He couldn't maneuver. He was really struggling. And that's where the traps really strong. Just at those late stages. Legion, great operator, I think, at the moment in the meta, just for slowing the pace down. Whenever you're dealing with a meta where there are players who will just make these kind of little pocket plays where they see a gap, Legion is the perfect counter to that. And it helped a lot there, just to try and stave them off. Still use the nade, though. The nade actually bought time for Shepard to go for the plant, but it was almost a kerfuffle. You know, this right here. Oh, almost for Shepard.
Tough break, but BDS, they live on, and to be fair, they live on because of not just how it ended, obviously, but the work that was done earlier on. They lost that opening engagement. Virtus Pro took time to try and rotate, and BDS did what you need to do against a team like Virtus Pro, which is not let them set up. Disturb them in the approach, throw yourself out the building, in some cases, Freck, find bodies on the back end of it, and well, bodies were found, and from then they were able to develop themselves into a second round. But we've obviously had a 7-1 tonight. We've had a 7-2. Still a lot of work left to be done here to stop Virtus Pro giving us Another strong sort of 7 result. Quick break.
Oh, fast.
Bashing their way across, rolling it on, and always has found a fight, but no, he's missed it. I saw him drop the pistol. I thought he knew the man was there. Joystick gets one. There's a trade out and another missed moment. Robbie with 3. Holding office. And as the pop-up Pirate is slammed down by Shepard, you still have, I mean, Robbie with not a lot of health, and as I said, you step in, don't let them get comfortable. I hope those pellets connect. 1 on East. You can see BDS, they want to play on contact as soon as the fight starts. Either the East player is going to pop up and trade out for Robbie, or vice versa. But the drone work is missed. Robbie, no, surely not. No. But it's a 2 versus 1. A lot of time for Dan to work with, but Demo, a lot of health.
No, he just doesn't have the HP, I don't think, to engage this. 1 bullet will finish him off. And yeah, it should just be an easy 2v1 for BDS. We've got plenty of time still, but very unlikely at the moment. As long as they do not give him these 1v1s, that is the main worry. But VP, they just tried to go really quick. I mean, the Blitz just straight in, had no idea, no information where they were. It's picked off because of that. Just couldn't get the trades. Oh, I was going to say he misdroned him, but ends up shooting the drone and does give his position away.
Kid is outside, has seen there, but I think his focus here is on kills, because either way, they're just going to close down on you as soon as you start to do anything, either side. Now, we're also getting an idea of what they know, but we don't know where the Valk cams are. We don't know what they still have eyes on him. Not that they need it. You could see they just got sick of waiting around and swung it. That's 2. As I said, they want 3. Well, they want eventually more than that, but...
He went 0-6, by the way, Robbie, in the attacking department. And now he's got 5 kills already after 2 rounds in the defense. So he's flipped the switch, and he's now stepping up. And again, this is that maybe a reason why they're struggling on the attack. I mean, if somebody goes 0-6 on an attacking half, and you come out of it 5-1 down, I don't want to say you want to point the finger, but you have an idea, maybe the direction of where it could go.
Yeah, well, it's also the roles that obviously Robbie started on. Was on the Blackbeard, didn't quite worked out. Swapped to Lasmu, who then I think got a double kill. Was then on the Deimos, which is in the right hands, one of the most powerful operators in the game. Couldn't get it to work there, and sometimes it just doesn't stick. Sometimes the landing just doesn't quite translate, and well, that's sort of one of those moments. You are now getting closer and closer, the 5-1 to a 5-3. If it was the other way around, you'd be 2-0 up. It's always that mental to sort of get yourself locked in here, and BDS can just play the game ahead of them. Virtus.pro do still have a timeout. I'm wondering if they'll use it when they get to 5-4, if they do, or if they think they can just sort of push this one on.
Still think, though, VP just get the 1 round and put them 6, especially if they take this round. It is going to sap the soul out of BDS quite a bit, so I think for BDS, you just need to keep pushing. Like, you almost need to try and sweep and almost go for the 7-5. I know it may sound crazy to say, but that's kind of where they have to be, because VP, I just think they need that 1 round, it puts them on 6, and then BDS know they can't make a mistake. And against a side like VP, where if you make that 1 mistake, they will punish you very heavily. Yeah, it's just that added bit of pressure. So yeah, BDS, they just need to keep it going now and keep this momentum rolling.
It's entirely what I talked about earlier, right? Where if you're on 5-1 on border, you just need the tertiary. You just need this awkward site, because what it's probably going to be, Vent Workshop, you're not always going to find much pressure elsewhere, and it's an awkward one to hold on to. There's a lot of cross angles, and it's just not as really ran or locked in. Freck is under pressure from a Deimos. They're going to try and deal with him first, and well, he's not going to sit around and see what happens next. Knew the track, knew the pressure, knew that he had a lot of heavy reinforcements here, so all he's done is that precious resource of time And it's removal from the approach. Now always making sure he doesn't get caught out. Just going to go for the cutout of the rotate background. Force these BDS players to do exactly this. Pull back, but they missed the catch. Virtus Pro, that's a rough one to not get locked in.
Yeah, nice attempt, but the execution just halting at the last hurdle. But still, I mean, he's not in a great position. He's kind of trapped them back from at the moment. He kind of feels as though I can't really cross back. I know they're in towards waiting, but P4 able to actually give him a little bit of just covering fire almost to take the pressure off him. It does allow him to get back in. Shepherd, though, goes down. The ace is off the board. Valkyrie rips the C4, almost catching out the Blackbeard, but backpedals away just in time. And again for VP, not looking too hot in this opening. And only 30 seconds left, and they've really gotten very little for all of their trouble that they went through.
Well, with Pasha finding that body and taking almost all the damage themselves, they, again, are in this sort of thin margin against SMGs. Always isn't, though. The Blackbeard swings on, Dan swings on Frack, Joystick locks out Robbie. Suddenly, the switch has turned this round into a bloodbath, and Virtus Pro potentially into map point. P4, well, as he's in a post plant, okay, as he's barely in a post plant, he's not for the world much longer. 6 rounds.
Yeah.
3 opportunities.
Kind of mentioned how there's 30 seconds left and they haven't got any kills, and all of a sudden, within 20 seconds, they've just clean swept the whole BDS lineup.
Yep.
Wow. Just VP does VP things. You know, they're terrifying on their day, and yeah, they're playing very well right now. You mentioned the timeout. I don't think you call it if you're VP right now. You just keep it going. No need
not
to.
At all.
You know, you've almost got the, you know, you've almost got half the job done already, haven't you? So from a coaching perspective, you think, look, they've done well in the defense. I don't have to do much here. You know, they've done the hard work. Just close it out.
I think that's the sort of thing as well. Obviously, if you take the time out, they get the same benefit of a conversation, and you just don't want to give them that, because ultimately you assume that they would say, look, you took 2 rounds, you can do that again, you've already proved it, and you did it very, very well on the hold, and then you just need to get to the middle. And Virtus Pro know the game ahead of them, and they want to make sure that BDS are not getting that chance to sort of set each other straight. 6-3, 3 opportunities. Maybe I'll put it into a cursed fruition. We had a 7-1, we've had a 7-2. You think we'll see a 7-3?
Possible. I think you mentioned before, VP are a team that can adapt very well. You know, if they've made mistakes in the past, they'll be able to, you know, see what they've done wrong and then, you know, rectify that. I wouldn't say BDS have played, but I don't think BDS have played bad today. I just think VP have just played a heck of a lot better. You know, VP, I think individuals have really shone through for them. Big moments from multiple players, which I think is the unfortunate thing for BDS. I think Frack has been trying to put in a shift. You know, Robbie had a big moment with 3K, but there is just more people from VP stepping up. You know, it's just a better game from them overall, but and not bad from BDS.
Well, they have a bit of a reveal and a read, but Robbie doesn't want to go for it because he thinks he'll just get gutted as soon as he's around the corner, and yeah, fair enough. And sure, it can keep pinging the players, but he's safe-ish. The Blackbeard might be about to change his impression of what safe is. The smoke goes out, the joystick takes a decent amount of damage. It's this game of utility trade. And that first smoke won't be matched by any Bs as of yet, but another E1D nets at least something, you hope, for the side of Virtus Pro's utilization of it. But it isn't a kill, and a minute's gone. The second smoke, again, on towards that window, is hit by a grenade.
All those ADSs.
Yeah, all those ADSs. And also the player always. Oh, caught Robbie in an off position now. He's been moved and shuttled around, but he thought he was safe. And hit the smoke, but not the man. That gives them a player with still some utility to work with here, Demo.
Yeah, good from VP though. You know, realizing, okay, that's a pretty fortified position, plenty of ADSs for that smoke. We'll see if we can get the nade threaded through to destroy the ADSs. They're not going to respawn if they're gone. And then, yeah, picks them off as he tries to fall back into the safety of office. But, oh, I like this though. From Lasmau, has to try and get a little bit active because he knows that his team isn't in a great position. However, Joystick still able to maintain this lead in VP's favor.
Well, Lasmo gets Joystick as well, and that's East Stairs retaken. You can see Joystick was worried about the pressure coming back round, so the Blackbeard has to rotate themselves, as does Pasha. The pair of them to try and step in. Slight angle working in Pasha's favor. There are 3 versus 2 here. Virtue and Lasmo, all that's left to try and hold on. Nope, just Virtue. Highly experienced player, but he has not had a lock in here, and a Blackbeard is about to make friends with him. There's the knife in the first, there's the follow through. And Virtus Pro prove you right, Demo, and themselves still a top contender.
Yeah, of course they were. On a map like Border, they'll play this. I've said before, they've added in that extra bit of ferocity with, of course, the shields now becoming part of their lineup. I mean, the Blackbeard proved really effective, especially in that last round. They give them the information, they give them nades, which is oh so important in the current meta. Yeah, good performance from VP. Job done. 3 points. Go next.
Well, job done for us. Go next for us as well. Next, the break, and then the desk.
A great recovery from Virtus.pro here with a 7-3 against BDS, whereas I'm gonna be honest with you, watching that from the Greed Room, it really felt like there were moments where Virtus.pro could have given it away, where it felt like the momentum was gonna slip into the favor of BDS, but Virtus.pro closed it out. 3 very welcome points.
It came down to some really big individual moments, especially into mid to late rounds. Some moments where I think Pasha just literally blew up and literally like took 1 or 2 big kills that completely reversed the rounds. I think that's why the call out of Lilun took everyone by surprise, because she spent 20 seconds of that call out literally telling, we're not gonna speak, we're just all gonna meditate together, you're gonna read your plans and you're gonna take your breath, because that's what it felt like. It felt like pressured BDS, and pressured BDS doesn't play well as a team.
Yeah, I love the tactical timeout listenings, and I loved the approach that Lilun takes, because she really diagnosed
that round, for example.
Exactly, she really diagnosed the problem for us. There was too many voices going on in BDS. They were not playing as a team. They were not in sync, and it was so insightful to see. I'm just gonna let you guys breathe. Just diffuse your minds, get rid of the frustration, and then we'll talk about the problems. It didn't ultimately work for them, but it really identified the big cause of why BDS was starting and were poor in the first half, and then we're basically fighting from behind to bring it back.
Frank that round even said it. He said I didn't even know what we did the last 2 rounds. I didn't even know what was the plan. And we also figured out we saw 3 guys run into break room, go into 90, and take a 1v1 duel in a crossfire.
Yeah, that was rough.
With 5 seconds of difference.
And you've played against Virtus.pro, Leo. What do you need to do when you play against Virtus.pro?
You need to be disruptive.
Yeah.
Because if you're disruptive to their methodical plans, they don't necessarily know how to adapt.
And what has to be on point? The teamwork. And it very clearly wasn't for BDS. Yeah. And whenever your teamwork is not on point against Virtus.pro, they will destroy you, because their consistency is so good. Their teamwork is so good. And it just shows. It doesn't matter. We can speculate about the map or the play styles. If your teamwork is not on point, they will beat you.
What's incredible to me is that Virtus.pro was, back in the days, a team that was impossible to beat if 5 players were still alive, because they laid out their plans. And their biggest weak point for a long time was just, okay, find 1 or 2 early picks, and that way their plans is disrupted and they cannot adapt. That's just completely out of the window. They've completely adapted. They keep on winning situations where it's 3v3, because they play so well as a team. Like the team play on this lineup is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, certain players really profit from that team play. I mean, we talked about players who really stood out to us for so far in the entirety of the league, but once again, Pasha is just showing how he can really step up. Obviously, Joystick won't be interviewing with us anymore. He's off the interview duty now. I guess that Virtus.pro finally lost the game, but Pasha has really shown it today. We'll speak to him later, but let's just enjoy
clip was criminal, by the way.
That's one example.
BDS had full information on him. He managed to get out. He managed to get 2 big kills and then get out of dodge as well.
You see the yellow pink here, another yellow pink kill here. The comms on VP are just perfect. Like he knows exactly where to aim every time. Here thing again on the very last round. It's again a 3v3, by the way, and again he's the one that puts them on the man advantage situation. When I mean that he's instrumental in those rounds, it's him acting on the information and punishing the players based off his teammates' comms are the biggest reasons why VP are able to close out rounds where they're at an equal mat count. And it's incredible to see him develop and having been fostered into that team of gigantic players from his region.
Well, he's probably listening to you saying that right now, as we do have Pasha on the line to ask him a few questions.
Hello.
Joining us. Hello. Good evening. Congratulations on the points. You may have seen the clips we just showed from you. An amazing game from your side.
Well, first of all, I gotta stay humble because you guys are hyping me so much. But thank you, anyways. And what was the question?
Oh no, I was saying maybe you saw the clips, but you had a really good game today. How do you think you stepped up so much?
Well, honestly, I'm just doing my job. As our coach says, most of the time it's the team play game, and you have to do your 20%. So if everyone does their 20% work, it's 100%, so it's a win basically. And I'm just doing my job, that's it. Like nothing, I'm stepping up in important moments, like as usual I should do, so it's just my work.
When your team practices Pasha, do you focus on the team play? Is that like a real core skill that you try to learn, when you're practicing in scrims?
Well, for us the team play is the most important, Because we have clean communication, we have the same language, no language barrier basically. So having a good communication plus having good team play equaling that is just the basic stuff for us. That's where we should pop up and have an advantage against the international teams. So, well, team play is kind of like our strength, basically.
You guys have been cooking during the off-season, like for 4 months on CJX, like you've grinded this. So I need to ask you the difficult question. In 2 weeks for NBO3s, are we gonna see a map like Lair, like Skyscraper, like a map that you guys don't play usually in your map
That's a secret.
That's a secret. You're not gonna tell me, huh?
We know you play them. We know you play them.
But I'm actually interested in I guess more broadly, just I see you guys developing a new way of playing Siege. I think you're way more free-flowing, if I can say. I think you guys are a little bit more aggressive. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, we spend a lot of time thinking about our playstyle and how we can change it, how we can adapt to the aggressive meta this time. So you're basically seeing, like, for example, on our borders against Fnatic, and today you're seeing a lot of rounds being popped up by shield, and everybody's taking that flow and just running behind the shield, trying to get a lot of aggressive picks, to get some spots for free, because people are doing very long sit-ups in this strategies basically. So we were doing a lot of work on how to learn how to play this aggressive playstyle.
That sounds awesome. Obviously, tomorrow you got another big game, G2. Both of you are running in the top, or potentially trying to run into that top 2. So thanks so much for your time and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Have a great day. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Pasha.
Well, I mean, we talked about it, right? Joystick off the interview duty now that they've lost once. But again, also really good words from Pasha, really about those last 4 months, summarizing them so briefly, but also talking about what's left in the future and leaving us guessing.
You've got to praise the interview skills. You know, I ask a question where he cannot answer, and then I ask a question where he and then he opens up on the stuff. You know.
My question is, do we now keep Pasha until they lose again, and then does it move on to Dan? What's going on there?
Do you know, if they win
I like
against
the
G2
joystick
tomorrow,
interviews. Bring him back.
Okay, well, I mean, if they win against G2 tomorrow, I bet we should ask them who's on the interview duty until they lose again.
Tomorrow is going to be such a good game. Such a good game. Both of these teams are in such a good form
and
right now.
very different styles as well.
Completely different styles, but also they're matching in aggression right now. We're seeing a fast-paced VP. Who would have said that before?
Actually, let's look at those group settings as well, so we get a clear view of what that game and also this one will mean in the bigger spectrum. I mean, we talked about Virtus.pro trying to fight G2 to push them out of that top 2 and get into the top 2 themselves.
Yeah, so why was this game important? Like, imagine had the result have gone the other way. BDS would be sat on 9 points, Virtus.pro would be sat on 8. So BDS really would be attacking that top 4.
Yeah.
For Virtus.pro, it means they're still in that mix with G2. Obviously, the game tomorrow is going to be absolutely massive. And then, of course, Secret as well. It also, these results today, with Secret, G2 and VP winning, puts a hell of a lot of pressure on Falcons, who are next up in the next game.
I was just thinking that this matchup that's about to come here, and Falcons versus Fnatic. Fnatic are on the verge of making it to playoffs. They're 7th spot right now. Yeah. And Falcons are on the verge of making it, if they win in regulation, into the top 2 spot.
Yeah.
Alongside, well, actually,
they could dethrone G2.
They could dethrone G2. So it's very key for both of these teams. One is trying to make it to playoffs. The other one is trying to make it to top 2. Either way, everything will be down to tomorrow and the Super Week.
Yeah.
I think Doki said it's going to come right to the very final play day.
Yeah, because tomorrow also Falcons and BDS playing against each other, so that's another really good matchup, I guess, in the context of the top 6. So I feel like we're getting ahead of ourselves, obviously. We're talking about tomorrow, we want to see tomorrow's game, but we still have a whole game to play. I mean, we have Fnatic, we have Falcons, after the break. time for one more game today at the EML broadcast. But before we set you up for that, we'll take a look around the world. We've been doing that a few times so far. We talked about the other regions. Obviously, EML is the most entertaining one.
Yeah.
We might not have the most recent trophy, but we do certainly deliver the entertainment. Now, if you do want to see more Siege, obviously, you know, the more, the better. What regions are we looking at and what have we seen across of last week?
Well, if you really want to have fun and just have, you know, a good look at Ready for Siege, you go and watch NAL. and if you especially want to look at one of the most iconic moments, it's Team Cruelty, a team that directly comes from the LATAM League, mostly of Mexican players, loads of talent, that upsets a team of the Big Four. Here you're going to see that Azami play really well played. Look at this impact, by the way, to destroy the Sense. And then this double Azami setup so he cannot get picked from CEO window or CEO breach. And then overall, just M80 picking 1-by-1 zero team play. I mean, that's NA, right? And in the end, just completely collapsed and dies to Team Cruelty. And look at the reaction of the players. Super happy about this.
Love that from them. To quote Fabian, he said, absolutely pathetic performance from us. And I think that lies with Fabian. Absolutely pathetic performance from him as a coach.
And then we're going to see an APL round here. Look at this Rare Rush. That's something you can reuse in ranked by anyone. Skyscraper bomb site. You just send a Riora here on a double doorway, send a shield on, and just rush all the way into Expo. Now, by doing so, you can then completely execute the rush. 2 players on the breach, 3 go through that window with the Rhea as the cover, double smokes for the stairs and for the Expo door frame, and that allows you to go and plant. They eventually lost that round, but I thought that the rush was pretty cool. Thank you, Devmata, by the way, because you're the one that spotted that one, and I thought it was really cool clip.
I love watching the APAC League. Obviously, it's spread out across 3 leagues this stage, but that means there's just so much more of it going on, which is it's very entertaining. Yeah. Not always the highest quality. I would say EUL is certainly up there for the quality.
Yeah.
But the entertainment factor of that league is
and in this package, it was basically EML, then APL, and then
Fabian. Where is he? He's down
somewhere,
here somewhere?
Yeah, somewhere.
Yeah. Somewhere in the
back, in the shadows.
Yeah, no, it's fine. No, I think I agree with you. Like, obviously, maybe the quality isn't always of what we are used to or want to see from the APL, but I think the creativity is definitely there, and that makes it such a fun region to watch as well. But I think we should bring things back to the EML. We did actually. You had some of your fellow telemembers, and you had them, you know, guess.
This is the part where I lose the game again, isn't it?
And we don't want to remind you of that, but what you did is you let them guess the sound of the gun that was being fired. Obviously, sound is a big thing in Siege. You know, some people are that skilled that they are able to guess what gun it is that is being fired. And this one's for you as well, chat, because it should be a relatively easy one. So keep your ears peeled and type into chat which gun you think it is, because Ace is going to fire a gun. And obviously, the telemembers have to guess, but you can guess as well.
So I wanted to set a challenge for these 3 to see if we could recognize one of the weapons in-game just from the sound. So let's get straight into it.
Is it Vigil? No, you're in attack still.
No, it's Vigil.
It's Vigil.
Okay.
Straight in. Leo.
Yeah.
That's why he's a pro.
I thought we were going to go 1 by 1, not the...
Oh, sorry.
Is it Vigil? It's Vigil.
It is Vigil. He looked at me and he was like...
As soon as he said Vigil.
He was confused as to, should I say he's right or not? Sorry, I jumped the gun there.
You're good. I forgive you.
Oops.
Are you traumatized by the K1A? Is that like, you're like,
Maybe that's the reason for it.
I knew it was Vigil as well.
Of course.
Then why did you say it?
Come on, I won the game. I said it first. I knew it instinctively. I think everyone in chat knows that gun. The K1A is just iconic. It sounds a little bit like the V308 from Lion as well. Just little bit less DAS. But yeah.
Yeah.
I also
played
got that
game.
wrong.
I've played that game way too long. The reason for this is I was a hard breach, so I was a droner for entries for so long in my career that I spent my time listening to absolutely everything when I was running for my entry, which means that I knew exactly which kind of gun would be roaming. That's it. That's the story.
All right, if you think it's an iconic gun, it's obviously never as iconic as the last game we have of today. We have Fnatic and we have Falcons, and the rosters we're going to highlight, obviously, starting out with Falcons, because what we saw from them, I mean, they had a really difficult start to this league. We saw them lose the first game, and then they actually really beautifully bounced back from that momentum. It's looking very upwards for this team.
Yeah, third in the world for round win percentage actually coming into today, and genuinely, after getting absolutely obliterated in play day 1, that is genuinely impressive. Had that play day 1 have not existed, they would be the first in the world for round win percentage. That's how dominant they've been since then. However, I will say, the actual rounds haven't been that dominant. They've been carried from individual performances. We talked about it at the start of the day. Solotov on play day 2, and then Leakyfac in the very last play day, just going absolutely huge.
Don't you think it's crazy that Solotov was the hard carry of that play day 2, yet he still has a negative EPS score? Yeah, it just tells us about the inconsistency on that team. And Bride is the second best rated player on that roster. Has the hard reach, has the hard support. You can still clearly see that this team is going through struggles, but they have so much talent that it carries through.
This isn't going to shock you, but Bride is tied first for survival rate in the league at 50%.
Oh.
Not
with
surprised.
Pasha.
Shepard?
No, Pasha. And Adrian.
Yes, because Shepard died 6 times to C4s trying to plant on Chalet. Yeah.
Part of that aggression.
Remember when we did the not stonks graphic on them because of their win rate? That must be looking a little bit better now at least.
Yeah, we cooked them with that not stonks. And obviously it was quite early on in EUL. There was EML, sorry. There was a very small sample size when we did this.
It was one play day, literally. They had played once against VP. We did them dirty there.
We took the opportunity.
But now, if we look at how they've progressed, we went from 28% of round win rate to 74% win rate.
Post that first loss, yeah.
And that means that within a few play days, within 3 play days, they've improved dramatically. That's mainly due to 2 players on the side of Falcons, just stepping up massively. But at the same time, I can confirm that this team is they've got the wake-up call.
Leo's just created a new word there.
Dramatically. It's drama.
Dramatically.
And it's drastically.
And drastically.
Don't
together.
you know of it?
No.
It's in my vocab. It's in my dictionary.
Dramatically.
It's called the Leo dictionary, and it's drama and it's drastically.
Drastically, yeah. Dramatically and drastically.
My brain just collapsed. Saying this word.
Wow, we're getting close to 11 p.m. We're still
I love it.
I'm going to use it all the time. Dramatically.
Honestly, another thing, we do a lot, and this might be another dramatically thing, is we've got a lot of, really good visuals on the show, right? We got these really cool movie posters, and I'm just gonna let you introduce this one because you came up with the idea.
It's all about Falcons being the titans of Europe, right?
Yeah.
And they are from the house of Serpentard, or what is it in English? It's Serpentard in French. The house of the villains in Harry Potter.
Oh, dearie me.
Slytherin. That's the story of Falcons. They're the big villains of Europe, and they're facing an upcoming magician, a wizard that comes from nowhere. That's the story of Wizard and Fnatic facing Falcons. That's the magician trying to save, through his magic of being the best, or one of the best rookies in the league, trying to save Fnatic from the, non-qualification to playoffs. And it's today.
Wizard?
You're a wizard.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
If Wizard's first name is Harry, I might lose it.
No, it's not.
It's not. Okay.
It would have been incredible.
It would have very fitted to, yeah. But obviously, you talked about the upcoming magician. Obviously, Wizard, part of our current rookies. I mean, we've already did a checkup earlier today on the rookies in the league. But if we take a closer deep dive to the new kids on the block, how is Wizard holding up against some of the other ones?
I think Wizard, along with Stompin, are the 2 rookies that bring the most, victories to the collective groups. They're the ones that have had the most impact. I think Wizard on the side of Fnatic is clearly the standout player. He's the one with the clutches. He's the one with 8 entries and 0 opening death.
Yeah.
Mind you, 0 opening death, 8 opening kills as a professional debut. I just find that absolutely crazy. And I think he's very close to Stompin in terms of potential right now in the league.
He's looked very natural, very at home. He obviously had a rough play day 1, I think, as a lot of people will do when you come into it. It's brand new, it's tier 1, etc. After that, he's settled in so much. And very, very quickly, he's become an integral part of everything that's good for Fnatic. He's been at the forefront of that.
Yeah, well, let's look at the teammates surrounding him then on the side of Fnatic, because if you look at their trajectory against the one from Falcons, they did a complete opposite. They had a really good first day, taking a victory, and from there on, it's not been that great, and it kind of makes me sad for them.
They snatched defeat from the jaws of victory quite a few times this stage. They probably had an ill-informed bash with Secret on Bank, and we've seen how good Secret are on Bank last week. Managed to take more rounds, than Secret conceded today. But I think, again, controlled a lot of rounds, but just let it go. And a little bit of inexperience, a little bit of inconsistency got to them. One thing that I will say is Fnatic played, and I said this right at the start of the day, Fnatic played the Belgian Masters this weekend, which was against largely tier 1/top tier 2 teams. So they played up against Gen.G. They went 3 maps with Gen.G. They played up against Secret. They went 3 maps against Secret, lost the grand final 2-1 in the best of 3. For this roster that relatively is inexperienced, because obviously there's of course Wizard on your screen there, but there's also Sarks as well alongside him, and Jegs, who's relatively inexperienced. Having more fixtures, having more maps as a roster will only be a good thing for them, regardless of that level of competition.
Consistency has always been the issue with these guys. It's history repeats itself. They show they have the potential to take down big teams. They almost did it against VP last time, but they always fail to do it. And I'm afraid today against Falcons, the step might be a little bit high.
It's definitely going to be difficult for them. And obviously we're looking at the player cams right now. Sometimes you can see the map. It's being spoiled on the player screen. This time we can't. However, we do have the map feature on the screen, and we're heading to Consulate.
Yeah, so in terms of preference, this is Fnatic's #1 map preference and Falcons #9. Actually, just coming onto this at Falcons, they played it twice at Six Invitational when they were BDS. They lost it against FaZe in the grand final, and they lost it against, what was the name? Dreams team.
Dreams team, Unwanted.
Unwanted. They lost it against Unwanted as well. So they lost it twice at the Six Invitational.
I thought they beat them on it. Maybe I'm just wrong. But clearly, it's not been looking the best, and they certainly have never played it officially on CJX.
So Falcons really don't like this map?
It's not that they don't like this map, it's just that they probably haven't have it as a high preference.
Yeah, they prefer other maps.
They prefer other maps.
But it was FaZe's first pick against them in that grand final.
And on the side of Fnatic, they did play it twice at Belgian Masters and won it twice, and they did beat Gen.G on it.
So recently?
Yesterday.
I mean,
but we've not seen them on it in tier 1 for a while.
No, but they got the practice under the belt on this map, and that might really help them, I guess, with a difficult match today against Falcons. It is our last game of the day. Time to send it back to Fluke and Demo.
Thank you very much, Anne, and the 2 lovable wizards that are with him. What house would you be in?
Hufflepuff. I already know what.
That was immediate.
Yeah.
There was no hesitation. That was. You've done a survey, haven't you?
I mean, listen. If you want to, date girls these days, they're gonna ask you those kind of questions. So you have to be prepared. That's all I'll say.
Yeah. I think I'm. If I'm probably a Slytherin. I wear a lot of black, a lot of green. I'm wearing that right now. Anyway, moral of the story: Leo's a Gryffindor because he's lovable and a bit dim. Falcons versus Fnatic. Now we have potentially a hotly contested sort of showdown here. I really enjoy seeing Consulate with good Consulate teams on it. I think that's a specific thing to say, but sometimes when you get 2 good teams, a map can peter out. Consulate, I still think, offers little windows of creativity, and these are 2 teams that enjoy this map.
I think it's a tough map. Tough map to play. You mentioned as well, good teams playing it. Yeah, it looks great, but see if it's teams who don't really know what they're doing, it can get messy really quickly. So you just hope that both these teams are going to be switched on. Look, Des said that Fnatic, love this map, more than happy to play it. Falcons haven't had the greatest track record, but knowing Falcons, they'll just play whatever they want, I think.
Oh, yeah.
I always think Falcons are a team, no matter what the map is, whenever they're kind of in these regional matchups where they're against teams that they know that they're better at, which in this case is Fnatic. It's not as though Fnatic is one of the big 4 or, even top 6 at the moment. Fnatic, did they finish dead the last stage? Did they finish dead? Or was that maybe the stage before? One of the times, they're a team which has finished last place before, right? That's the kind of moral of the story. They're not a team that Falcon's going to look at the same way you look at Secret, you look at GT, you look at VP. And I think they're just going to think, we don't really care what we play them on. We'll just beat them.
Yeah, it's that sort of... I'm not going to say appearance, that drive to be able to get themselves into that situation of we can beat anybody. That idea is a mindset that the best teams in the world always have, and you always have to have. If you go into a game and and you don't think or know that you can take it, then you're not going.
You have to stomp your National League, don't you? That's the way it works.
Yeah. And not to be untested, but to be put forward, and that's not the way they probably want to start. EFAC's gone. Jags with the early C4 swing out the window of the office. Unfortunately, work is closed today, and they're actually just going to soft it and pull back, maybe try and just leave the Mozzie to waste as much time as possible and say, look, you've got this locked down. There's a bit of a rumbling of a shield. I'm going to make sure I'm there, because look what they've got there. Demo, Blitz, Ying, Lion, and the Deimos. This is really the 3-2-1, and here we go right into a smoke. So your option is to just push on through now. Gets the back of the player, too much faith in a smoke. There's a second, right round the back, and Falcons. Unbelievable tear all the way through the core of the site, and well, Jag's a little too late to help out fully, but does find Solotov. However, as Starks tries to step in and offer some support, they've still got a position to take the fight, and Usus has the angle. Now they're into the default plant spot, and you've got Shaiko and Usus watching your cover. Are there any other names you would have in that situation? There's one. Beautifully taken, but there's also now a blitz, a Brede. Oh, tried a little trick there, baited the flash, but it didn't quite net them anything other than almost a cool clip.
Yeah, also we didn't get to mention about the bans. So Fnatic have went for a Buck ban. Now Buck is really good in Consulate, not just because the generic way you think, oh, he's good for like garage takes, because he can go above and, you know, obviously use the verticality. But he's also really good for the top floor site, because you can go into piano and start clearing out defenders from below. That's another big benefit for him. Now, if they're going to go down that line of thinking, right, for the top floor, we're going to play our defenders in these difficult positions that if you don't have the buff, it's really tough to deal with. But whenever you're leaving operators like Ying and stuff open, and then you're not playing into a Warden, it's a little bit mismanaged. A Warden in that corner beside the table, holding onto that window, is terrifying to deal with if you can't go below to remove him, which they couldn't. Buck's been banned. So they're doing the right thing in terms of how you'd want to play that, but then they're not bringing the correct operators. It just seems a little bit mismanaged. Or again, stop me anytime. Again, is this me being too harsh again? I don't know.
I mean, it's your job to offer sort of criticism. It's your job to point out things that go wrong, and then...
I've seen Wardens do damage from that position. You know, Ying is... Everyone knows that single window. Prime real estate for your Grims and Earrings, yeah?
Oh, they love it.
Brilliant. So surely if that's like a common thing, like you know that's just the way teams play it, you'd want to have an operator who just sits in there. You can't really move. Warden would be perfect.
I like how there's almost... And I know Leo has done some SpongeBob memes before. EFAC dying on the other side alone is like the meme where he's looking out the window and seeing the others have fun on the other side of the map.
He died very quickly, did not.
He died very quickly. Yeah. Just Squidward looking out the rest of Falcons, just ravaging the top of the stairs on the yellow side. Here though, obviously no early swipe to take the Solace to try and play against some of this potential approach, but oh, it's a fine line. Starks is threading here against EFAC, and they might have almost been the first body gun again, but instead the fight doesn't come to anything as Falcons just getting rid of the step in the door utility.
Yeah, Falcons just doing their initial bit of probing around the site, and making sure that walls are going to be opened up, and then also seeing if they can target some players, and oh, Jags has to sidestep that grenade, but Shaiko wasn't holding on to the angle, but instead will use that drone again and push him back into that same position. But nobody really approaching Jags from the other side. He's just sat here, and Jags almost looking for the slip away and will try and go back into sight. Oh, and bait Shaiko in for the swing, and Jags collects that. Not only does he get the kill, he also gets back to sight, safe and sound.
Well, Starks gets EFAC, and they are removed after the battle we saw almost happen. And Brede takes that as the sign to go as Usus gets cover on towards Deepak, and Starks just keeps covering them in bullets. Now, as soon as they make some sound, or even before then, they're going to get caught out. Weren't as sneaky as they thought they were, and Solotov all alone in a 1 versus 4. No kit. Not a gun that's great in your prolonged engagements, and 2 C4s to try and face off against, as well as a full read on where you are. Not impossible, far from easy. ready for the jiggle. There's 2 people stacked up either side. They just need to time this together and hope that they don't get caught in a straight line. And you can see the Solace was so excited about an engagement, but with a shotgun now prepped, ready to rock and roll, and so many red outlines. Oh, Groovy is the one that gets caught. Might feel a little hard done by that he was swung on after the first 2 were missed. But here to his right, there's a second. Almost a third. It's Jax. Every corner, Fnatic.
Yeah, just a matter of time there, wasn't it? Gives them a couple of exits, but still, Fnatic win the round. Weird approach, though, coming in from Falcons. It seemed pretty disjointed. Players kind of dying solo, kind of one after another. Fnatic having a massive mad advantage. You know, it was a 1v4 at the end of it. Here's the thing. Falcons have brought in an operator like Dokkaebi, which, as we know, is just a great operator, top-tier operator, universal ability. Fantastic. Yeah, everyone knows that.
Yep.
Sometimes, if you are bringing in that operator, which you can kind of see as a bit of a crutch, you kind of lose some, like, basic stuff. Like, your basics of droning out the map. You just can get a little bit lazy, almost, and think, oh, the Dokkaebi call will solve that. Is that maybe what they kind of fell into? Don't forget, there's mute jammers being played as well. You know, it's... You can just stand on them, and then you don't hear the call, almost.
I think it's... Yeah, it's those sort of little moments, right, where you have expectations of how things are going to go. You almost could see it going differently if it's the first time those engagements or trust happens early on in a game versus later on in the game, right? Those sort of expectations of trust, of action, I think, especially around utility, almost develop as you get yourself sort of settled in the seat and start driving the car. And whether it's a teething problem or not, I think, but either way, up towards the top. And almost immediately back down. EFAC, tired of being spotted in an early engagement, has gone to the Nook to see if he can try and sneak in this time. But again, you look at that lineup demo of Falcons, and what do you expect to hear?
Well, you would expect the similar thing, isn't it, of the Ying pushing in with the shields, but Fnatic have somehow listened to me throughout the Void. They've caught the Warden now, which certainly they missed the last time, and look at the position he's in. Tucked deep in towards that corner, right beside the window. Like I mentioned, he cannot be touched from below because that buck's been banned out, unless maybe they try and send, you know, the demos down to track him. But I'm pretty sure Grubby also has a mute jammer, which he can stand on to stop that track from happening. So they've got everything covered right now for a very strong power position from Grubby. But look at Falcons, they're changing up their play. They're looking for these Rat kills, and it's the Rat King himself, is EFAC.
Well, I told you he was tired of being caught out, and this time he catches them. Jag's gone. The 5-2 player is off the board, and that leaves, well, only really Sarks, somebody who's got on bodies this time, and the pressure is starting to explode on Groovy. Sarks does keep going. Gets rid of the Blackbeard. There is still another shield left to try and crack their way through, but that is at least the first taste destroyed, and Sarks being read at least the full read of Cam on towards Coffin Clarity. They are hoping for another engagement, but it's now about to start. You might be able to hide from cameras, but you cannot hide the sound of a rappel. There's the track on a player. Does the Nook know? No, it didn't matter. Fine, fine margin. And an even better player, 4-2 suddenly in the blitz. Trying to come up spiral, surrounded, caught, swapping guns. Falcons yet again. A cascade of violence here over towards the CEO side. They don't need to focus on the plant for now, and Deepak is right in the middle of it. But the location is given away, and you can assume, well, got a trade, but I don't think they were long for this world either way.
Yeah, easy enough there for Falcons. EFAC, simple as that. he does what he does best. Him and that Nook, notorious for that operator, isn't he? He's just the way he creeps around, just looks for these openings. He's everywhere and nowhere at the same time. It's like trying to catch smoke with your bare hands. You're not going to get it. I think overall for Falcons, it's changing up that game plan. You know, last time they went just for the immediate rush, using the Ying, using the shields, pushing in through the skylight. That time they kind of looked at the setup and said, right, they've actually got the Warden. We can't go for it. We need to try and find another way through. And EFAC's like, say no more. I'll find us the pick. And he always seems to find the pick.
There it is. Just, I mean, a flip of the coin argument. And obviously, we could see that they had an idea someone was coming that way. We don't know how much the Nook knew, but enough, I guess, is the sort of straight answer of it. Beautifully put together, and 2-1, traded rounds, back and forth. But at this point, coming on towards the split site, Wizard was the sort of focus of a graphic coming in, and apparently that's a bit of a curse. Because currently they're not really doing any magic, that they might want to start summoning quicker than anything, but it's also at the same time Ruby not quite being able to get in on these. Usually, you know, a person who enjoys the chaos of a well-coordinated hold.
Yeah, big fan of the Grubster. He, again, has a really good head on the shoulders. I think, especially during that Malta event that we've seen Fnatic at, where they kind of, you know, debuted Grubby almost. He almost came into the side, and he just helped them get up to speed with the meta. Because, again, Fnatic weren't a great place, I think, before Grubby joined, and then we've kind of seen them had a lot better success than where they were previously, like, no doubt about it. So, yeah, good head on the shoulders, but at the moment, just not getting the kills, which is strange because, you know, we know that guy can light up the scoreboard because he'd done that for years in secret.
Oh, yeah, it's just one of the sort of, you know, it's hard to put pressure on the players. I know we had this conversation on Bank as well, as we almost had the first engagement, but as the drone catches out, I mean, they're just going to want to take it, but Jegs kept on pre-firing and found the head of Solotov. Hasn't dropped off yet. Could have Wizard offering some support underneath as well, just giving the read on anyone that might try and put the pressure on here. The calls could come through. There's a lot that could track the player as well with the Jackal and the Grim even. But losing Solotov, losing some of that hard breach, it limits you in some ways. Depends if the exit had been gotten on secret side. Here though, Fnatic. They're sort of holding down. They have this man advantage. They have a couple of bits of damage, but it only takes a bullet to get a kill in this game, and EFAC is worried about being swung on. He isn't, but the narrow angle! How?
Oh my word. EFAC, just another cracking shot. And don't forget, this is a split bomb site, one that we don't see all too often. You can see Fnatic, knowing it's a split bomb site, we're always worried about the plant going down, because again, in this setup, you will just forfeit the top floor bomb site, and you'll try and play your defenders in towards the basement. They've got the Valkyrie, they've got the Pulse, they've got tons of C4 still left, ready to rip. That's their game plan. It's using the information and then playing with the denial that they have. Falcons will know this. I just want to see how Falcons are going to deal with that. How do you deal with all these C4s? Do you bait? Do you go for the kills? What's their game plan?
Well, with 40 seconds, there's got to be a plan that comes together against them as well. It's sort of that moment, right? They've got all these C4s, they've got this position, they're playing up from underneath, and as Deepak finds users and Bride goes for a plant, it's just hold out and hope. They moved off, and a C4 has popped off, but sort of for the end of it. Traded rounds here, Damo. We are back and forth between these two teams, and yes, Falcons have been off to strong starts on the top floor, but seemingly everywhere else is Fnatic's.
Yeah, I think certainly Falcons are kind of showing that it's not the greatest map for them, is it? Because even that round in itself, it's your split bomb site. Everyone knows what the defenders are going to do, because the defenders can only really hold up the one way. You go below and you hope to C4, right? Pretty obvious stuff. Falcons just trying to approach that horizontally, putting just nigh pressure over towards the basement part. Just none. Puzzling. You always want to have somebody down there creating a bit of chaos, pushing in through construction, in through blue. Don't allow them to C4. Just none of that happened. You know, it was just very bog standard, kind of mindless pushing in from Falcons, and they paid the price for it. So 2-2 is how it goes. Fnatic still, I feel, need to get the next 2 rounds. I think Consulate, it's a defender-sided map. It's tough attacking it, because if one thing goes wrong, it just kind of snowballs almost. That's the way that this map plays out a lot of the time. So yeah, you expect to see the defense perform really well here. Fnatic need these 2 rounds if they want to have a chance at, I'm not even just take the win, but at least maybe try and go for 3 points, which Fnatic are desperate just for anything on the board at the moment.
Well, Jack chose his steps very particularly. And you could see Shaiiko wasn't that far away from the engagement, but EFAC once again trying to slip it on the back, maybe get a bit of a direct attention, draw some of the players back in and hope that they can punish them in the mix. It seems somebody took the bait, Wizard. Fortunately still lost in the reads, but Starks is not. Repeatedly making sure that a body is found on the opponents. That's half of the hard breach gone. They still obviously have the thermite, but the choices are a bit more limited at this point. And now, oh
EFAC.
Oh, the timing as EFAC pulls away. He makes sure they know that he's here. The calls come out and the players, well, at least one of them slipped on by a C4 and a grenade used. Nothing more than the threat of a threat, but it's allowed this Falcons to step in. They haven't seemingly done a huge amount on the vertical. They don't need to because the horizontal is all for EFAC.
Flip it and ship it. Honestly, this guy at the moment, untouchable. Just lurking in the shadows, and I don't get why Fnatic are challenging him. Like, Grubby, mate, you can't find any kills. Why are we trying to challenge EFAC in those angles? It makes no sense. And yeah, Fnatic just toss it away for one single man by himself who really wasn't causing many issues. He was just the guy at the back. Why they're challenging into him, I don't know. And Falcons see that opportunity to say, let's flood the site now. EFAC has done his job. Now Jegs, the 1v4, not even going to get one. Wow. I mean, EFAC, we've mentioned before about this guy and how good he is just on that kind of lurk.
Yeah.
Proving it again.
I mean, it's that sort of position that he can get into, right? Obviously, a loud voice for the team, as his role requires him to be. But also, you often forget just that sometimes he will pick up a round and take it on his back. And even amongst the team, as brilliant as Falcons is, that he can be known for doing that just sort of shows the caliber of him. Because obviously there was the attempt, the run out came from the sort of bottom angle off towards Shaiiko's side, and he used that as an opportunity to get this, the first, the mirror. Just on for an explore demo, just out to see what is happening. In the meantime, you know, they knew that there was pressure on the door. A C4 and a grenade both thrown, pull back, reloaded, stepped in position, and just killed 2 of them from the same sliver. And it's just, you know, give him an inch and he'll steal around. 3-2,
10 seconds
and we
left.
are back up towards the top floor, the site that Falcons have rocked pretty comfortably both times. Demos, slightly different lineup. No Candelas, no Bling, Blitz, and Ying. No,
they've
Bling.
got some chains, maybe.
They got some chains. They got some style. They got some gold.
Look at Shaiiko's operator. This is just, you know,
classic.
Spells terror, doesn't it?
Oh, it is.
This guy and the Nomad.
It's just, you know.
I don't know if you've seen it, but they did some content with him, Falcons did, where it was like he blind ranks operators. Don't know if anyone's seen the video. It's unbelievable. Really, he just doesn't say any words, by the way. He doesn't speak. He just looks at an operator, puts it where it is. And you see that Nomad came up, and just his eyes lit up. There's just something about that operator. He just loves it, you know? Go and watch it. It's brilliant. He says something in French. I don't have a clue what he's saying. I don't speak French. But yeah, class video. Definitely watch it if you have the time.
EFAC!
This guy!
Activating override.
Just shouldn't be allowed, but also should it be possible? That's that sort of skill, the caliber. And now, as he's gone from 3-3 to 8-3 over 2 rounds, he might not have a lot of blood left in his body, but he's got a fire in his heart.
Heart breaching!
And the admin take is coming together for the first time instead of top yellow. They're getting the pressure on towards long desk. They know the players here and they're in a position to try and trade things out, but they're in no rush. Demo, they can take their pace, set the sense gadget for roll and keep that vertical locked in because there's no C4. There's nothing that can try and stop this outside of DPEC on those smokes, but they're probably hoping that he swings. There's EFAC getting another in the distance because you know he's operating and acting. Wizard gets users. Takes onto one, but has to get out of there as the calls, the cacophony of noise, and all of the flashes and blinds are making things tricky and sticky. Deepak did get a smoke out, but as I said, as soon as he did, he was full of bullets. Wizard stepped in. There goes Deepak to Solotov. And at this point, as Bride goes for the plant, and Wizard is stuck in a box. Just brutal.
That guy's a freak. That guy. Honestly.
Complimentary. In case anything is lost in translation. They're built diff. It's
absolutely nuts.
You know. But it's the caliber of the player, the caliber of the team, right? It's 4-2. Falcons. They set themselves up with 4 attacks here in Fnatic. They have a hard job ahead of them. They have a high preference for this map, but the faces don't show excitement, Demo.
No, they don't, which is always a bit of a worry. And like I mentioned, they're now having to go on the attacking side, which obviously on a map like Consulate, we know it's difficult. Maybe Falcons didn't show that, but it's supposed to be difficult for the attackers. So we're gonna need a big half from Fnatic. But Falcons at the moment, they're floating.
How many bullets did he have left?
Deepak is.
How many bullets did he have left in the SMG when he went for the second kill?
Well, VAR for you.
Because it ends on 0.
Yeah, he's 0. Yeah, 0. He had 12 bullets left to kill the second guy.
12 bullets.
Yeah.
Okay. Still. Okay. Uphill, but not impossible as we think. There was a graphic with Atlas before, and sometimes you have to try and live in that image. Or at this point, you know, you can find yourself, unfortunately, more Sisyphus and continually going uphill. Shaiko wants to find a friend outside after he was almost found once upon a time. Has a narrow angle here, but well, will he be off the engagement? Wizard is cautious of a different window, so you assume he'll at least be cautious of this approach, and he really wants it to happen though.
Be careful now, Wizard. Get the wall open. You have to put yourself in any danger. You are the hard breacher. We'll make an entrance way now, but impact. The miss. Oh, it connected, I think, did it? Yeah, it did. Okay, so the Habana pellets have been dealt with by that impact, and Wizard doesn't know if he wants to try again, as Rene's rotated back up into Secret, but Cade Claw's not there. And after Fnatic, they're just getting battled back. They're trying to just do basic stuff, but Falcons are just trying to deny that altogether. Sark's though, with the opening pick as he walks in through main door, eliminates Solotov, but there's still more to hunt, there's still more roamers to find, and EFAC, of course, being one of them, up on the Melusi. But Fnatic is just very slow and steady. They're not trying to give anything at all away to Falcons.
As my friend would say, time to ring some
Well,
names.
they're still working on the breach and still working on getting their route through on towards Secret with a juggling of utility. Solotov is obviously gone, but work is slow, unfortunately, and that's the sort of difference, right? You compare the approach of the rounds, and it's a much more let's hit objective, let's hit strategy, let's hit some of what needs to be done, but the garage wall is still fully reinforced. EFAC is more than happy to find a fight, and Grooby's dead. That's your buck gone. That's Grooby 0-7, and that is all that's soft now for Sox to do. With a minute 10, they get the breach open, at least. So they're still making progress on the soft, which leads to this, the death of EFAC, brought on by Wizard, tracked and dropped on the back end to 4 versus 3 with 50 seconds, and a lot of the work done. It's not impossible, but it just takes one thing to go wrong here, and suddenly you're scrambling a bit.
Does time just ticking away at the moment, but right now the win con for Fnatic, it is probably just going to be the bit of utility they have left. They've still got 3 nades, they've got 2 flashbangs. If they can just flash and push and take the trades, because they have that extra man, don't forget, naturally they're going to be able to win. And here comes the Deimos track. Surely the flashbang and nade will fall to root him out. Our guns up. Is it going to be enough for Falcons? Oh, a dash from Sarks.
Dash in, Shaiko and Shaiko. Jex does stop the run, but Users puts it into a 1 versus 1, and suddenly all hot pinged is Users. And I mean, it came down to a 1 versus 1, but it just seemed Falcons are hungry for engagements. They're hungry to keep stepping in, getting the opposition and just sort of throwing them in front of themselves and saying, look, we're going to beat you in a gunfight.
Yeah.
And which means that Fnatic have double the work to do, because they have to do that as well. They have to have the confidence to take this gunfight against them on their day, but then they also still have to do all of the site destruction to give them the opportunity to stop this happening. All hot pinged. A horrible place for Deepak to be in there, because you know the pressure's going to come on.
Yeah. And you actually look at, you know, kind of what was kind of doing the job. It was a default cam. That's what was pinging them, by the way. Just a simple default cam, you know, which it's a bit insane, isn't it? A default cam basically wins that 1v1 for Users.
Yeah, that's good.
5 seconds to go.
That's your basement. You still have to go upstairs. You know, this is a tough bomb site as well. It doesn't get anything. It doesn't get easier. You know, sometimes we sit there and think, oh, it's fine. You know, that's the top bomb site out of the way. Now you can go to an easier bomb site for the attacks. No. I would say top floor is probably more difficult than basement. Because I always feel as though, I always feel as though getting into the top floor is so difficult on attack, because you have to swing in 3 windows, and we know what that's like.
I think it bears sort of similarities in some way to how some teams will approach it, like teams approach Cafe, where you have to work externally, and you have to sort of lean into the map. You can't just get a base of operations and go, right, let's start working down. It's this. And this is scary, because this goes wrong very quickly. Breach is open, and now they'll throw out the drone and get it all pinged as on the reveal of what is underneath. The chance at a swing is still going to come towards them, but Sarks, though damaged, isn't defeated.
Flash may cause them issues. All they have is really the nades. Pull it off.
Cause them issues.
Takes out Jegs, and that also takes out some of the nades that I mentioned. You've even got the deployable shield in a pretty default position also. So again, more nades is going to have to be used. Speaking of, will roll in, but EFAC does have legs, so can easily walk back into the safety of the bomb site and set up that shield, looking to hold on to the staircase.
Okay, they have 1 nade to now try and clear out the vending long position, and a clash that is just happy to run into Coffin. There's a Kiba in front of it as well. They have no utility other than just sending it for a fight on a grenade and a flash here. They cannot make this approach stick. There's the C4 to connect, and there's the body. They just tried to strong-arm their way through because it was the start of the approach, but I think with what they had left, they just did not have enough. The roll of the Stance Gadget is instantly met by a clash and an impact and a Shaiko. So, Demo, what do you do?
He's smiling. Oh, he's smiling, it's over.
That's just over.
Nah, that's it. If he's smiling, death is near. I'll tell you that for free.
That's where it started.
Oh.
With that damned smile.
That guy as well. Terrifying. I mean, mentioned about EFAC, Shaiko himself just picking up kills where he can. You know, doing what he does best, but that team's scary. Scary team. Honestly, the top of the table teams, I think, have been great. You know, I think VP, G2, Secret, Falcons, honestly, really good stuff. I'm impressed with, in my opinion, the top 4 of the stage. Looking good. However, up against Brazil, which we have to beat this year, different story.
It's always the context of Europe, because I don't want to lure myself into another false sense of security where I'm like, yeah, this one's ours.
The location of a bomb.
Had 3 chances and they couldn't win 1. They couldn't win
England
1.
in the World Cup again.
Oh.
We look brilliant. Oh, we've lost. And
gonna end up, this is our golden generation and not win anything. That's what it's gonna be like.
This is our golden generation again. No, it's 6-2 here, and Fnatic, I mean, didn't even take the time out. Unless I'm mistaken, they took it earlier on and the Heat has blown it from my mind.
No, they haven't taken it yet, no.
I think that's a sort of statement in some way of we know how this is going to go. Which is rough in some ways. Usually the team is very communicative, making up words like Leo does, with their dramatologically conversations or whatever it was he said earlier. But here it feels like they're just a bit going through the motions more than anything, which shouldn't really be the case on your preferred map or on your sort of favorite map. But at the same time, you know, okay, I was going to say at the same time you're up against Falcons, one of the best teams in the world, undisputed.
Yeah.
But even then, you've got to have the fight because that's who you want to beat more than anybody.
Of course, this has been the team with a target on their back for the past year. You know, especially in terms of Europe context. This is the team that everyone should be chasing. Some teams have done that, some teams haven't, and you know, that's okay because that's how top teams, you know, present themselves. Is if you can take down the big dog, which in this league is going to be Falcons. Now, Fnatic, up against the tertiary bomb site. I mentioned before, usually this is the bomb site you should be winning on the attack if all things don't go wrong. But again, this guy just ratting about, this time on another signature on him is the Solar Shotgun. This guy was playing this operator earlier than a lot of other people. I remember him so vividly on console in this very map where he was playing the Solus on this site and was just putting in work. So yeah, really, I just think EFAC just rolling back the years almost with his top highlights, ratting about on the Nook, playing the Solar Shotgun. Great to see.
At this point, maybe Groovy's tracking him so he can avoid the soul list and sort of say no one going near him. They get the kill, obviously, the trade out. Solotov's gone on the side of the Mozzie, but the butt to the... Oh, okay. And then now you lose the ace, and now you lose the Deimos. Leaves a Sledge, a Brava, the half a Brava, but at least the dead Shaiko. You're about to find a Solid, and it's a trade out there, and that's the best they could get. Sarks, all the pressure on them, and they have been the light in the sort of darkness, climbing and clambering through the cave of Falcons, but Usus has also been a 1 versus X winner earlier on today, and now we have a 20-second dance with a man with a goo in his foot. To take that out, that has to make a straight approach. You can expect where it is, and he covers it with smoke brilliantly, but there's another goo mine, another reveal. Pulls it out, because he's either got to time it or he's got to plant it, and he's going to go right by the opener as the rotate comes round. 4 seconds. Oh, and Usus still wins it out against the smoke. All audio. But I think the only audio that we can hear today is Falcons, 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 because the fans demo, they're going to be hollering.
Cracking shot, reaction time of a beast there, Usus to win out once again. Another 1v1. He has to make for his team, and yeah, Falcons, job done, light work, no problem, no stresses. Wow, just pretty one-sided day from every game really that we've had, bar one. The big teams have stepped up big time.
Tim's gonna have to make some more noises to fill more airtime for content if it keeps up like this, but that is all for us. So one more break before we're back to break it down.
Attack response user has been dropped.
And with a rather dominant victory for Falcons, we close out the final game here on the EML broadcast. A 7-2. I mean, we talked about the potential of an upset today. Fresh, I mean, you got at least one upset right. Not this game, though.
I thought it was going to be closer, and I really did. Fnatic were particularly disappointing, I would say. Starting defense on Consulate felt like they'd got.
I'm sorry. I'm just. It's always that. It's always that Jack goes.
You've lost the plot.
It's always that Jack goes. Yeah, no. Maybe Fnatic scores an upset. I'm trusting them, and then it always ends up with the debrief, and he goes, "Well, Fnatic was really disappointing today."
in the pre-games, I might as well have a Fnatic tattoo. I think at times, but you know, in the post-game, they were disappointing again, and they had the right recipes for success. They were on a map that's supposed to be their favorite. They were starting defense, and then Falcons just exploded onto them. I think Leakyfact was just incredible. Got some huge individual moments. You see it there, but it also started from round 1 when they were 4v5 in terms of Falcons.
Look at that one.
And they managed to find the round victory. Just the amount of times that just I understand it, Jax. I understand it. What do you do? Because Leakyfact and Falcons generally are aggressive. They're explosive. They can win the round from the start, but also when they're behind. We've seen so often in the last 2 weeks, when they're playing from behind in the late round, they can also win it then. They've got that clutch factor. They've got the clutch ability. You know, users picking up 2 clutches there.
Yeah.
And once again, on the opposite side, same stairs, he's in defense, and he still finds the opening kill again and again. And how many times do they get surprised? It's actually insane, the amount of times where they're completely clueless about the player being in a certain position. You look at the drone, by the way, the drone economy was pretty bad on the side of Fnatic. Like, honestly, we're almost blind all of the time. And even in defense, didn't play really intel ops. Like, clearly, we said it before, there's a huge gap between these two teams, and it just showed today.
It's kind of hard to talk about this match because Falcons didn't even really need to get out a second gear there, being honest, and they've put in a 7-2, quite a dominant victory.
Yeah. And especially given that this wasn't even one of the maps that they really enjoy playing on, right? It was a higher preference for Fnatic than it was for Falcons, and still Falcons showed there's levels to their gameplay. I think even on the canvas, despite Fnatic, you know, being a team that we expect to perform underneath or lower than Falcons, it still seemed like it really meant a lot to them.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, at some point, aren't we feeling the same identity crisis that we feel in Gen.G? You know, is there still trust in the players? Is there still trust in the fact that, you know, they can grow together and that this team can work? Because at some point you can only take as many losses, you know, in a season, and start thinking, do we even have the potential at some point to upset one of these big teams? Because when you lose such big games against such big titans of Siege, and you're like, we're not even close to that level.
It feels like, I just said a week ago, if you'd take me back 7 days right to this point, I'd have said EU is close in terms of the leagues and the teams.
Yeah.
I think now there's a gulf between what is the top 6 right now and the bottom 4,
even the top 4
in terms of quality. And you've got kind of the top 4, the middle 2, and then the bottom 4.
Yeah. It's tough because we've seen the potential once again. Jax has stepped up once again, and you know, Wizard didn't have the best of the games today, but
I feel like I say this for a lot of the rosters, but Fnatic have got talent there. Jax, Sarks, and Wizard is a front 3 that is genuinely really exciting.
Yeah, it's just in general right now, if we had to point one player, I hate to do that, but Grubby has really, you know, dropped the ball statistically for a long time, and he's the IGL. He needs to step up for Fnatic's success in the future.
I think we could really talk a lot about what we want to see different or what we want to change on maybe on these teams and what we hope to see from them in the future. But obviously we still have to talk about, or to our victors rather. We have users on the line with us to ask them a few questions. Good evening. Hello. Congratulations on the rather easy 3 points esteem today. How are you feeling?
Feeling good. I wouldn't say, well, it looked easy, but I wouldn't say it was easy.
Why wasn't it then?
I think, well, actually that's a lie. It felt easy, but like, I think it was just effect difference. I think he's just better than them, so maybe it was easy. Actually, I take that back.
Then I've got to ask you, as a proper Englishman, how does it feel to get carried by French people?
Feels good. Doesn't matter who's carrying me. Turkish guy, French guy. I just love it.
All right, so carried. I can get in your stack and carry you then.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Users, this is a bit of a strange question, so shut me down if you want, but
okay.
a lot of sports people in traditional sports have game day routines and things that they do on a match day. Is there anything that you do on a game day to prepare? And I suppose the same for the team. Do you have any routines that you go through?
I'm not sure about like individuals themselves. All we do like every time is we'll have we just play deathmatch together before the game. That's about it that we do together anyway.
Who's the best at deathmatch?
Depends what you mean by the best. Like Effect and Shaiko like win a lot, but they just camp in one spot for example the whole game.
So you're saying they'd rather not warm up but have the perks of being the deathmatch winner?
Yeah.
Does anybody run around with like shotguns or anything interesting?
Yeah, Eagle Mees gets in on his controller.
Oh, you bring the staff in as well? Nice.
Yeah, we have Eagle Mees, we have the team manager, we have Stu Flex, we have Julio, everyone's in there for the deathmatch.
Are they playing debate?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're like it's like a T-on butt. They're like the T-on butts just walking around. Mainly Stu Flex, that one.
Nice.
I see. Of course, there's space for some fun questions, but a more serious one. Tomorrow, you're playing against your old organization. Obviously, you guys left BDS. You're playing against the players that have now replaced you on that org. Is there anything you want to say to them?
No. I have nothing to say.
How are you gonna?
I'm not a toxic guy.
But how are you gonna make sure that you show the org that they really lost out on losing you guys?
I'll just have my fingers crossed. Another Like Effect life game. Maybe Shaiko tomorrow instead.
That's now that's become the only win condition of that
team. Is it not your turn at some point, users?
Look, you saw the first game. If Like Effect doesn't rock up, then we start winning.
Right. Well, I mean, obviously, we'll see whose turn it is tomorrow. Thank you so much for your time, and best of luck with your game tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
That was a funny interview. I really enjoyed that. I mean, just felt like a bit of a casual chit chat with players.
I wonder how much sarcasm is there in we need Like Effect to win, because technically he did carry the 2 last victories.
Yeah, the solo top card. It's crazy because again, we kind of expect this with Falcons, right? And we've said this multiple stages. We expect them to be the top team without really actually showing us their true form. Well, and we're seeing it again.
I mean, you look at the roster, you look at the players on that roster, sheer talent is enough to beat any teams in EML.
They get away with the lack of team play, sometimes the map, and
they just need to rise to the level
will show up, and Shaiko will.
When they will play teams where they have a same amount of talent on the other side. When they start playing the Furious, the W7M, that's when they need to step up collectively.
But when they win stage 1 and 2 of Europe League last year, do you still think they're not showing us their full potential?
No, they were feeling really weak. They even said we're at 50% of our level.
If you compare it to like horses, they're winning at a canter. They're not having to sprint to get there. They're just going through the motions. That's what it's been like. There are teams in EML that will test that this stage, I think.
Yeah.
Secret are closer.
VP.
G2 are closer. VP are miles closer.
Yeah.
But so far, they will get at least to the playoffs without having to get out of second and third gear.
And I want to see that in perspective with the numbers a little bit as well. I mean, obviously, we can look at what things look like for the whole of the stage. We'll look at the results for today first to see what's really happened in our playdate, because it was a really fast one. I feel like the only close game, somewhat, was Wylde versus Wolves, and that was probably the only upset. I mean, you did guess one upset, right? It was just in the wrong game. It happened.
Outside of the upset, the teams that were expected to lose put up a collective 8 rounds.
That's insane.
Between Macko, Gen.G, BDS, and Fnatic.
And we had how many 8-7s last play?
Yeah.
3?
Yeah, a lot.
Oh, and we'll get 5 of them tomorrow, no doubt. No shot. Yeah, I mean, look, it was a play day that felt quite convincing. And if you put this into context, realistically, the only game that should have had upset potential was Wylde and Wolves, because they were the 2 teams that were struggling. In every other game, there was a clear favourite out of what I would say is the top 4 in Europe right now, which is Team Secret, G2 Esports, Virtus.pro, and Team Falcons.
And all proving their points as being the top teams in Europe right now.
And all matching each other in that race for the top 4 and the top 2. Falcons were under pressure there, not because of their opponent in that game, but because of the fact that the other 3 results from their direct rivals had all gone the way of their direct rivals.
It makes this final play so interesting when we look at the standings right now. Because it means that we're going to have a closer and closer top 4 gap that you see right now, 11, 12, 12, and 13 points. 4 of these teams have 4 play days remaining to try and make it to the top 2 and get a bye in playoffs.
Yeah, and I mean, literally a week ago, our top 2 looked so different. It was G2 and Virtus.pro, wasn't it? And now we've got 2 different teams there already. So much can change in such a little time.
I'm also just focusing on that second line in your screen there. Is there a Wylde? And shut me down, but is there a Wylde that Wylde make play?
No.
is there a Wylde?
I think it's going to be rough. I think that if you look at the other teams that are there, I think the Fnatic, the Wolves, all the Wolves lost to Wylde. Wolves have looked much closer to beating stronger teams.
Wylde still have to play Macko?
Yeah, and Wylde still have to play Secret, which is tomorrow. Then they play Virtus.pro. Then they play Falcons.
Okay, no, fine. All right. Shut me down, and I understand that.
They're playing 3 teams of the top 4.
If we keep this standing up for a second, this is what I was saying about, I think the top 4 are pretty firm, and that will be the top 4. It's looking like Macko and BDS are 5th and 6th. Probably will limp over the line into the playoffs.
Who would have
Because
guessed
I don't think the teams below them, realistically, are going to put up a challenge. Gen.G looked sorry again today. Wolves, that was the game they should have won to be an attack in the playoffs. They lost it today. Wylde have some very tricky fixtures coming up. And Fnatic, once again, have looked sorry. I don't see a world...
4 losses in a row.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even though all of those teams have shown glimpses, but not enough consistently to get into the playoffs.
No, and even after tomorrow, so much could be changing again in our standings. I mean, this is our schedule for tomorrow. Should we just call like almost every single game of this game of the day? I mean, we're looking at the first one. I'm looking at obviously the second one's going to be a really good test for a while if they can
a good test. Yeah.
Success.
Good luck.
But again, then the third game as well. It's just a really good quality games tomorrow, I reckon.
Game 1 and Game 3 are stand out, absolutely stand out. And last game is like who's going to be the last of EML?
Yeah. I feel like these games are going to be a lot closer than they were today.
Yeah, for sure.
You say that Game 3 is a standout. If BDS turn up like they did today, they're going to get stomped.
Absolutely.
True.
Just in terms of sheer individual level.
And this is the beauty, because they're playing less than 24 hours afterwards. They don't have time to feel sorry for themselves. They've just got to get back on the horse and go again.
Yeah. I mean, that's the difficult thing, right? You could be playing a really difficult opponent on Monday and then have to do it all over again on Tuesday. I mean, obviously, we have our second day of the EML tomorrow. You're going to have to be a little bit before that, though. It's a little bit less than 24 hours until we're back here tomorrow. First game tomorrow should be starting at 6 p.m. CEST, but if you cannot wait any longer for some more Siege action, we talked about how exciting and entertaining the APL could be. Obviously, that's going to be tomorrow morning for our European time zone enjoyers. So yeah, a lot of Siege still to be watched. We thank you so much for watching, and we hope to see you again tomorrow.
Pulls up the shield, expects the push coming in, but Daystar are too strong. Jogor with the back to Brazil in chat. He's hit with the back to Brazil. Yes.
It's the Warden versus the Blitz. A tale as old as time. And Scars now activates the glasses. He'll form. Oh! What a fucking shot!
This is cooked. Yeah, this is so cooked. The double air jab! Oh!
Oh, yeah. Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh, no! It bounced back! It fucking bounced back!